Woowon has spent his entire life repaying debts with his mother as a result of his father's irrational business investments and gambling. Seo An has spent his entire life trying to appease his wealthy family only to be ridiculed over the smallest mistakes, leaving him with panic attacks and social phobia. An unexpected series of kindness led these two to meet. Will they solve their problems together, or perhaps they don't need solutions, but simply each other? The morning in a bustling South Korean metropolis, a sight to behold. Picture this, a symphony of car horns blaring, commuters rushing with a sense of urgency, and the sweet aroma of smog filling the air. People dive into the chaotic world of work as if they're participating in a competition for stress and deadlines. The Gold Palace houses many wealthy people from overseas, including CEOs of foreign affairs, important business executives, and workers of well-known arts and crafts. The apartment stands tall, its height reaching for the skies as if it were competing in a contest for the tallest building in town. It stands as a reminder that its allure is reserved for those who can afford to bask in its splendor. When called to deliver there, a chill tingles down their spines. Why is that? The reason is simple. That is the customer's immense love. You probably think that's not a big deal, but in the era of capitalism, money has quite a big influence. Amen. Their motives of tipping big are a bit unclear. Could it be a desire to show off, or are they showing genuine gratitude towards the workers' hard work? Either way, the delivery men can't help but exclaim hallelujah. For the people who came here to do their jobs, the ultimate reward and incentive was love. Of course, that is also the reason why Woowon came to this place. 1 month earlier, in a mundane workplace, there stood a man dressed in a white button-up long-sleeve shirt, a dull black half-apron, and drab gray slacks. Woowon is a good-looking man amongst this sea of people. Meet our MC. His light brown hair gracefully frames his face. His brown eyes practically work like magnets where people get naturally drawn to him, and his tall stature puts him in the spotlight. And this is exactly why he got fired from his job. Woowon was prepared for a mundane discussion about productivity or sales figures. Still, he quickly realized that the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. The rest of the male staff have expressed to higher-ups that they didn't want to work with him anymore. Other part-timers have started fighting each other because of him. Lovers' quarrels and internal disputes were as common as paper jams in the office printer. The workplace became a battleground for broken hearts and unresolved conflicts, with Woowon somehow caught in the middle of it all. No wonder their boss was less than thrilled. His higher-up did explain that Woowon brought in more customers, which the company is grateful for. Sure they are, but that doesn't save him from being let go. This is all unfair on Woowon's part, but did he fight back? Did he protest this injustice? Unfortunately, he simply accepted defeat. His posture, once confident and upright, now seemed burdened as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. MC is so handsome that he got removed from his job. These people better sleep with one eye open. With this, Woowon was left to rant at the back of their workplace, with boxes and empty spaces. He sat beside her on the ground, drinking a can of refreshing soda, and told her how he got fired. This equally tall and beautiful woman was rightfully mad and crushed the can with her bare hands. Same girl, but look at that grip. Woowon reassures her he's okay with it and that it wasn't his first rodeo. He was more concerned about getting another good-paying job already. He can't possibly do a lot of hard labor since he had a shoulder injury that didn't heal well. Woowon couldn't help but wonder why everything seemed to be falling apart. Why the pieces of his life weren't aligning as he had hoped. It was a moment of profound vulnerability as his shoulders slumped down, and his face was buried in his own hands. His friend listened attentively, her gaze filled with compassion, understanding the weight of his disappointments. A bright idea appeared in the middle of this heavy atmosphere. With confidence, she proposed that Woowon join her aunt's business as a pizza delivery man. She explains that her aunt has a cafe that doubles as a pizza restaurant. Their business is so successful that they're understaffed, especially on pizza delivery people. The job sounds too good to be true, and that's because it is. His friend explains that her aunt exclusively hires extremely attractive people. That's why the sales at the store are so good. She believes wholeheartedly that Woowon possesses the perfect combination of charm, charisma, and physical allure to pass the job interview and leave a lasting impression on the customers. She dropped a little secret into his ear to entice him further into applying for the job position. If he ever finds himself delivering to a place called the Gold Palace, he can expect a shiny tip in return. They're all about spreading the love. It also helps that the store is located near the Gold Palace. She even throws him a bone and says she is also quitting her current job and will work at her aunt's shop too. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Woowon is spinning with excitement. His usually calm and serene nature suddenly sparked out of pure joy. It was as if 1,000 fireflies had taken residence within his gaze, their radiant light illuminating his face with an unmistakable glow. Well, on that day, Woowon went to the interview. The interview, which was supposed to be a grueling process of probing questions and intense scrutiny, turned out to be nothing short of a miraculous flash. In a blink of an eye, it was over. It only lasted 1 second and was followed by a "you start tomorrow." "Well, yeah, baby, that's what we've been waiting for." The winds of change were finally blowing in Do Woowon's favor. After enduring a string of misfortunes and setbacks, the tides seemed to shift in his direction. Life had taken such an unexpectedly pleasant turn for Do Woowon. He sailed through an entire month without any significant hurdles in his new job. On this particular day, his efforts were rewarded generously as he received an outpouring of tips from appreciative customers. What would he spend it on? A new phone, new shoes, good food. However, Do Woowon's optimistic spirit was grounded in a realistic mindset, rather than splurging on immediate gratification. He had a more responsible plan in mind. He reminded himself to pay off some debts. He's so responsible, but hold up. Where is this heading? This seems like a familiar BL plot. Just as he decided what he should be doing with this extra money, psyching himself up for a good meal today, a message from his mom interrupted his thoughts. The tone of her text seemed tinged with worry, instantly capturing Woowon's attention. Concerned yet curious, he quickly unlocked his phone to read all of her messages, eager to address whatever issue might be at hand. She seems very concerned that he's not answering his phone. She's even considering visiting him in case he's working too hard. However, what Woowon got from her string of texts was the fact that she apologized. Woowon couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion tugging at his heartstrings. The concern and worry seeped through each text, resonating with him. He decided to call her tonight to ease her worries. This could ease them up. With a hint of hesitation, Do Woowon climbs onto his trusty scooter, his mind swirling with thoughts and emotions. Yet, with a deep breath, he starts the engine and embarks on another leg of work. Oh, who is this fellow? Just as Woowon leaves to continue his work, another man takes his place in the parking spot with his black car. He seems to be in a heated argument with someone over the phone. He parked his car. "But don't use your phone on the road, guys." I thought Woowon was pale. This man is even paler. His paler complexion seemed to drain all color from his face, accentuated by heavy eye bags that spoke volumes of sleepless nights and burdens carried. The air around him was heavy with a sense of melancholy. Sounds like a sad vampire. Well, he isn't, but that would be a great you. Quite a contrast of atmosphere from Woowon. The driver here is called younger brother by the person at the other end of the phone. So that means that's his older brother. The words "anyone can pretend to be sick and aren't you embarrassed" are being barked at him to undermine his panic attacks, depression, and burnouts. Doesn't he just grind your gears? Don't be like this guy. This isn't a light topic. We don't know what other people are going through, so it's best to educate yourself, listen, and show empathy. The driver was understandably pissed off. Unable to bear his brother's nagging any longer, the driver abruptly ended the call. Kang Seo Jin's name popped up on the driver's phone screen, appearing as the caller ID, disregarding all subsequent attempts. He's so pissed he practically throws his phone at the back of his car. At that moment, the driver's world seemed devoid of hope, overshadowed by the burdens he carried and the strained relationships that further deepened his frustration. As he cast his weary gaze out of the car window, all he could see was a bleak and indifferent world. I wonder who this guy is. As the day ended and the pizza shop's doors were locked, Woowon joined his excited co-workers for the journey back home. They walked together, their tired footsteps echoing in the dimly lit streets. With each passing step, the weight of the world seemed to settle upon Woowon's shoulders, dragging him deeper into the abyss of his own desolation. The desolation became more prominent when he went on his own way home as his co-workers waved him goodbye. Woowon was abruptly reminded of his neglected duty to call his mom. He stopped in the middle of the road, right under a street light. He was alone, so he didn't mind talking out loud as he greeted his mom over the phone. At first, it's the usual "Hi, how was your day?" But it didn't stay that way. Money was ultimately the final destination of this call. The weight of the debt hung heavily in their hearts, casting a shadow over their lives. It was a constant presence, an unwelcome guest that invaded their thoughts and conversations. He reassured her that he would shoulder the burden of their debt, but this still didn't ease her troubled mind. He could hear her crying at the other end of the phone. With a gentle voice filled with concern and optimism, Woowon reassured his mom that her greatest contribution to their goal was focusing on getting better. After the debts are paid for, and after she gets better, he promises they'll do all the things they've always wanted to do and live their lives as they please. Despite his mother's lingering pessimism, Woowon's unwavering optimism was a breath of fresh air in their conversations. It was like a burst of energy, injecting a sense of positivity into the air. "We're rooting for you, Woowon." Meanwhile, someone was experiencing something completely contrasting to Woowon. In the depths of his sleep in his own bedroom, the man with a heavy set of eye bags that seemed to have no hope of disappearing from the car finds himself trapped in the clutches of an anxiety crisis. Within the realm of his dreams, he is confronted by a nightmarish scene, faces distorted with distasteful laughter towards him, their mocking gazes piercing his soul. He sees the faces of his own family, and the weight of disapproval from them bears down upon him, suffocating his spirit. Whispers, like venomous serpents, slither through the air, encircling him with their hurtful words. The echoes of ridicule seep into his consciousness, amplifying his feelings of isolation and despair. Hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes were looking at him as whispers kept increasing, deafening and drowning every sense of comfort left in him. He couldn't help but wake himself up from this awful nightmare. Beads of cold sweat dot his forehead. His chest heaves with each labored breath, the remnants of panic lingering in the air. He forces himself to sit up and stares at nothing for a long time. He takes a moment to gather himself, finding solace in the rhythm of his breath, grounding himself in the present. He eventually tries to go back to sleep. As he lies back on his bed, his body cradled by the softness of the mattress, he closes his eyes, hoping to find his mind tired from all that overthinking. Sleep well, you went through a lot today. It's the following day already. Woowon is in the middle of delivering pizza, and guess what? He's going to the Gold Palace. Let's get those tips. His co-workers were cheering him on already. Woowon didn't see the hype since he was used to getting tipped already. He's unsure how extravagant the people there would tip compared to his usual trips. As he expressed this, his co-workers reminded him to remove his helmet as soon as he stepped off the bike. True, let them see your face, Woowon. And so, off he goes. Well, it isn't such a long journey. The place is near their shop, and you can't miss it. Nestled amidst the concrete jungle, there is a luxury apartment that would stand out. He had a single box of pizza for Building B Unit 3501. He thought this would be the first time he's delivered to the top floor. Why does he feel nervous all of a sudden? What is he expecting out of this interaction? Our MC's head was currently empty. His primary focus was to deliver the pizza. He forgot something, though. Woowon, your helmet. The man who struggled to sleep last night was annoyingly woken up by the maddening ringing of the doorbell. Now he fully looks like a vampire. The doorbell rang incessantly, as if it had a vendetta against the poor guy trying to catch some much-needed shut-eye. With each chime, it seemed to mock him, taunting him to jump out of bed and force himself to get the door already. As the human vampire man swung open the door, his sleepy eyes widened in surprise. Standing before him was a pizza delivery man. The unmistakable sight of our pizza delivery man with his helmet on, caught off guard by a sudden encounter with the vampire man at the door. He stood there, blushing like a schoolboy with a crush. Through Woowon's eyes, he clearly could see the telltale signs of weariness etched on this customer's face. He also memorized his features. His disheveled black hair adds an endearing touch to his appearance, giving him a casual vibe. His weary expression may not showcase a friendly aura, but it doesn't diminish his inherent attractiveness. Meanwhile, from the customer's point of view, the man who barely had any sleep was very confused at the sight that he's seeing. He asked who the delivery guy was. He couldn't seem to sense that this delivery guy was a bit nervous and even had cold sweat in front of him. Woowon simply replied with, "I'm here to deliver your pizza." The sleepless human vampire was baffled. He didn't sleep last night. He didn't wake up this morning on his own terms. And he doesn't remember ordering pizza. A possibility popped into his head. As soon as he realized this, he buried his face in his hands, rubbed his face roughly out of frustration, and groaned. He cusses someone else's name under his breath. The human vampire man eventually asks Woowon if the pizza has been paid for, and Woowon replies that it was. Then the vampire man with eye bags for years politely asked the pizza delivery man to hand him the box, thanked him for his work, and closed the door before him. Our poor pizza delivery man, with all the buzz and anticipation about the legendary tipping culture in this apartment, found himself in a perplexing situation. Woowon couldn't help but wonder if he had stumbled into the wrong apartment, where the elusive tipping fairy had taken an unplanned vacation. Caught up in the excitement, Woowon forgot the cardinal rule of tip earning, revealing his charming face. He just took off his helmet too. "Woowon, please. We're sobbing." Meanwhile, inside the apartment, the human vampire knows immediately who ordered pizza for him. He even cussed his name earlier. A friend, but not right now. He called him immediately. Sung Yuhan. Yuhan is vertically challenged compared to his friend. His jet black hair serves as a striking contrast against his vibrant personality. As soon as Yuhan answered the call, he was immediately greeted by cussing from a furious, sleep-deprived man. Yuhan doesn't seem too fazed by this and loves this enthusiasm. He was in his car and was being driven towards the human vampire's house right now, explaining how he wanted to have lunch together. Of course, Yuhan was greeted with more complaints from the human vampire who had just delivered pizza to his place unannounced. Still, Yuhan turned the conversation around and asked about his friend's family. The apartment's owner slumped down on his couch when he heard this. He's being summoned by his family to return to their company and work again. Sadly, he knows that his family doesn't care about him as a whole, ignoring his hospital visits and depressing episodes. The sleepless vampire's relationship with his father is really tough. His father is very strict and always gets angry with him, even for minor mistakes. He often gets punished physically and yelled at, making him feel bad inside. His older brother, Seo Jin, is more interested in impressing their parents than caring for him as a younger brother. Seo Jin doesn't understand or care about his brother's mental health problems. He thinks he's weak and makes excuses to avoid work. This causes a lot of problems and fights between them. Everyone in this sleepless man's family ignores or denies that he goes to the hospital for treatment. They act like it never happened and don't want to admit that he needs help and support. On a completely different day already, Woowon was summoned back to the same apartment with the same man he delivered to last time. It's funny how he doesn't remember the no-tip, but he remembers how concerned he was for him. Oh my god, Woowon, your interest is showing. Simultaneously, look who is in the said apartment. Yu-han. If I had a nickel for every time a pizza is being delivered to this poor vampire man's apartment and Yu-han is in the picture, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And thank God for Yu-han, because when the doorbell rang, he called the human vampire's full name to get the pizza. We finally got to know his name. Hallelujah. Kang Seo An. Kang Seo An, the person cannot catch a break from his family and his friends' antics. Seo An cusses Yu-han's name under his breath for the nth time already. He just wants some shut-eye. Seo An grudgingly stands up and walks to the front door, opened the door and was not prepared at all for the sight that he was about to see. As Seo An's eyes locked with Woowon's right outside his apartment door, it was as if someone hit the pause button on the universal remote. Time stood still. Even the most persistent flies froze mid-air, captivated by the moment. From the vantage point of an observer, it was evident that something extraordinary was transpiring. The air seemed to crackle with an electric charge as their gazes intertwined. A million thoughts and questions were going through Seo An's head, but one question persisted. This guy. Why is this guy here? Let's rewind the clock by 2 weeks and enter the realm of anticipation before a single pizza graced Seo An's doorstep. He had a perfectly planned day. Seo An, determined to face his fears head-on, consciously decided to step out of his comfort zone. With a heart filled with optimism, he planned to take a walk without relying on his car, allowing himself to gradually confront his troubling fears of trying to interact with people and trying to convince himself that no one was out to get him. However, what was out to get him was the weather. The heavens above decided to add a touch of irony to his plans, without warning or consideration for his intentions. The raindrops began their descent as if mocking his preparedness and challenging his resolve. He was standing there under a bus stop, all alone, completely drenched, and feeling defeated. He asked himself why he didn't ride in his car. Going home from his walk would have been easier. His fingers began to grow cold, sending shivers up his spine. The icy droplets trickled down his hands, seeping through his skin and leaving a chilling sensation. As Seo An stood there, isolated and alone, the sound of the rain engulfed him, drowning out all other noise. Each droplet that crashed against the pavement felt like a resounding echo in his mind, amplifying the chaos already reigned within. He remembers the aura around his family and how their presence alone evoked a familiar sense of nervousness. Stares of his indifferent co-workers and sneering eyes from complete strangers. The memory of his father's fist striking his body mingled with the taste of fear. His father's voice, filled with anger and disdain, joined the dissonant ensemble in his thoughts. The bitter memories of his co-workers and strangers talking disparagingly about him resurfaced with an unwelcome intensity. The echoes of their hurtful words reverberated in his mind, each syllable cutting through his already fragile self-esteem. The sound of each raindrop only intensifies his misery and overthinking. For Seo An, this feels like any other day. Excuse me. Amid Seo An's desolate thoughts, a gentle interruption came in 2 simple words. Startled, he turned his attention to a kind stranger who had noticed his lack of an umbrella. A glimmer of hope sparked within Seo An's weary heart as he listened to the stranger's offer. And wouldn't you know it, folks, it's our delivery man, Woowon. With genuine concern etched on his face, the stranger extended his spare umbrella towards Seo An, explaining that his workplace next door had an abundance of spare umbrellas. It was a small act of kindness, but it meant the world to Seo An. I'm not totally screaming right now and punching my pillows. The weight of the rain and the burden of his negative memories momentarily lifted as he realized that there were still compassionate souls in the world. Seo An felt like this was the first time he wasn't afraid of another person. He usually avoided eye contact with most of the people he encountered. He was already familiar with people expressing their disappointment and some form of disgust on their faces when they saw him, but somehow this man, right in front of him, was just different. As Seo An glanced at the handsome man standing before him, a blush painted his cheeks, and his heart skipped a beat in a delightful rhythm. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world around him shifted ever so slightly. I'm not crying, you are. Finally, a legit ray of sunshine for our boy, Seo An. Seo An's shyness enveloped him like a cozy blanket, but he couldn't hide the burning sensation of the blush spreading across his face. As he timidly accepted the offered umbrella, he attempted to shield his reddened cheeks by burying his face in the comforting confines of his hoodie. Yet, despite his efforts, he couldn't resist stealing glances at the handsome stranger who had come to his rescue. A warm, genuine smile adorned the stranger's face, instantly melting away Seo An's apprehension. The kindness reflected in his eyes felt like a beacon of reassurance that everything was fine. And those bad memories are not going to attack him today. Not today. Now back to reality. Seo An stood at his doorstep, face to face with the pizza delivery man. As their eyes met again, a wave of emotions washed over him, causing his blush to resurface with a newfound intensity. "Boy, speak up. Don't choke now. Not in front of Woowon." He was enveloped in a whirlwind of thoughts and questions, each begging for an answer. Why was this intriguing individual standing before him? What was it about their chance meeting that felt so significant? Yet again, amidst Seo An's overthinking, Woowon was able to snap him back to reality. He asked if something was wrong, which pushed Seo An to answer with a string of words that weren't just thank you. Seo An's cheeks flushed even more, his mind jolting away from the endless loop of thoughts. With a shy smile, he assured Woowon that everything was fine, taking the pizza and the liter of soda from Woowon's hands. Look at this blushing mess of a man. As Seo An held the pizza and soda in his hands, he couldn't help but notice a subtle detail about Woowon's job based on the situation that they were in. He hadn't expected this handsome stranger, who had clearly captured his attention, to be a delivery man for the nearby pizza shop. At that moment, a twinge of curiosity mingled with the fluttering anticipation in Seo An's heart. However, from Woowon's perspective, it looks like Seo An was staring blankly at him. Our pizza delivery man isn't quite sure how to react to this. Woowon, be patient with him. He's trying his best. Woowon finds him pulling Seo An out of his thoughts by asking him for the NTH time today if he's okay. And the latter just reassures him he is fine and thanks him for this service. And so Woowon left and told him to enjoy his pizza. He knew better than to expect a tip from Seo An. And while the pizza delivery man was leaving, Seo An caught himself still staring at the handsome man. The encounter had left him with a sense of wonder, opening up a world of possibilities he had never anticipated. Seo An entered his apartment, closing the door behind him, only to find Woohan waiting eagerly in the dining room. Woohan, with his endless enthusiasm, couldn't help but point out to Seo An how kind he was for pushing Seo An to come out of his comfort zone and talk to people. Seo An, being well aware of Woohan's penchant for having ulterior motives, simply waved off his statement. He knew well that Woohan had a knack for finding joy in bossing him around. As Seo An settled down, the aroma of freshly delivered pizza filling the room, Woohan couldn't help but notice a change in Seo An's expression and overall aura. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Woohan pointed out the obvious shift, probably expecting Seo An to spill all the details of his encounter. But Seo An, wanting to stay reserved, chose to keep his thoughts to himself. After all, he didn't want to give Woohan the satisfaction of knowing how much the brief interaction had affected him. Woohan, always quick to jump to conclusions, couldn't help but make a wild guess about Seo An's sudden change in mood. With an exaggerated wink and a playful grin, Woohan teased Seo An about his type and men. It was obvious that Seo An really liked hot guys. Don't we all? Woohan was now absolutely convinced that Seo An had developed a full-blown crush on the pizza delivery man. He couldn't resist rubbing it in, teasing Seo An mercilessly for not seizing the opportunity to pick up the pizza together. Woohan gave him the advice to give tips, so that they'll get a chance to talk next time. As Woohan passionately explained the art of leaving a lasting impression. Oh, Seo An made an impression all right. The guy with a deep set of eye bags and doesn't leave tips. Seo An's mind began to wander. Woohan is the captain of this ship, IEO. Returning the umbrella with the tip to the pizza delivery man seemed like a brilliant plan. But a pessimistic cloud hovered over his thoughts. As Seo An's internal monologue reached new heights of complexity and confusion, Woohan couldn't contain his amusement. Do you think Woowon would remember him? Seo An sits there in his dining room, defeated by the sheer number of pizza boxes he has on his table. His face, once full of anticipation, now wore a sickly expression as if he had overdosed on the very essence of pizza itself. The thought of taking another bite made his stomach churn in protest. Seo An's determination to meet Woowon knew no bounds, even if it meant having pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. With each order, he hoped that fate would bring him face to face with the pizza delivery man once again. But alas, the universe seemed to have a mischievous sense of humor. Instead of Woowon, Seo An was met with an army of pizza delivery drivers from the same pizza delivery place who were just as surprised as he was by the excessive pizza orders. He wonders if he would just come to the store in person, but the thought of interacting with strangers weighs more than his need to go meet the delivery man. In the midst of his pizza-induced despair, Seo An's mind began to wander, questioning why he was even doing this in the first place. He puts a fist on his table and slumps his shoulders down in defeat. Seo An's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the genuine warmth radiating from Woowon's face. Seo An pushed aside the sea of pizza boxes, his resolve strengthened by the memory of that infectious smile. It was no longer about the pizza itself, but about the possibility of reconnecting with someone who had unknowingly changed his world. Despite the gacha gods not blessing him with Woowon for the first few calls, he wants to try again. Meanwhile, back in the pizza place, Woowon was in the middle of delivering pizza. As usual, he had a single box of pizza for Building B Unit 3501 of the Gold Palace. Woowon found the address to be very familiar. He knew it was that same man again, based on his staring contest from the last encounter. Woowon had a hunch that the customer had something to say. Bright boy, Woowon. He's worried that the customer must be annoyed with him. Nuo, I promise, that's how he usually looks. Before he was about to leave, a familiar face approached him, a fellow delivery person who had been more than helpful when finding a job. The owner's niece from the first chapter. She held out her hands and enthusiastically showed him what she had. In her hands, she held a handful of meticulously crafted macrame bracelets, each one a unique creation by her talented aunt. She emphasized how her aunt, their boss, makes them for fun nowadays. The vibrant colors and intricate patterns danced in the light, beckoning to be worn. Woowon chose the captivating blue macrame bracelet. Tiny knots, meticulously tied, formed a delicate pattern but were very sturdy when you pulled on it. She stated that if you keep one until it breaks, that means your wish will come true. Hearing this, Woowon couldn't help but stare at the bracelet, as the blue macrame bracelet nestled comfortably around Woowon's left wrist. His fingers gently traced the delicate knots and loops, savoring the tactile sensation. The vibrant shades of blue seemed to come to life against his pale complexion. His co-worker asked what he wished for. Woowon lets his reasoning remain a secret. All right then, keep your secrets. Meanwhile in Seo An's apartment, there was an impatient man sitting on his own couch, tapping his feet on the ground in anticipation. Umbrella and a large tip on the table in front of him. Seo An was very excited yet a bit nervous about Woowon appearing in front of him today. In constant war with his own thoughts, you could see that he is neither winning nor losing as he bounces his legs in one moment and then abruptly stops himself. The war between excitement and anxiety waged on, and Seo An found himself caught in the crossfire. There he was, asking himself why he was doing this again. He crashes his whole body on the couch and stares blankly at the ceiling. He's starting to wonder if he was meant to see Woowon again. Maybe it's not for him. He checks his time, and impatiently repeats that Woowon should be here anytime now. Ding dong. And like an obedient dog waiting for his owner, Seo An stands up, walks to the front door, and flung the door open. Seo An already started with a greeting, so polite, before knowing who the delivery person was. A wave of excitement and anticipation washed over him like a tidal wave of high spirits. Lo and behold, there stood Woowon, the pizza delivery man himself. Congratulations, you won. Woowon gave him a small nod and greeted him back. Seo An was yelling bingo in his own head as Woowon was busy taking out Seo An's pizza box from his bag. The owner of the apartment was nervous. He gripped onto the umbrella in his hand as sweat started rolling off his face. Will he conquer his nerves and have a meaningful conversation with Woowon? Can he do it, folks? Seo An, in a state of nervous excitement, mustered the courage to ask the burning question that had been plaguing his mind. It questioned the delivery man if he knew who he was. He even added the detail that the pizza guy let him borrow an umbrella a few weeks ago. Yes, he held a thoughtful expression, as if trying to recall the missing puzzle piece of their past encounter. Then, like a flickering light bulb finally finding its glow, a spark of recognition illuminated Woowon's face. A smile spread across Woowon's face and expressed how he was genuinely relieved that Seo An had made it home safely that day. Yes, yes, yes. As Woowon's recollection of their previous encounter surfaced, Seo An's blushing went into overdrive. He was as red as last time, but unlike last time, he actually uttered more words this time. As Seo An extended his trembling hand, a mix of nervousness and sincerity danced in his eyes. The weight of the umbrella and the tip felt insignificant compared to the weight of his words, filled with unspoken emotions and gratitude. He expressed that he's been struggling to try and talk to him regarding this. Woowon, taken aback by Seo An's sincerity, felt a surge of gratitude welling up within him. It was a gesture of kindness that touched Woowon's heart and reminded him of the significance of small acts of thoughtfulness. He'll remember this. As they both exchanged thank yous, Woowon went on his merry way and continued working. Yet again, Seo An caught himself staring as Woowon had his back turned against him. Did an umbrella bring these two closer? As Woowon sat on his scooter nearby the gates of the Gold Palace, his heart was filled with a mix of surprise, gratitude, and a newfound understanding. He now understood why Seo An had been staring at him. It wasn't anger or annoyance that had sparked those gazes, but a silent desire to say something. Somehow, sitting there and feeling the air, he suddenly felt a warm surge of realization sweeping over him. It dawned on him that his small act of kindness had made a significant impact on Seo An's life. The thought filled him with a sense of fulfillment. You see, there is this habit that Woowon has developed ever since he was forced to quit something he was really passionate about, which was swimming. Whenever he was feeling down on his luck, he would deliberately do an act of kindness for someone else. Seeing someone's face light up with happiness in response to his actions, he would immediately forget the feeling of insignificance and doubt. In the quiet corners of his mind, Woowon wrestled with a nagging sense of hypocrisy. He questioned the purity of his intentions, wondering if his acts of kindness were merely a means to seek personal happiness. Was he truly selfless, or was he motivated by a selfish desire to escape the overwhelming weight of his own struggle? Still, he likes his habit. This same habit helped him to hold on during the worst times in his life. As he puts on his helmet to continue with his work, he remembers the first time he met Seo An. He didn't look too good back then. Woowon wonders if he was sick that day. From Woowon's perspective, it looked like he was on the verge of tears. Eventually, he had to snap out of his own thoughts. He knew, overall, that it was none of his business. Seo An went outside today. He went to see his therapist. The hospital that he entered felt imposing and overwhelming with its muted colors, but inside his therapist's office, shelves lined with books and adorned with treasured photographs added a delightful pop of color to the otherwise neutral palette. She offered him a mug of coffee, and he kindly accepted it and sat on the seat across from his therapist. The therapist was more than happy to have him in her office. She was actually more curious at the fact that Seo An looked notably different today. It seems like he was even excited. In the quiet confines of the therapist's office, the therapist asked him about his week. Seo An expressed that he can't sleep and his family has been putting pressure on him. She asked about his sleep lately, and he shared how it's still better than not sleeping at all. The therapist was good. She already got the feeling that he was excited to share about something, and so she asked what it was. Seo An looked away for a bit, scratched his neck, and mustered up the courage to say that he recently met someone. Seo An explains that a few weeks ago, he was on his way home from their session, and it was raining pretty heavily. He didn't bring his car, so he only walked to and from the therapy session. It was raining quite hard that day, so he took shelter. Well, we knew how that went. He continued by saying that someone had lent him an umbrella. He tried to come there on the same spot they first met, but he never saw him again. Not long ago, Seo An met him by sheer coincidence as a delivery guy. He emphasized that when they met again as a customer and delivery man, he returned the umbrella. The therapist acknowledged his words and took a sip of her coffee. She's happy she got to see this side of Seo An, excited. Look at the small bean. With genuine curiosity, she probed whether the interactions with the delivery man were difficult for Seo An. Calmly, Seo An opened up that his heart wasn't racing during the interaction. He wasn't afraid of interacting with the delivery man. While holding and staring at the mug in front of him, Seo An expressed how it's been a while since he wanted to get to know a person. The therapist was glad to hear this. She smiled and suggested that he try to get closer to the delivery man. Seo An was surprised that this was the suggestion. The therapist clarified and even added that he's making a lot of progress despite the anxiety of talking to other people. She emphasized how his interaction with the delivery would help with his treatment. Those last few words from his therapist will be marked in Seo An's mind. One step at a time. Progress is progress, after all. In the midst of it all, Woowon was in the middle of doing his job. The weather was nice out. The sun was shining in front of him. He stopped his scooter in front of the Gold Palace. The Gold Palace is where the infamous Umbrella Man is from. Knowing this fact makes him concerned about why he's ordering a lot of pizza from them. However, he shakes it off. He doesn't want to stick his nose into other people's business. Woowon starts up his scooter and drives pretty fast toward his next destination. To his right, there was a ramp where a lot of parking spaces could be found. A car honked loudly from the ramp, urging Woowon to move out of the way. His heart sank as he realized he had taken too long to respond. Woowon. Seo An just finished talking to his therapist. He was driving in his black car back home. The words from this therapist are still in his head. As Seo An cruised along the road in his sleek black car, a curious scene caught his attention. There, amidst the hustle and bustle of the street, stood an animated figure next to a vibrant blue car. Their voice echoed in the air, filled with fiery passion. On the ground lay a toppled scooter, its rider hunched over, cradling their injured left arm. Seo An couldn't help but slow down, his curiosity piqued. The rider on the ground seemed familiar. And then the puzzle pieces of his thoughts finally fit together when he got a good look of half of the rider's face. How could you tell, Seo An? Just from the eyes alone. You could recognize him? Seo An screeched to a halt. The driver of the car displayed a shocking lack of empathy and concern. Selfishness consumed their thoughts, rendering them blind to the anguish and distress inflicted on Woowon. He has quite the knack for ridiculing and nagging like a broken record stuck on a loop of negativity, blaming Woowon for the collision. I get that road rage is a thing, but kicking someone while they're literally down is just not the way to go, man. Don't be like this guy. The driver of the blue car was falsely accusing Woowon for being the type to throw themselves in front of other cars just to get easy money. Woowon apologizes, wanting to pay for compensation. As if the last few things the driver said weren't unbearable enough, he has to point out how Woowon can't ever afford to pay for it. The nagging and accusations against Woowon were deafening his ears. He has other matters to tend to, and that was his left arm. Agony surged through his body as pain radiated from the wounded limb. He was on the ground, head held down as he took in each word. All he could think about at the moment was how his hand was hurting. Amidst the never-ending verbal attack from the driver of the blue car, a brief pause occurred when an unexpected outsider dared to disrupt the constant nagging. The thoughtless and indifferent driver turned his head from ridiculing Woowon to finding out who was trying to butt in on his situation. He was bewildered when he realized who he was actually dealing with here. Seo An, our boy is coming in to save Woowon. You messed with the wrong person, mister. Seo An raised an eyebrow at the reckless driver. He knew him, Kim Jin-young. Based on his body language of folding the moment he saw Seo An, his demeanor changed. And the focus of his head right now is Seo An. Jin-young inquired about Seo An's whereabouts during his absence and offered hollow words of support, urging him to seek his assistance if Seo An ever found himself in need of a friend. Jin-young is one of those types of people to mooch off a more powerful person, trying to be a friendly person now. He calls Seo An a friend, and even tries to pat him on the shoulder, but Seo An naturally swipes his hand away from him. Seo An doesn't want to deal with the other man's attempts to get along and asks Jin-young to explain the situation right now. And as if there was a switch, this person, Jin-young, comes back to cussing in Woowon's direction. He's trying to blame Woowon for being one of those people who would throw themselves in front of a car for money. Woowon looked up after a while and begged for understanding, straining his voice to defend himself. As he looked up to explain, Seo An's concerned gaze cut him off, and Woowon needed to remember what he was going to say next. With this small but thoughtful gesture, Woowon's head was spinning, and not badly. Woowon, caught off guard by Seo An's caring gesture, found himself blushing while his head drooped down. "Oh, somebody's flustered." Jin-young seems somewhat shocked as Seo An kneels in front of Woowon and asks him if he's alright. He is equally taken aback when Seo An offers to take the delivery man to the hospital. He was unaware of the unspoken words and the history between these two, so he asked how Seo An and the delivery man became close. Jin-young eventually decided to remove himself from the picture, saying how he'll let the delivery man off easy since they're acquaintances. Once Jin-young left, Seo An could not help but feel annoyed by Jin-young. He doesn't owe that man anything. And you're right, Seo An. Eventually, he turns his attention to the person on the ground. The only person in this situation that needs to be tended to. Seo An kindly asked if his left arm was hurting significantly and if he could stand up. Seo An wanted to take him to the hospital, showing his willingness to help. His caring gesture ensured that Woowon received the proper medical attention he needed, and this left Woowon in awe. In the hospital, Woowon had been whisked away to receive medical attention. Seo An made calls to help with Woowon's situation in the hospital. Someone called Seo An's name in the middle of a busy day in the hospital. Seo An was able to identify who was interrupting his call. He called him Hyun. Who? I'm sorry, this doctor looks way too young to be one. And who are you to Seo An? In the bustling hospital corridor, Hyun was able to greet Seo An. This doctor has light brown hair neatly slicked back to reveal more of his handsome face, complementing his mesmerizing eyes that seemed to hold a sense of calm and professionalism. The moment the doctor came near, Seo An inquired about Woowon immediately. Hyun wastes no time and discusses that there's no fracture. Thank God. Woowon just had a pulled ligament. He just needs to be careful for at least 2 weeks, and he's currently in the middle of physical therapy. Seo An conveyed his gratitude to Hyun for stepping in at a moment's notice. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired about his mother, subtly implying that his mother might be working in the hospital as well. Noted, Hyun informs Seo An that she's currently off duty. While on the topic of people they know, Hyun curiously asked how Seo An and Woowon know each other. Seo An takes note of Woowon's name. Yes, please do. Seo An responded with a question of his own. He asked Hyun how he knew Woowon. Hyun shared an interesting response, mentioning that he used to be part of the same swimming club as Woowon. He expressed his surprise at seeing Woowon after almost 10 years with no contact, and even more so that Woowon came along with Seo An. Hyun picked up on the hint that Seo An wasn't familiar with who Woowon was. He asked Seo An once more about how he had come to meet Woowon, and Seo An gave a brief response, mentioning that they had met by chance, and Seo An was helping him because he happened to be there when the incident occurred. Hyun didn't fully believe him, but he didn't push Seo An for more details. Instead, the doctor asked a different question. Hyun inquired about Seo An's well-being. seemingly aware of Seo An's episodes of paralyzing anxiety. Seo An couldn't help but wonder why Ian had asked that question in the first place. The doctor gestured towards the bustling crowd that surrounded them. They were enveloped by a sea of people. In a subtle exchange of words, they acknowledged the potential impact of such a large gathering on Seo An. It had the potential to trigger an overwhelming response, perhaps even an anxiety episode, just like his nightmare. It was a nice day out, but someone wasn't enjoying it as much as others. Woowon just got out of the hospital, and instead of enjoying the fact that he came out fine, he was more worried about work. "Woowon, please take care of yourself first." Our pizza delivery man glanced at his phone, and it appeared that his boss wasn't angry about what happened. She inquired if he had seen a doctor and assured him that it was merely an accident, urging him not to worry and to return to the shop safely. Once again, another sign from the universe meant to encourage Woowon to cut himself some slack. But instead, he let out a heavy sigh and directed the blame inward, berating himself for having his mind wander from the road. Yeah, best not to do that. The weight of his self-blame intensified as he thought to himself on how none of this unfortunate chain of events would have unfolded if only he had been more attentive to the road. Seo An managed to snap him out of his thoughts. He tells him that the driver of the blue car's insurer will be contacting Woowon soon and told Seo An that Woowon was practically speeding. Woowon has to talk things out with them. And it was nice of him to tell Woowon that his scooter had been taken care of by a coworker at the pizza place. Seo An inquired about Woowon's intended destination, wondering if he was planning to return to the pizza shop. Woowon nodded affirmatively, mentioning his desire to conclude matters with his manager. Returning the question, Woowon asked if Seo An was heading home, to which Seo An responded with a simple affirmation. Appreciation beamed from Woowon's countenance as he expressed gratitude for Seo An's time, a warm smile adorning his face. Seo An found himself captivated by the radiance of Woowon's smile, the sight evoking a sense of joy within him. At that moment, a brilliant idea ignited within Seo An's mind, an impulse to offer Woowon a ride in his car, a small act of kindness to further extend their newfound connection. "Let's go." "That was smooth, Seo An." Woowon found himself taken aback by Seo An's suggestion. He naturally declines, flustered and hesitant. He didn't wish to inconvenience Seo An, particularly after the day's events. He looks happy hearing the offer though, hey. However, Seo An gazed directly into Woowon's eyes, a gentle smile gracing the corner of his mouth. There was an undeniable sincerity in his voice as he assured Woowon that if he accepted the ride, it would bring a sense of peace and reassurance to Seo An's mind. The earnestness in Seo An's words resonated deeply with Woowon, causing him to contemplate the offer more earnestly. And he did accept the ride, eventually. "We won today." The two men strolled together towards Seo An's parked car, their footsteps echoing on the pavement with towering trees. The branches gently swayed in the breeze, casting dappled sunlight that painted a picturesque path. Seo An's concern for Woowon's well-being prompted him to inquire if he was still planning to go to work, particularly given the state of his arm. Woowon contemplated the question, recognizing the need to take some time off. Still, he couldn't shake off the feeling of restlessness that tugged at him. Although Woowon didn't explain further to Seo An why he couldn't rest for an extended period, his mind raced with thoughts of finding another job in the meantime. He pondered the possibilities, feeling a mixture of determination and uncertainty as he weighed his options for the future. Woowon's mind became a labyrinth of overthinking, consumed by the desperate need for a job. Meanwhile, Seo An halted in his tracks, fixing his gaze upon Woowon. The lingering words of his therapist echoed through his head, reminding him of the importance of their interactions for his own treatment. A wave of sadness washed over him as he realized that his concern for Woowon's well-being had been overshadowed by his own comfort. Throughout the day, a flicker of hope danced within Seo An's thoughts, desperately clinging to the possibility that Woowon's misfortune could end his unrelenting pain. Could Woowon be the one to rescue Seo An from his own torment? Driven by instinct, Seo An assessed Woowon's value in his life, grappling with a sense of growing greed. Eventually, Seo An managed to escape his swirling thoughts and confronted Woowon in the real world, asking if he should lend him a hand. Seo An's offer to assist Woowon in his work until his arm recovered, but Woowon declined and revealed his reluctance to be a burden. Seo An, persistent in his concern, pressed the issue, reminding Woowon of the difficult phase he was currently navigating. Seo An's words carried the weight of practicality as he brought up the looming financial burdens, medical expenses, vehicle damage compensation, and repair costs that Woowon would have to contend with. The magnitude of these challenges crashed over Woowon like an overwhelming wave, unforeseen and endlessly complicated. Fatigue began to settle into his bones, a weariness that permeated his very being. With each problem piling up, one atop the other, Woowon felt suffocated. He couldn't escape the blame he placed upon himself for the accident. blaming himself for the circumstances that had unfolded. The weight of his debt, living expenses, and now the added financial strain of the accident pressed down on him relentlessly. In this suffocating reality, Woowon stood on shaky ground, feeling as if the earth beneath his feet was always on the verge of crumbling away with a single blow. The weight of his troubles and the despair of his situation enveloped him, leaving him questioning how he could ever find a way forward amidst the overwhelming darkness. Seo An gave a gentle reminder, assuring Woowon that he could extend a helping hand, even if only for a week until Woowon's all better. It was a small gesture, but one that carried the potential to make a significant impact on Woowon's journey to recovery. Woowon is aware of that. Curiosity sparked within Woowon as he questioned Seo An's motives for offering his assistance. A flicker of amusement danced across Seo An's face, manifesting as a subtle smirk. "Sir, excuse me." At that moment, Seo An couldn't help but appreciate Woowon's ability to discern beyond appearances, recognizing the layers of depth within his character. With heartfelt sincerity, Seo An reminded Woowon of the time he had loaned him an umbrella, a simple act of kindness that had significantly impacted Seo An's particularly tough day. Gratitude welled up within Seo An as he recalled Woowon's assistance, and it became the driving force behind his desire to offer support in return. Despite what Seo An said earlier about being greedy, still, it's so nice for him to do this, all because of the umbrella. Should I carry a spare umbrella, I wonder? Touched by Seo An's words, Woowon found himself in awe. He was deeply moved by Seo An's appreciation, realizing the impact of their brief encounter. At the same time, Woowon is desperate to just keep the pizza delivery job because he says he can't thank Seo An enough. Woowon has to tell his manager about this, though. This boy is still worried if he's a burden. "Woowon, our sweet summer child, you're fine." Seo An nodded in acknowledgement and encouraged him to text his pizza delivery schedule soon, emphasizing that he was taking this seriously. Exchanging numbers, hey. Seo An kindly invites Woowon to hop into his car. The vibrant energy of anticipation fills the air as Woowon does follow him into his car and closes the car door after him. Will they get closer from now on? In the early morning of a South Korean city, the sun timidly peeks over the horizon, casting a soft golden glow across the urban landscape. With a sense of purpose, Woowon carefully folds his bed, tidying his living space to start the day on a clean slate. Sunlight filters through the window, infusing the room with warmth and casting a playful dance of shadows on the walls. The familiar rituals bring comfort and readiness, preparing him to face the day's challenges with a renewed spirit. Surprisingly, Seo An and Woowon had just learned each other's names. Well, Seo An knew Woowon's name already. Hey. After sharing their contact information, it was only in recent days that they finally exchanged this basic piece of information. Their conversations were often short and focused, involving practical matters like sharing an address for a later meeting or confirming arrival times. Despite the brevity of their interactions, a sense of anticipation and excitement fills the air as they embark on this one-week arrangement. He had asked Seo An to meet him at the pizza shop. As Seo An pulled up in his sleek white Bentley, he couldn't help but notice the attention Woowon was receiving from his coworkers. They gathered around him, showing genuine concern and asking if he was still hurt. You literally cannot miss Woowon. He's so tall compared to all of his co-workers. Amidst the group he unintentionally formed, Woowon felt a familiar gaze upon him. He turned and there stood Seo An, patiently waiting next to his car. The sight brought a wave of comfort and happiness, reminding Woowon of their deal. Seo An stood next to his luxurious car, a bit awkward and eagerly waiting for Woowon to approach him. Woowon couldn't believe his eyes and was amazed that Seo An would use such a fancy car for their delivery. He thought a simpler car would have sufficed. As Woowon stood there, his eyes locked on Seo An, his co-workers noticed his surprise and followed his gaze. They too were taken aback, but their astonishment was more focused on the sparkling beauty of the expensive car. Okay, that's one way to make an entrance. As they sat inside the car, embarking on their first delivery together, Woowon's mind raced with questions. He couldn't help but express his concerns to Seo An, oblivious to the panic bubbling beneath his words. Worries about damaging the fancy car with coffee or pizza occupied his thoughts, and the unfamiliarity of delivering food in a fancy car only added to his unease. To ease his nerves, Woowon shared his observation that most delivery people opt for bikes. However, Seo An candidly pointed out the obvious. He couldn't imagine both of them fit on a single bike. This brief remark caught Woowon off guard, causing him to blush, still overwhelmed by this peculiar situation. I say, let them get on a bike together. Seo An, noticing Woowon's nervousness, decided to divert his attention. He reminded him about the coffee he was clutching tightly on his lap. Woowon handed over the coffee in a daze, momentarily forgetting his questions. Amid bustling surroundings, Seo An decided to double-check their first delivery destination. With a nonchalant tone, he asked Woowon if they should be heading to Korea University. As Seo An maneuvered the car through the bustling streets, his eyes were fixed on the road ahead and widened in surprise. Korea University. The mere mention of it sent his thoughts into a frenzy. Why did this pique his interest? Either way, the car swerved through the city streets, Seo An's hands gripping the steering wheel with excitement and nervousness. As they reached the university, Woowon requested Seo An to wait in the car for a little while, promising to return soon. With Woowon out of sight, Seo An found himself gazing out of the car window like a curious spectator at a peculiar show. The university campus unfolded before him, buzzing with activity. Students scurried about, their backpacks resembling turtle shells filled with academic treasures. It was a scene from a funny movie, where the quest for knowledge collided with hilarious social encounters. Seo An found himself lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the world outside the car window. The familiar surroundings stirred up a mixture of emotions within him. It was his first time returning to the place since he graduated, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Both bitter and sweet memories resurfaced from the depths of his mind. A cloud of discontent settled upon him as he remembered the presence of Jin Young. The mere mention of their name cast a shadow over his memories, staining them with bitterness. Seo An strongly resents himself for not pushing Jin Young away way earlier in life. However, despite this bitter taste in his mouth from just remembering his former schoolmate, he blames himself for getting into that situation. After successfully delivering the pizza box with a liter of soda, Woowon took his sweet time returning to Seo An. As he walked through the bustling university, his gaze wandered aimlessly. He couldn't help but feel captivated by the sight of the busy students, each engrossed in their own world of academia. Their youthful energy and enthusiasm filled the air, contrasting with his longing. Buildings stood tall and proud, serving as the backdrop to their pursuits of knowledge and dreams. Amid his admiration, a sense of emptiness welled up within Woowon. He found himself yearning for something he couldn't quite pinpoint: the sense of belonging. The camaraderie shared among the students, and the opportunities and possibilities seemed within their reach. Yet, as he walked among them, he couldn't escape the feeling that he didn't belong. The divide between their world and his own was palpable. It weighed on him, reminding him of the things he couldn't have or experienced in the same way. It was very obvious. Their casual wear, backpacks, and smiles contrasted his uniform, pizza box, and facade. Will Woowon ever catch a break? And where was Seo An in all of this? In the South Korean city, as the night descended, Seo An was enclosed within the confines of his vast and very vacant bedroom. The room exuded an air of grandeur with its plush furnishings and exquisite decor. But despite its grandeur, an overwhelming sense of solitude pervaded the space. He laid down on his bed, very exhausted from today. He's starting to think bringing Woowon to work was hasty on his part, and he's regretting it already. In the darkness, the shadows danced upon the walls, casting a somber atmosphere. Seo An's mind wandered back to his time in the university, where he had walked the corridors, attended classes, and interacted with peers. But now, those moments felt distant and detached, like fading echoes of a forgotten melody. He mostly remembers Jin Young when they were classmates. The image of Jin Young's face contorted with disgust haunted Seo An's thoughts, intensifying his despair. Seo An found solace in the cold touch of 2 pills, glimmering in their clinical sterility. The pills help him calm down and ensure he can sleep throughout the night without worrying about his usual nightmare. They held the promise of temporary escape from his own head. He recalled his first day with Woowon. The morning this all happened, he trusted himself to complete the day without fail. Still, after going through it all, he was very tired already. This isn't because he's not used to doing this tedious task, but more on he can't imagine ever doing this for himself and if he was alone doing it. It took Seo An a couple of days to get used to this. Naturally, having to drive all over town after being cooped up in his house for so long has been mentally draining. But fortunately, despite how much he's been going, he never got in a single accident. Shouldn't not having an accident today be a golden standard, Seo An? I worry. The actual hardest lesson that he learned was parking. It's dangerous to park his car on the side of the road, and it's hard to find a parking lot. Seo An understood why Woowon had insisted on a motorcycle or a bike as a mode of transportation for delivery. No agonizing over the scarcity of parking spaces. Seo An would love to drive Woowon around one of his many motorcycles, but he hated that it attracts people. You're exposed to the world. Quite the opposite of having a car where tinted windows can protect you from unwanted attention. Seo An is just not a big fan of eyes on him. He remembers something interesting about Woowon. After every successful delivery, he returns with snacks or drinks, all given to him for free. He gets so much free stuff they even take up quite a bit of space at the back of Seo An's car. Seo An asked if this was his usual week, days filled with free snacks and good tips. But he could already assume what these customers see in Woowon. He shows up at their door with that face injury and bandage on his hand. The man looks like a sad puppy. Who wouldn't want to help a puppy? So it's been a week already. Woowon reminds Seo An that he's considering taking off his bandage next week since he's feeling a lot better already. During the middle of the day, in a smooth car ride with Seo An, Woowon thanks him for getting him through the week. He even flashes his usual bright smile in his direction. Despite not looking directly at Woowon, Seo An finds himself blushing and scratching his neck. He gets nervous about people looking at him, but Woowon staring at him while talking feels quite the opposite to how he usually feels. He feels excited and less snarky. Seo An has heard Woowon thank him over and over again during these past few days. He could tell what type of person Woowon was. If there was one thing he could take away from this experience, it's that Woowon is gentle and kind. He only says things that make anyone talking to him feel good. During the whole week, Woowon had not shown any signs that he was having a hard time, nor did he utter a word of complaint. He was injured. He has a job that could tire anybody out. All that talking, dealing with people, the eye contact, and trying to get those deliveries on time. Seo An couldn't help but compare Woowon to himself. He feels very ashamed of himself that someone like Woowon could endure so much, yet here he was worrying about eye contact. Someone give this man a hug. Seo An, you're also working hard. Healing takes time. With a keen eye and a stroke of luck, Woowon found this next location. Just then, he heard Seo An's voice mentioning a nearby parking lot. And like clockwork, Woowon leaves Seo An yet again to fulfill his duties, promising the driver that he'll be back soon. Get that bread. Seo An's gaze lingers on the retreating figure of Woowon, his eyes filled with bittersweet feelings. The week is coming to a close. Seo An finds it quite weird that he's so used to Woowon's presence. It's like having Woowon around calms him down. Unlike a lot of people he knows, Woowon doesn't stick to talking about useless topics. Seo An marveled at this rare quality, as it spared him from enduring mind-numbing conversations about the weather, the latest celebrity gossip, or how his family is doing. He already feels a pang of sadness as the day comes close to an end. He doesn't want to end here. But amidst the whirlwind of emotions, Seo An was struck by a sudden realization. They had spent days conversing in a formal manner, maintaining a respectful distance in their interactions. He doesn't even know how old Woowon is. Seo An couldn't help but yearn for a friendship with Woowon that went beyond their current circumstances. Hey, Siri, how do you make friends? It was lunchtime, and Seo An's stomach grumbled with hunger. He knew Woowon wouldn't return anytime soon, so he considered ordering food from a nearby restaurant. Seo An walked into the restaurant, noticing its new appearance. At first glance, it seemed deserted, as if no one was there. However, as he stepped further inside, he was taken aback by the sight of a large crowd. The place was packed with people, bustling with activity and noise. The overwhelming number of individuals made Seo An feel suffocated, as if something was going to happen to him. But he's trying to calm himself. Before he could make his escape, Seo An was abruptly called over by a cashier. Their appearance seemed pleasant enough, with a friendly smile on their face. They inquired if Seo An wanted to order something from the menu. However, Seo An instinctively averted his gaze, avoiding any direct eye contact. The pessimism within him kept him guarded and distant, making it difficult for him to engage in a simple conversation. He absent-mindedly scratched his neck, a nervous habit he couldn't control. Doubt started to fill his mind, causing him to step back, feeling unsure and uneasy about the situation. He was able to order 2 cups of coffee though. Small victory, but still a victory. Seo An stood there, his confidence wavering, a flicker of it still present within him. However, his pessimistic demeanor remained intact. Amidst the crowded restaurant, a customer in the line behind him unintentionally bumped into him. The customer, accompanied by her friend, quickly apologized for the mishap. Seo An acknowledged their words with a brief response. No worries, yet deliberately averted his gaze, avoiding any further connection. He maintained his emotional distance, reluctant to engage in meaningful interaction. Noises. There were just too many noises around him. The relentless symphony of noises engulfed Seo An, surrounding him from all directions. The cacophony of coffee machines whirring and hissing filled the air, blending with the chatter of individuals immersed in their own worlds. Each sound, like a piercing needle, seeped into Seo An's ears. Desperate to escape the auditory assault, he hurriedly made his way out of the restaurant. However, to his dismay, the outside world presented no relief on his end. A multitude of people awaited him, their presence seeming to multiply with each passing second. It was as if the universe conspired against him, amplifying his sense of discomfort and isolation. His head was going against him. He's now convinced that they're all looking at him. Just like that, that anxious feeling began to spring back into life right before his eyes. He's beginning to spiral into a panic attack. Will Seo An be okay? With a satisfied smile, Woowon strolled back to Seo An's car, his successful pizza delivery filling him with a sense of accomplishment. The warm rays of the midday sun gently caressed his face, creating a cheerful ambience around him. It was lunchtime, and Woowon couldn't help but wonder what culinary delight Seo An might be craving. Maybe Seo An already picked a place while he was gone. As Woowon walked back to the car, conflicting emotions swirled within him, leaving a bitter yet sweet taste in his thoughts. On his first day working with Seo An, he was filled with nerves, unsure of what to expect. But as time passed, he found himself genuinely enjoying Seo An's company quite a bit. However, a nagging doubt crept into Woowon's mind, fueled by Seo An's words from before. Wasn't this arrangement meant to ease Seo An's worries? Yet, it seemed as though Woowon was the one benefiting more, being driven around by Seo An. The imbalance in their roles weighed heavily on Woowon, casting a shadow of guilt over their newfound camaraderie. Woowon had a knack for pulling himself out of the treacherous depths of overthinking. With a mental snap, he reminded himself to redirect his attention towards the task at hand, delivering pizzas with utmost precision and efficiency. The man quite literally shook his own head to stop overthinking. The car was close by, but Woowon couldn't ignore the large crowd gathering in one area nearby. He felt his curiosity pulling him towards the commotion, wondering what was causing all the fuss. As he approached, his eyes widened with a mix of surprise and worry. There, on the ground, was a breathless and exhausted Seo An. It seemed something had gone wrong, casting a pessimistic shadow over the scene. Woowon's heart sank as he prepared himself for the unfortunate situation unfolding before his eyes. As panic washed over Seo An, every breath became a struggle, constricted by an invisible grip of anxiety. His heart pounded against his chest like a wild drum, its beats echoing in his ears. His body trembled, a symphony of nervousness and fear. He couldn't help but grip the cloth closest to his heart. He feels as if, at this very moment, the eyes of every person around him bore into his vulnerable state, judging him for his distress. Every glance, every whisper felt like a piercing arrow, intensifying his already overwhelming sense of being scrutinized. One by one, the usual insults and degradation are being shaped. He feels his chest tighten gradually as a surge of memories floods his sight and his ears. Tears fall on the ground as he tries to fight this feeling of being so isolated in his own head. Seo An's entire being felt trapped in a relentless battle, where the line between reality and his own agonizing perception blurred, leaving him to grapple with the harrowing sensation that he was on the brink of fading away, consumed by the overwhelming grip of his own fear. Woowon kneels next to him, desperately calling his name. Nothing seemed to work. That's it, Woowon. Look, we raised that boy. Woowon looks around, and kindly asks people to step away for a bit to let Seo An breathe. With this, the crowd naturally directed themselves and the people behind them to step back, trusting Woowon's instruction. Our pizza delivery man places a hand on Seo An's back while calling him. Reassuring him, Woowon gently caresses Seo An's face with one hand, the other wrapping around Seo An's shoulder. He lets the panicking man rest on his chest. I'm screaming. He gives him soft pats on the face and he reminds Seo An that he is there and everything is going to be all right now. I'm not crying. Someone's cutting onions. In a moment of profound vulnerability, Seo An found solace in the gentle touch and soothing presence of Woowon. With tender care, Woowon caressed Seo An's face, his touch a gentle reassurance that echoed through every fiber of Seo An's being. The weight of Seo An's distress melted away as he leaned into Woowon's comforting hold, seeking solace and support. He grips on Woowon's good hand where the blue bracelet is wrapped loosely around his wrist. This gives Woowon more perspective that Seo An is way more vulnerable than expected. In this intimate connection, Woowon's embrace became a sanctuary, providing a refuge where Seo An could release his anguish. Tears flowed freely, their salty streams mingling with the fabric of Woowon's shirt and hand. As Woowon keeps repeating to him gently that everything is going to be all right, Seo An also muttered these words in his own head. Seo An finally tells himself that he'll be fine. As Seo An's consciousness gradually returned, he found himself in a place of relief and comfort. The bustling sounds of the street had been replaced by a gentle hush, and a soft cloth covered his eyes, providing a shield from the outside world. In the midst of his confusion, a familiar voice reached his ears, soothing and caring. It was none other than Woowon. When Seo An removed the piece of cloth from his hands and adjusted his seat, he avoids Woowon's concerned eyes. Looks like he has some explaining to do. He never opened up to Woowon that he has a panic disorder. He extended an apology, but Woowon reassured him that there was no need to apologize. Seo An was shocked because he wasn't prepared for Woowon to just accept him like this, especially when he was a complete mess a while ago. He reassured Seo An that there was no need for an apology, sharing that someone dear to him and his own family also struggled with a similar disorder. At that moment, Seo An felt a glimmer of hope ignited within him. He was grateful to have met Woowon when he gave him an umbrella back then, but now he's even more thankful to have actually been around him for this long. With a beaming smile and a playful twinkle in his eyes, Woowon effortlessly shifted the conversation to a lighter note. He turned to Seo An and asked where he would like to go for lunch and if he should be driving the car instead of Seo An. Since both of them don't have specific cravings, returning to the pizza shop was a good place to go. Seo An was about to get comfortable and put on his seatbelt, but he felt something strange in his hands. A blue macrame bracelet. Seo An asked what that was, and Woowon briefly explained that it was a bracelet he got for free. Woowon expressed how Seo An held onto the bracelet very tightly in his fist. Woowon didn't bother to pry it out of Seo An's hands. I'm etching this phrase in my mind forever now. This is just too cute to bear anymore. The moment Seo An heard this, he buried his face in his hand, with the bracelet just sticking on his forehead. The detail is just so perfect in many ways. He wants to compensate for it, but Woowon explains that he was just wearing it just because. What did you wish for, Woowon? Still, stubbornly, Seo An continued apologizing, but having Woowon look directly at him and assure him that nothing was his fault seemed to ease Seo An's mind. Woowon even told him to not push himself too hard, and with this, Seo An has no words left to protest. He was left speechless, a blushing mess, and scratching his neck nervously, all while avoiding eye contact in case he went tomato red. Alert, he's still keeping the bracelet close to his face. This is not a drill. Seo An catches himself staring at Woowon driving, instead of the usual cruel voices sneaking into Seo An's head. He just remembers Woowon comforting him. His words echo in Seo An's head on repeat. The smile Woowon is wearing on his face while driving back to the pizza shop will forever be carved in Seo An's subconscious. Feelings are definitely developing for Seo An's end, but what will he do with it? Woowon has spent his entire life repaying debts with his mother as a result of his father's irrational business investments and gambling. Seo An has spent his entire life trying to appease his wealthy family only to be ridiculed over the smallest mistakes, leaving him with panic attacks and social phobia. An unexpected series of kindness led these two to meet. Will they solve their problems together, or perhaps they don't need solutions, but simply each other? As the sun bid its farewell and the stars emerged from their hiding place, ambience. In the middle of the night, the tall apartment complex known as the Gold Palace stands proudly, gleaming under the moonlight. Seo An was fresh from returning from his unexpected distressing episode. Seo An casually tossed his car keys, wallet, and Woowon's blue macrame bracelet onto the table before flopping down on his cozy couch. A pinch of regret tickles his conscience for having caused such a ruckus in the first place, and he's grateful that they're going their separate ways already, trying to save himself from future embarrassment, which you shouldn't be ashamed of. Nobody is perfect all day. It was the late hours of the night before Seo An had headed home, exiting the car in front of the pizza shop. Woowon turned to Seo An with a heartfelt expression of gratitude, thanking him for the week they had spent together. He expressed how well everything had gone. Under the moonlight, where it seems like it was just the two of them there, they stood in front of each other, timid smiles across their faces. In response, Seo An flashed a gentle smile and assured Woowon that there was no need to keep thanking him. Deep inside, Seo An felt embarrassed. Today's public episode had left him feeling vulnerable and self-conscious. Woowon made it clear to Seo An that he was always ready to lend a helping hand whenever needed. Seo An genuinely appreciated this gesture of support. In a kind and considerate manner, Seo An offered to give Woowon a ride home, showing his willingness to assist, and publicly showcases how smitten he is. Yes. However, Woowon politely declined, explaining that his house was far away. He expressed concern for Seo An's well-being, suggesting that it was time for him to head home and rest after such a tiring day. Recognizing the wisdom in Woowon's words, Seo An agreed that it was time for him to leave and take care of himself. Suddenly, inspiration struck Seo An's mind like a bright light bulb, reminding him of something he had meant to ask Woowon. He was curious about Woowon's cologne and couldn't resist inquiring about its captivating scent. "Sir, I need you to elaborate further." Woowon was taken aback by Seo An's question about his cologne since he didn't actually wear any. Seo An's curiosity surprised him, but he timidly responded, explaining that he was simply curious and meant no harm. However, deep down, Seo An knew exactly why he had asked. It was because earlier that day, during his overwhelming public episode, he had found solace and comfort in Woowon's embrace. He could still feel the warmth of Woowon's chest against his head, with one hand gently caressing his face and the other around his back. Now, back in the present, inside Seo An's apartment, he stood with a proud expression, his arms crossed and his shoulders held high, showing a sense of confidence. He thought to himself that today was not so bad after all. It's the simple things that make him happy, and I love this for him. Meanwhile, Woowon had just finished taking a refreshing shower. His apartment was much simpler than Seo An's, but it was his own space. Sitting on his bed, his mind focused on important matters like changing his bandage and worrying about any potential unpleasant odors. He glanced around the room, and his eyes landed on a box of snacks from work. During this mundane yet necessary task of changing his bandage, his gaze wandered, momentarily finding distraction in the sight of the snacks. Woowon remembers when Seo An asked about it, when Seo An asked if he always had free snacks while delivering pizza. Speaking of Seo An, Woowon remembers how he looked when he first saw him out in the open. Seo An displayed a mixture of fear, distress, and vulnerability. His eyes widened with an intense gaze, mirroring the overwhelming emotions coursing through his mind. The muscles in his jaw tightened, causing a slight quiver as he fought to regain control. It was a raw and candid expression, revealing the depth of his struggle at that moment. As Woowon recalled that moment, it became etched in his memories. Woowon's face remained neutral, devoid of any real emotion as he replayed the scene in his mind. The complexity of Seo An's expression was difficult to decipher, leaving Woowon unable to fully comprehend the depth of Seo An's turmoil at that moment. Woowon decided to call his mom. He wanted to check on her and see how she felt since she had been unwell. With concern in his voice, he asked if her legs were better now, and he felt a sense of relief when he learned that she was fine. During their conversation, Woowon gently reminded his mom to seek medical attention if she experienced any pain. He also inquired about his Aunt Jung-ah, realizing that he should also reach out to her. Despite his caring nature towards his mom's health and his aunt's well-being, there was a visible change in Woowon's demeanor. As he spoke with his mother, his gaze shifted to his bandaged hand, and it was clear that he wasn't showing the same level of care and concern for himself as he did for his loved ones. He tells his mother that he's fine, but we all know that's not true. "Hey, I just wanted to remind you to take care of yourself. It's important to show the same level of concern and care for yourself as you would for others. Think about it. If you take care of yourself, you are better able to support the people you care about." Okay. Late into the night, shattering glass echoed through the room. Woowon, dressed in a sleek black outfit with his hair neatly slicked back, quickly knelt beside the broken pieces, apologizing profusely and promising to clean up the mess immediately. His sudden movements led to a small cut on his hand, and he's worried about getting in trouble. Another man, dressed similarly to Woowon, knelt beside him, gently taking hold of Woowon's injured hand. He asked if Woowon was hurt and urged him to avoid touching the sharp glass. Woowon called out the other man's name, Jae-kyun. "He's a good man. Thank you for taking care of Woowon." As the two men remained by the broken glass, another individual dressed in the same uniform approached them. From the commanding tone of his voice, it was evident that he was their boss. Seeing Woowon's injury, he inquired about the situation and expressed concern for his well-being. Woowon continued apologizing and assuring everyone he would take care of the mess. However, their boss reassured him that his primary concern was not the broken glass. He emphasized that he was more worried about Woowon's safety and well-being, assuring him that breaking a drinking glass was not a significant issue. Woowon acknowledged his boss's genuine concern and reiterated his apologies, understanding the caring intention behind his words. This isn't reassurance on his boss' part. Concern was written all over his face. In a dimly lit alley, garbage bags have been gently dropped on the ground. In the dead of night, Woowon's body was weary and his spirit drained. He had sought comfort from himself as he slumped down next to the garbage bags and stacks of beer crates. His shoulders sagged, mirroring the weight of his despair. As his eyes fixated on his wounded hand, his face etched with a deep frown. He couldn't help but groan at the pain coursing through his hand, even though he had hardly lifted anything of substantial weight. He pleaded with his wound to heal. He wanted to work harder already. As he gazed at the bustling crowd in front of him, adorned in their lavish attire, a stark contrast to his own circumstances, a wave of bitterness washed over him. They seemed untouched by the worries and hardships that plagued his existence. Here he was, working day and night, feeling utterly miserable. At that moment, a sudden craving gripped him, a desire for a cigarette to momentarily drown his sorrows and provide a fleeting escape from the harsh realities of his life. The sun had risen, signaling the start of a new day. Woowon's phone rang, interrupting the stillness of the morning. His co-worker from the pizza shop informed him that an order was ready for delivery. One would expect Woowon to jump into action, swiftly preparing himself for the task. However, to everyone's surprise, he remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on an indeterminate point within the shop, seemingly lost in a daze. His co-worker, concerned that Woowon wasn't responding, raised their voice and called out Woowon's name, snapping him back to reality. Startled, Woowon hastily collected all the necessary items for the delivery, an unmistakable sense of urgency driving his movement. With a curt assurance that he would return from the delivery soon, he rushed out of the workplace's doors, leaving an atmosphere of concern and worry. Don't get yourself into trouble again. Woowon delivered pizza successfully. In front of customers, he radiated a wide grin. Little did he know that his dashing appearance would have an unexpected reaction on their part. The unsuspecting customers, caught off guard by Woowon's undeniable handsomeness, couldn't help but blush and stumble over their words. His radiant smile seemed to illuminate the area. "I understand your struggles, dear customer. He's very handsome indeed. Best to protect your eyes from his sparkling beauty." Woowon found himself standing inside the elevator, his tired eyes fixated on the buttons as he pressed the one marked lobby. The once radiant smile that adorned his face in front of the customers had faded, revealing the weariness that lurked beneath. Leaning against the cold elevator walls, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion washing over him, as if his energy had been drained from every fiber of his being. The weight of the day's burden settled heavily upon his shoulders, dragging him down into a state of daze and contemplation. His mind wandered, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts and questions. Why was he feeling so utterly exhausted today? His trembling hand instinctively reached into his pocket, a force of habit. But as his fingers brushed against the almost empty void, a sinking feeling washed over him. Something was amiss. Something was very wrong. Amidst the bustling city streets of South Korea, where a clatter of honking cars created a symphony of urban life, one individual stood out from the crowd. With an air of serenity and composure, a special someone confidently maneuvered his car through the maze of vehicles, his hand displaying a blue macrame bracelet. Seo An recently visited a store that was known for repairing clothes. He brought his broken macrame bracelet and asked if they could fix it. However, the store workers explained that the bracelet was too damaged to be repaired and suggested buying a new one instead. This news made Seo An contemplate whether he should purchase a replacement for Woowon. He pondered this decision all while Woowon's broken macrame bracelet was tied up and proudly displayed on his hand as a temporary solution. Couple bracelets. Oh my god, the commitment is there already. He recalled Woowon's previous words, advising him against compensating for the broken bracelet. This sparked a moment of reflection for Seo An, making him wonder if his intentions were excessive or unnecessary. He thinks his efforts might be unnecessary since he doesn't even know if he would see Woowon again. As fate would have it, just as Seo An pondered the possibility of seeing Woowon again, a delightful twist of luck unfolded. Suddenly, there he was, Woowon himself, making his presence known. Well, unintentionally, surrounded by a picturesque backdrop of lush greenery. With orderly rows of trees standing tall, the scene exuded an air of serenity and vibrancy. However, amidst this lively scene, Woowon appeared as the sole contrast, his shoulders slumped and his gaze fixated on the road below. Seo An must have some power with manifestation alone. But I wonder what happened to Woowon though. In a stroke of misfortune, Woowon found himself in a predicament. His money pouch had vanished, leaving him bewildered and perplexed. The weight of his mistake pressed heavily upon him, overshadowing any thoughts of the tips he had lost. His mind swirled with uncertainty as he tried to trace his steps and identify where he had gone wrong. Sitting on the ground, his shoulders slumped and his gaze unfocused, Woowon was consumed by self-blame. The lingering pain in his injured wrist seemed to mirror his string of unfortunate events, amplifying his feelings of incompetence. He couldn't help but question why he couldn't seem to get anything right. Amidst his distress, Woowon couldn't afford to wallow in self-pity. Yet, whenever financial worries crept in, he found himself compelled to spend beyond his means, further adding to his stress and worries. Woowon's spiral of overthinking was interrupted by the sound of his name being called. Instantly, his attention shifted as he eagerly searched for the source of the voice. To his surprise, Seo An stood right beside him, a beacon of familiarity. Seo An's concern filled the air as he inquired about Woowon's presence and the sadness that had cast its shadow over him. Woowon, with a heavy heart, gave a straightforward response, confessing that he had lost his money pouch. Seo An's eyes brimmed with empathy as he pressed further, asking Woowon where he had last placed the pouch. Determined to lend a helping hand, Seo An wanted to join the search and assist Woowon in finding what was lost. With frustration and despair, Woowon shared that he had scoured every nook and cranny, but the elusive pouch seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was like it had slipped through his fingers and disappeared into thin air. In his mind, he pondered how someone might have stumbled upon it and taken it for themselves. With heartfelt sincerity, Woowon extended his apologies to Seo An, expressing remorse for causing him concern. However, Seo An quickly interjected, gently reminding him that there was no need for apologies. In fact, Seo An emphasized that it was Woowon himself who found himself in a challenging situation, not the other way around. So sweet, Seo An. Seo An's reassurance carried a tone of optimism, reminding Woowon how in any situation that he's in, Seo An seems to always catch Woowon whenever he's sad. It's fate, I tell you. Grateful for Seo An's willingness to listen, Woowon mustered a small expression of gratitude before getting up and walking away. Seo An couldn't help but feel clueless as he walked off. He wished he could have been more helpful. Seo An's gaze lingered on Woowon's retreating figure. Uncertainty hung in the air as he realized he had no idea where Woowon was headed next. Meanwhile, back at the workplace, Woowon and his coworker changed from their work clothes to casual wear. Woowon sported a plain white shirt. Thank you, whoever is in the high heavens, for letting me see such a beautiful sculpture that is Do Woowon. Woowon's coworker at the pizza place approached him, curious about the outcome of the lost money pouch. With a resigned expression, Woowon responded that he would simply accept the fact that he must compensate for the lost money. His words carried a hint of disappointment and defeat. Observing Woowon's response, his coworker couldn't help but speculate that Woowon must be harboring anger and frustration. Inwardly, they wished ill upon the person responsible for the theft, hoping karma would deliver a harsh blow to them. Same, I want to see that happen. Woowon's phone suddenly rang, displaying Kang Seo An's name on the caller ID. Curiosity piqued. He swiftly picked up the call and inquired about the reason for the call. Always to the rescue, Kang Seo An. Seo An wasted no time getting to the point and asked when Woowon would finish work. Seo An was outside somewhere, sitting confidently on his motorcycle, clad in a stylish black outfit with the blue bracelet adorning his wrist and a helmet held under his arm. Woowon promised Seo An that he would be done with work soon. Seo An then surprised Woowon by asking if he would be available after work. This unexpected invitation caught Woowon off guard, and a pleasant surprise washed over him. Thankfully, he responded that he was indeed free tonight. Smooth as always. You never disappoint, Seo An, nervously tapping his foot on the ground. Seo An asked if Woowon could spare some time for him. The anticipation and hope were evident in his voice. As Seo An waited anxiously for Woowon's response, a glimmer of excitement danced in the air, bringing a touch of optimism to the situation. As Woowon stepped out of his workplace, he couldn't help but feel flustered, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Standing under the gentle glow of a streetlight, someone special was waiting for him. Seo An. He knew they'd meet eventually tonight, but not immediately. Seo An exuded calmness as he sat on his luxurious motorcycle, wearing a charming smile. With one hand casually resting in his pocket, he exuded confidence. Without getting caught up in Seo An's coolness, Woowon eagerly approached and asked if the motorcycle belonged to Seo. And in the same breath, he expressed concern for Seo An's well-being. It's okay, Seo An, we know how cool you are. In response, Seo An chuckled and playfully remarked that if someone overheard their conversation, they might think he was constantly unwell. He then opened up to Woowon, explaining that his sensitivity was limited to crowded spaces. Besides that, he felt perfectly at ease outside his usual surroundings. Noticing that Woowon still seemed downcast, Seo An casually offered a suggestion that instantly piqued Woowon's interest. With a touch of excitement in his voice, Seo An coolly proposed taking Woowon for a ride on his motorcycle, revealing a picturesque spot he knew. The invitation promised an adventure and a chance to lift Woowon's spirits. A romantic motorcycle ride at night. A good change of pace for our boys. They've had it rough for the past few chapters. Seo An confessed that it had been some time since he last rode his motorcycle, implying that the ride might not go smoothly. However, Woowon's face lit up with a broad smile as he expressed gratitude for the opportunity and accepted the offer. They're both smiling. Look at these precious beans. As the city came alive under the veil of night, vibrant streetlights illuminated the bustling streets below. The rhythmic hum of cars filled the air as Seo An and Woowon weaved through the lanes on Seo An's motorcycle, blending seamlessly with the traffic flow. With Woowon gripping Seo An tightly, they embarked on their exhilarating journey together. The wind caressed their faces. Look at the way Woowon is holding on to Seo An. Woowon's eyes wandered upwards, drawn to the enchanting sight above, the sky adorned with billowing clouds framed by countless shimmering stars. At that moment, the worries and troubles of the day seemed to fade into the background. The ride's sheer exhilaration and the night sky's captivating beauty enveloped him. They glided across a bridge adorned with many sparkling lights, casting a mesmerizing glow that danced on the surface of the W. Below. Woowon's eyes widened with awe as he took in the breathtaking sight, marveling at the artistry of the illuminated bridge. But as Woowon's gaze shifted from the bridge, he couldn't help but be captivated by the distant city lights, twinkling like a constellation in the night sky. The sprawling urban landscape stretched out before him. Yet, amidst the enchantment of the surroundings, Woowon's attention shifted to the person in front of him, Seo An. At that moment, he realized that this moment wasn't possible without him. His eyes linger more on Seo An's back. He can't help but just stare. These two are making it a habit to look at each other. I support this. He tightens his grip on Seo An as they drive past the bridge safely. You can hold on to Seo An as much as you want, Woowon. No one's looking, hey. They successfully reached their destination. And to Woowon's surprise, Seo An offered him a drink. Grateful for the gesture, Woowon accepted, but Seo An wondered if he preferred a beer instead. Woowon couldn't help but agree, thinking that a beer would be nice. They found a quiet spot away from the bustling city where they could enjoy the view of the city lights in peace. Sitting down on the concrete ground, they sat side by side, taking in the breathtaking sight before them. Curiosity sparked. Seo An asked Woowon if he drinks. Woowon confidently replied that he could handle his liquor well. In return, Woowon asked Seo An if he also enjoyed drinking. Seo An nodded, sharing the same sentiment as Woowon. Amid the tranquil atmosphere, Seo An found himself gazing at Woowon, immersed in admiring the city lights. The distant urban landscape transformed into a captivating spectacle, momentarily whisking them away from the busyness of city life. Breaking the silence, Seo An inquired about how Woowon was feeling. Woowon openly confessed that he hadn't felt this good in a while, subtly revealing that he hadn't had a proper break in quite some time. Seo An smiled and expressed how happy he was to hear that Woowon was genuinely enjoying himself at that moment. Woowon expressed his sincere appreciation for the city view he had witnessed while riding behind Seo. It was a new perspective for him, revealing the hidden beauty he had overlooked before. And this is why vacations and taking some time off are very important. Woowon vents about his current situation, feeling as if he has been tirelessly setting up dominoes only to watch them all come crashing down. It seems like no matter how hard he tries, his efforts fail. As the dominoes tumble, Woowon is left responsible for picking them up once more. The repetitive cycle of the dominoes falling and his attempts to restore them feels hazy, monotonous, and emotionally draining. Doubt begins to creep into his mind, questioning whether he can do anything right. This uncertainty weighs heavily on him, casting a shadow over his sense of self-worth and leaving him feeling disheartened and unmotivated. Seo An finds himself resonating with Woowon's words, feeling a sense of futility in his own endeavors. It seems as though all the efforts he has put in have amounted to nothing. Woowon meets Seo An's gaze, their eyes locking for a moment. In that shared connection, they both understand the weight of their struggles and the frustration that comes with it. Despite the challenges they face, Woowon musters the strength to express gratitude towards Seo An for the day they've spent together. Seo An reminds him again how Woowon is thanking him too much. Woowon couldn't help but laugh at the reminder. "Don't touch me, I'm sappy. Can they just stay this happy always?" After spending a considerable amount of time together, Woowon suddenly realizes that he doesn't know Seo An's age. With a smile, Seo An reveals that he is 29 years old. Woowon is pleasantly surprised to learn that they are the same age. Seo An had initially thought that Woowon was younger, and Woowon takes it as a compliment and laughs cheerfully. Seo An then suggests dropping the formalities between them since they have become close through frequent encounters. Woowon's face lights up with a bright smile as he agrees. Curious about the lost money pouch, Seo An asks Woowon if he has found it yet. Woowon's expression slightly changed as he realizes he has completely forgotten. He admits that he still hasn't located the missing pouch. Woowon opens up about having to cover the loss himself, and Seo An listens attentively, showing genuine concern. Meanwhile, as Woowon talks, he notices a small detail, a blue bracelet wrapped around Seo An's wrist as he rests his head on his fist. Voicing his observation, Woowon asks if it is his bracelet. "Yes, I wish you could hear us because yes, that is her bracelet." Seo An's surprise is evident as he flinches slightly, then turns his head away, scratching the back of his neck. He offers an excuse, mentioning that discarding the bracelet would be a waste. "Yeah, sure, Seo An. Of course." He feels a slight embarrassment, but at the same time, a blush spreads across his face as he realizes that Woowon truly sees him. Woowon's attentive gaze makes Seo An feel seen and appreciated, and he finds comfort. "And I thought Seo An was the only smooth one." Instead of hiding the bracelet, Seo An decides he doesn't want to conceal it anymore. That's why he wore it throughout the day. With sincerity, he asks Woowon if he can keep the bracelet. Woowon is taken aback by the unexpected request and wonders if Seo An is uncomfortable wearing a broken bracelet. Seo An focuses on the bracelet, his fingers tracing its intricate details. He assures Woowon that he wants to keep it. "All this fluff is making me feel like I'm eating cotton candy." "Go on." Woowon feels deeply moved by Seo An's request and gives his heartfelt approval. Seo An finds himself seated again in his therapist's office, deep in thought about his recent conversation with Woowon. His mind wanders through the memories they've shared as his fingers trace the details of the bracelet he now wears. Suddenly, the therapist enters the room, balancing a tray with 2 steaming mugs of coffee. Seo An's attention snaps back to the present, and he greets her warmly. The therapist inquires about how Seo An has been doing, and he responds by saying that his recent days have been better than before, implying that he has experienced some positive changes. Curious to know more, the therapist asks if anything specific has happened to contribute to this improvement. Seo An opens up to her, sharing that he followed her suggestion to get closer to the delivery man, Woowon. The therapist probes further, asking if their interactions have been somewhat awkward. Seo An explains that amidst the initial awkwardness, an opportunity arose, allowing them to grow closer. Intrigued by Seo An's progress and mindful of his past struggles with connecting with others, the therapist inquires about his feelings regarding these new experiences. Seo An admits to feeling a sense of oddness. However, his therapist reassures him that this entire journey of opening up to someone is still new and unaccustomed to him. "Yes, one step at a time. Progress is progress. Don't compare yourself to others, but compare yourself to where you were when you started this task or journey." The therapist delves deeper into Seo An's feelings toward this newfound connection. She seeks to understand their dynamic and whether they get along or not. Seo An hesitates for a moment, his voice tinged with pessimism. He expresses his uncertainty, fearing that his feelings might not be reciprocated. However, he quickly adds that they genuinely enjoy each other's company and share remarkable comfort. It starkly contrasts his previous experiences, where he constantly felt guarded and on edge. The therapist's eyes light up, sensing the significance of Seo An's words. She commends him for finding someone who brings out his authentic self and creates a safe space for him to be vulnerable. With a warm smile, she suggests Seo An may have developed strong feelings or fondness for this person, prompting his surprised reaction. As Seo An blushes and gazes downward, a mixture of emotions fills the air. Yet, a flicker of hope emerges within him. He nods in agreement with the therapist's observation. Thank God he agrees, and he sees that. We love being truthful about our feelings here. Inspired by the therapist's encouraging words, Seo An's heart fills with a renewed sense of excitement and determination. The thought of talking to Woowon again sparks a surge of anticipation within him, urging him to bridge the gap between them once more. Without hesitation, Seo An extends his hand towards his phone, his fingers swiftly dialing the number of Woowon's workplace. He orders another box of pizza, a simple gesture that carries a deeper meaning. It's not just about the food, it's a pretext to see Woowon again and share another moment. He's so smitten, and I can't blame him for that. In the bustling pizza shop, Woowon's eyes were drawn to a familiar address printed on a pizza box, the Gold Palace, Unit 3501. Instantly, he knew who this pizza was for. Excitement filled Woowon's heart as he informed his co-worker that he would personally deliver this special order. His colleague nodded in agreement, allowing him to embark on this unexpected journey. As a door opened, revealing Seo An standing on the other side, a wave of joy washed over him. Woowon greeted him warmly with a cheerful greeting, explaining how he got there. Woowon revealed that he had noticed Seo An's order and eagerly offered to deliver it himself. Seo An was more than happy to hear this. The thought of seeing Woowon again motivated him throughout the day, even finding its way into conversations with his therapist. Noticing Seo An's smart attire, Woowon couldn't help but comment on how formal he looked. Curiosity sparked as he wondered if Seo An was prepared to go out somewhere. Nervously, Seo An confessed that he had just returned home. Yet, deep down, he cherished the attention and recognition from Woowon, appreciating that he had noticed his appearance. Summoning all his courage, Seo An mustered the words to nervously ask if Woowon would like to share a pizza with him. A glimmer of anticipation filled the air. These two have made more progress in their relationship than most BL. And I am living for this fan service. Just when you thought it couldn't get better, Seo An warmly welcomed Woowon into his spacious apartment, kindly gesturing for him to place his work bag wherever he pleased. Woowon was genuinely impressed by the coolness of Seo An's apartment. It had a unique and captivating aesthetic that he had never encountered before. As Seo An confidently moved around his abode, Woowon found himself captivated by his every step. He reminded himself to follow along as they had come together to share a meal. He wonders what Seo An must do for a living since he lives in such a nice apartment. Curiosity sparked within Seo An as he inquired whether Woowon had received permission from his manager to have lunch together. Woowon reassured him that he only needed to return to the pizza shop on time, alleviating concerns. Woowon couldn't help but notice that Seo An lived alone in this expansive space. Curiously, he asked if Seo An had resided there by himself. Seo An kindly offered a place for Woowon to hang his vest and confirmed that he lived alone. What are you doing with that information? Woowon, Smicky. Seo An graciously offered pizza to Woowon and inquired about the condition of his arm. Seo An wished he could have done more to assist him. Woowon reassured Seo An that he was doing fine and acknowledged the significant help Seo An had already provided. The reassurance made Seo An smile, as he was genuinely happy to hear that Woowon was recovering well. A sudden realization struck Seo An, and he asked Woowon if he knew Hien from the hospital. Woowon was taken aback to discover that Seo An was also friends with Hien. The cute doctor, yes. Seo An revealed that Hien had been his mother's apprentice at the hospital. Curiously, he asked Woowon how they knew each other. Woowon confirmed what Hien had mentioned at the hospital, recounting a shared childhood memory of swimming together in a pool. Woowon marveled at what a small world they lived in, considering their connection to Hien. Seo An's curiosity continued as he asked Woowon if he had participated in competitive swimming. Woowon revealed that he had health and personal issues that prevented him from seriously pursuing it. Seo An felt a pang of guilt for bringing up the topic but took note of Woowon's response. With courage, Seo An casually inquired if Woowon was single, his curiosity taking a playful turn. Where is all of his confidence coming from? Wait, is he single though? Woowon began to explain how he couldn't find time to pursue a romantic relationship due to his busy schedule. Seo An mentally took note of this, realizing that perhaps both of them were leading somewhat mundane lives. Seo An couldn't help but wonder if his inclination to discuss such topics with Woowon stemmed from a sense of familiarity. Compared to his family and most of his friends, Woowon seemed understanding and predictable, someone who could relate to his struggles. Woowon's question snapped Seo An back to reality. With his arms crossed on the table, Woowon leaned forward and inquired if Seo An had a girlfriend. Seo An blushed, finally comprehending the complete picture of the beautiful person sitting before him. Seo An doubted his own prospects of finding a significant other, and he truthfully replied that he didn't have a girlfriend. Woowon was taken aback by this revelation. He couldn't help but feel that Seo An must have had a girlfriend all this time. Seo An, curious about Woowon's assumption, asked why he thought that way. With a wide smile, Woowon expressed his genuine belief that Seo An was cool. Seo An was taken aback by this unexpected compliment. His thoughts raced, questions swirling in his mind. He hadn't been prepared for such a response. Meanwhile, Woowon remained oblivious to Seo An's internal turmoil, wondering why Seo An wasn't enjoying his slice of pizza while he relished his own. A cheerful Seo An's phone displayed Woowon's name on the caller ID. Texting each other already. They are too sweet. Woowon sent a text expressing his gratitude for the meal. Seo An took notice of the emojis Woowon used to convey his thoughts. Rabbit Woowon, so fitting. Seo An recollected their earlier conversation, particularly how Woowon had stopped swimming for personal reason. Seo An wondered if Woowon had experienced some illness or health issues in the past. Regarding medical matters, Seo An knew exactly who to reach out to. Hean. Seo An texted Hean, requesting a conversation. Hean promptly called Seo An back, informing him that he was currently home, and asked what was happening. Seo An expected to speak with only Hean. Still, another voice abruptly instructed him to hang up and not interrupt them. Seo An recognized the other voice as Yuhan's. Seo An inquired if Yuhan was present. Yuhan brazenly responded to Seo An, confirming that he was indeed with Hean on the doctor's day off. Yuhan wraps his arm around Hean protectively and seems pissed that Seo An was calling. Oops, we might be disturbing something here. What a cute couple. Hean kindly asked Yuhan to be quiet momentarily, expressing his intention to find out what was happening on Seo An's end. Seo An directly asked Hean if he had known Woowon for a long time. Hean confirmed this. Seo An further inquired and verified if Woowon had previously experienced health issues. Hean attempted to recall and eventually confirmed that Woowon had been involved in a car accident. Seo An found it challenging to believe, but he trusted Hean's words. Hean elaborated, explaining that Woowon had survived a significant car accident. Although Hean couldn't confirm if Woowon was still in high school then, he hadn't seen him since the accident. Hean questioned Seo An's sudden interest in Woowon, noting that Seo An had likely called him solely to inquire about him. Bingo. Seo An denied this assertion, telling Hean it was none of his business before ending the call. A group of people entered the room, bringing along a beautiful lady and her two companions. They were shouting Seo An's name while he tried to sleep on his bed and asked them to leave, ignoring his request. They stormed into his room with a vibrant energy that sharply contrasted Seo An's dark and gloomy demeanor. Seo An's friends are so energetic, based on how they're dressed. They might be going to a party. Seo An in more outfits. Hey yo. Excitedly, they announced that it was their friend Jae-hyun's birthday, insisting that Seo An had no choice but to get up. One of them was Yuhan, who was delighted to see their mutual friends discussing Seo An's recent conversation with Hean over the phone. Yuhan shared that he had obtained more information about Woowon and Seo An's situation from Hean. Yuhan, you sneaky boy. If I knew him, I'd ask for the tea too. What? Seo An, who doesn't seem to be interested in a lot of people, is suddenly hovering over someone new. I get the hype. The group of friends bombarded Seo An's tired face with enthusiasm, radiating a bright and sparkling aura. Seo An had reached his limit with their antics and simply flipped them off in frustration. Seo An, please. Despite his resistance, his friends persisted. They leaned over his bed, determined to extract more information from the source himself, whether he liked it or not. However, Seo An remained steadfast in keeping his peace. He decided to give each of the three a bump on the head. They knelt before him, admitting defeat. Seo An emerged victorious, having successfully asserted his boundaries. A person with a bandage on their hand left the water running, causing it to spill from a bowl into the sink. Woowon was back at his night shift in a bar. Behind him, rows of expensive alcohol adorned the shelves. The dim lighting of his workspace created a cozy and inviting atmosphere, perfect for enjoying drinks comfortably. Woowon felt a bit dazed, lost in his thoughts, and sluggish. However, something caught his attention. A group of people entered the bar, dressed in luxurious branded outfits, exuding an air of wealth and importance. Seo An looks good with that getup. I'm crying. Among them, Woowon noticed someone familiar. Their eyes met, and he recognized Seo An. The gacha gods are with us. Fate keeps pulling them together. Despite noticing Woowon first, Seo An was the one to initiate contact. Woowon was taken aback, unprepared for Seo An to call him so soon. Seo An separated from his group and approached Woowon, inquiring if he worked at the bar. Standing at the back, Yuhan couldn't contain his excitement as he recognized Woowon. Priorities. Seo An disregarded his friend's questions about Woowon and solely focused on Woowon himself. Gush about Woowon. Don't be shy. The lady in their group asked Woowon if someone named Myungwoo was present. Woowon explained that his boss, Myungwoo, had stepped out momentarily but would be back soon. Woowon even offered to show them to their reserved room, guiding them down a long hallway. Woowon entertained Yuhan and Seo An's mutual friends, who seemed to enjoy his company. I could see why he was hired for this position. Such a charmer. Meanwhile, at the rear of the group, Seo An's gaze remained fixed on Woowon, displaying a hint of frustration. Maybe he wished to walk alongside Woowon. Yuhan found this situation quite amusing. Is he jealous that he's not getting special attention from Woowon? Upon reaching the designated room, Woowon let the group inside and excused himself to set up their table. A group of 4 acknowledged Woowon's efforts and were stiff until Woowon left the room. As soon as Woowon closes the door behind him, leaving the group to themselves, the only lady in the group playfully hits the person next to her and squeals about how handsome Woowon is. Yuhan gave Seo An a mischievous grin. Seo An asked Yuhan with a stern tone what he wanted. Yuhan giggled and informed Seo An that he could see Woowon if he wished. It took some teasing from his friend, but Seo An eventually stood up to leave. Captain is too good at steering this ship. Seo An made an excuse to go to the bathroom, but his friends laughed, knowing that he must really want to see Woowon. Look at Seo An. He's so determined. As Seo An departed, his friends spoke fondly of him, expressing their happiness at seeing his improvement compared to a few months ago when he would tremble whenever they hung out. In the rear of his workplace, Woowon was busy organizing boxes. Unexpectedly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. As he turned around, he saw Seo An standing there. Seo An politely asked if Woowon could spare a minute to talk. Wait, why stop here? Seo An had no idea that Woowon was working at that place. Woowon revealed that he only works there on weekends. Seo An pointed out that Woowon seemed exhausted, working 7 days a week, and asked if he was tired. Woowon replied that he had no other choice. Seo An questioned whether he could keep up with these jobs because Woowon had previously mentioned quitting swimming due to not feeling well. Seo An expressed concern, wondering if Woowon was okay with working so much. Woowon's usual cheerful smile was absent. He wore a serious expression on his face. He asked Seo An if he wanted to know why he worked so tirelessly. Seo An matched his seriousness, genuinely concerned for Woowon, and expressed his desire to understand. Woowon was touched by Seo An's concern. Still, he couldn't help but remember that Seo An always appeared whenever he felt down, always listening to his problems. Woowon explained that his current situation could have been better and that he was under immense pressure. He had grown accustomed to it since his circumstances didn't quit swimming because he wasn't feeling well, but because he had injured his shoulder in a car accident long ago. That's why he had to give up swimming. Seo An inquired if Woowon regretted his decision. Woowon managed to put on a smile, but his eyes revealed the pain and fatigue he carried. He averted his gaze, and his smile faded away. He wanted to say something, but the words failed. He couldn't find the correct answer to Seo An's question. Eventually, Woowon confessed that he had started swimming in middle school because of his PE teacher. However, he never had any intentions of becoming a professional athlete, as it was financially impossible for him. Woowon continued, explaining that he swam simply because it was the only thing he enjoyed and was good at. He relished the moments when he could shut his mind off while immersed in water, feeling the gentle ripples against his body. Woowon gazed into the distance, lost in his thoughts. Seo An still looked at him intently, trying to understand. Woowon recounted an early morning when he was on his way to practice, the fateful moment of the accident. He shared how his family had been struggling financially, preventing him from receiving proper physical therapy. He considered even wanting physical treatment to be a selfish act. Woowon further revealed that his father's business had failed, leading to family troubles and his father disappearing to borrow money. His mother had to work tirelessly for years. In the hospital, he had informed his teacher that he was quitting swimming, believing it was the right thing to do, cutting off things that were no longer within his reach. He blamed himself for desiring something beyond his means. During that time in the hospital, he realized the number of things he couldn't have and would have to let go of would only increase from then on. This speaks volumes as to why Woowon compared himself to the students at Korea University. This also explains why money is always on his mind. He went through so much already. The boys quietly made their way back inside without uttering a single word. Seo An's gaze remained fixed on Woowon's back, filled with deep concern. On the other hand, Woowon's eyes remained glued to the floor, avoiding any eye contact. The silence engulfed them, becoming suffocating and heavy. However, the oppressive silence was abruptly shattered by the presence of a rowdy customer in the bar. The loud commotion caused by the customer drew the attention of 2 other staff members who were desperately trying to handle the situation, with one of them physically restraining the unruly customer to retrieve their drink out of their hands. Wouldn't one of these drunkards throw glass all over the room? Woowon called the attention of one of his coworkers, Jae Kyung. He asked what was going on. Jae Kyung was about to explain more about their drunken patron, but it seemed like the customer wanted to explain things for themselves. The customer was yelling and grabbing everyone's attention like a toddler. He exclaimed that he was not drunk and was already paying for the drinks. He wants to see their manager and ask him if his employees ever had proper training. Woowon told Jae Kyung to grab their manager while he handled the customer. He tells his coworker, Yeon-ah, to tend to the other customers. The customer was way shorter than the staff. It looked like Woowon could handle him by himself. Having a drunkard throwing tantrums like this is scary. You don't know what they're going to do. Woowon approached the patron and said that their manager would arrive shortly. He wanted to ask what had happened and what made him this mad. The patron keeps stumbling around with his face being so red from all that drinking. A glass is still in his hand as he looks at Woowon in disgust. He tells Woowon that he wants the manager and not him. That looks like a dangerous situation to be in. Woowon tries to help him take a seat in case the other customers might be bothering him. I say, he's bothering all the other customers. The patron tells Woowon to move an inch closer to him and get him another drink. Woowon deflects these requests and tells the patron to move to another location instead. Other customers were clearly bothered. They expressed their disdain towards him. They whispered how annoying he was, how he must think he was the only one there, how they feel bad for the staff members dealing with him, and how rude customers like him should stay home. This might be in his head. These might be thoughts of the other customers. But overall, if you think you may be prone to anger when drunk, it's important to recognize this. Being angry drunk is not fun for everyone. The drunk patron got so angry hearing all of this simultaneously. His hand that held his drink was shaking. He threw his drink at Woowon. Woowon was shocked that this was happening to him. He was already having a lousy day remembering his past and getting reminded of how tired he was working all the time, especially with that arm of his. His eyes revealed a deep set of angst as if to ask the whole universe why he must constantly deal with events like this. The rude customer blabbed in front of Woowon and tried to pin all his frustrations on him. The patron suddenly learned when to shut his mouth when a hand grabbed him by his collar. Wait, that sleeve looks like a familiar color. Seo An's face was in pure anger and protective mode. His face darkened. A shadow crept across his face. His tone, demeanor, and posture changed. Seo An's expression was an embodiment of pure anger and an unwavering sense of protection. A profound darkness cast its veil over his face as if a shadow had crept across his features, shrouding them in an air of intensity. His posture, once relaxed, now brimmed with energy, emanating an unmistakable aura of seriousness and purpose. And the purpose is to hit someone at this very moment if they look at Woowon the wrong way again. He hovered over this drunk patron and told him that if he wanted to drink there, he should drink politely, not bother anyone else and then leave. Seo An cusses at the patron as the drunk patron seems to have lost all the colors in his face and is just looking up at Seo An as if his life will be over soon. Someone interjected in the middle of this fiasco. The manager had made himself known. Dang, he's strong enough to release Seo An's grip from that man's shirt. It looked like Seo An would tear his top off a while ago. The manager, Myung-woo, asked the patron if he needed anything. The patron couldn't talk because he feared Seo An would pounce on him. Do not mess with a lion trying to protect his. What do you call Seo An and Woowon? Myung-woo eventually put his head in front of the patron, quite literally, and reminded the patron that he was still there. If the patron wanted to talk to him, they could just move somewhere else. All while Myung-woo gently led the drunk patron out of the picture, Seo An and Woowon were frozen in place. Seo An was still pissed off after what happened. His face didn't light up at all. Meanwhile, Woowon was behind him. His hands were up in the air, just hovering near Seo An's back because he was trying to hold Seo An back. Seo An turned around immediately. He has clear priorities. He faces Woowon. And this sudden change surprises Woowon. Seo An wiped some of the alcohol from Woowon's cheek with the back of his hand. Seo An asked if Woowon was okay after all that fiasco. Woowon was frozen solid once again. He can't believe Seo An was doing this for him. I can't believe it either. But then again, this is Seo An we're talking about. While Woowon was still frozen, Seo An was busy cursing the patron under his breath. At that moment, Seo An's actions spoke volumes about his protective nature towards Woowon. It was as if he had taken an oath to be there for him, ready to leap into action whenever things took a turn for the worse. With a gentle swipe of his hand, Seo An wiped away the traces of alcohol from Woowon's face, revealing not only his concern for Woowon's well-being but also his willingness to take care of him. It was a simple gesture, yet it held a profound meaning, conveying a sense of comfort and reassurance. These two are so close together. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, one particular concern stood out for Woowon. He couldn't help but overthink how he always seemed to be a mess whenever he was around Seo An. Myung-woo expressed his gratitude for Woowon's ability to handle the unruly customer and promptly inquired about his well-being. Word had reached the manager about the drink being thrown at Woowon and the commotion it caused. With genuine concern, he sought to ensure that Woowon was okay and even offered to find spare clothes for him in his office. Woowon reassured his manager that he was fine and had already taken the necessary steps to wash away the remnants of the incident with water. Despite his calm response, Myung-woo wasn't convinced and delved deeper because what the patron did to him was not fine at all. Myung-woo, you are the voice for us readers. Yes, what happened to Woowon wasn't fine at all. Curiosity was piqued within Myung-woo as he sought to understand more about Seo An's unexpected intervention, as he had come between Woowon and the unruly patron, wanting to unravel the connection between the two. Myung-woo turned to Woowon and inquired if they were close, reasoning that Seo An's decisive act of grabbing the customer by the throat suggested a certain familiarity. Woowon clarified that they were not particularly close. Woowon recalls Seo An reaching for the patron's throat. He was pretty close, though. Confusion lingered as Myung-woo probed further, pressing Woowon on the nature of their relationship, convinced that Seo An was not the type to engage in such behavior without cause. Seeking to shed light on the matter, Woowon asked Myung-woo if he knew Seo An well. In response, Myung-woo clarified that while they weren't close, he shared a connection with Seo An through the only lady in their group of friends. Taking the opportunity to impart some advice, Myung-woo encouraged Woowon to forge valuable connections in life, especially with individuals from well-to-do backgrounds like rich kids. He revealed that through his acquaintance with Seo An's lady friend, he gradually came to know Seo An himself. In addition, Myung-woo expressed his gratitude, considering himself fortunate to have crossed paths with Seo An, who hails from a prominent family associated with the S Group. The realization of Seo An's privileged background prompted Woowon to make a connection. He recalled Seo An residing in a spacious apartment and the ease with which he carried himself within its confines. Speaking of Seo An, he had been attempting to reach him all along, engaged in a steady stream of text messages. As Woowon directed his attention to his phone, he discovered Seo An's attempts to communicate and his offer to give him a ride once he finished work. Despite the optimistic gesture, Woowon decided to turn off his phone without responding, keeping the reasons to himself. What? Why? Seo An didn't do anything. It's one of those situations where Woowon denies himself of something good, isn't it? Woowon, why? Woowon's coworkers eagerly anticipated the end of their shift, yearning to escape the confines of their workplace. The prospect of leaving after a long day gave them relief and satisfaction. As Woowon prepared to depart, he received an offer for a ride home. Did he accept Seo An's offer? Myung-woo, his boss, expressed gratitude to the rest of the staff and persistently urged Woowon to accept the offer, especially considering the late hour. It's not Seo An, but that's sweet of boss man to offer this. However, Woowon declined, asserting his desire to go home alone that night. Understanding Woowon's decision, Myung-woo bid him farewell, anticipating seeing him next week. Woowon expressed gratitude to his boss for the day's work, but his words hinted at detachment and weariness. Describing Woowon's workplace, one would be immersed in an ambience reminiscent of a grand mansion where patrons indulged in expensive beverages. The atmosphere of the surroundings evoked a sense of exclusivity and belonging to the privileged few. However, for Woowon, the grandeur of the place failed to elicit any joy or appreciation. He remained oblivious to the astonishing beauty that surrounded him, his focus consumed by other thoughts. Upon leaving his workplace, Woowon was struck by what he beheld. Seo An, leaning nonchalantly against his car, exuded an air of effortless coolness. Seo An inquired if Woowon had finished work, mentioning that he hadn't received a response to his text, which prompted him to wait there for Woowon. Woowon, please open your eyes. You're being spoiled here. Accepted. Reluctantly, Woowon gave in to Seo An's persistence and accepted the offer of a ride home. Seo An displayed a heightened level of concern for Woowon's well-being and inquired about how he was feeling after the events of the day. Showing genuine care, Seo An recommended that Woowon consider taking a nap if he desired to do so. Woowon sank into the seat, his body tense with a deep sense of unease that he couldn't shake off. The air inside the car felt heavy and suffocating as if it mirrored the weight of his own anxieties. Unable to bear the silence, Woowon uttered a quiet apology to Seo An, his voice laden with a hint of sorrow. He clutched his bag tightly, seeking comfort in its familiar presence as if it could shield him from the mounting discomfort. Seo An, puzzled by Woowon's apology, questioned him about the reason behind it. But Woowon, overwhelmed by his emotions, found himself at a loss for words. It felt as though the weight of his troubles was too great to put into coherent sentences, leaving him incapable of articulating the turmoil that consumed him. Seo An leaned closer to Woowon in the car, gently resting the back of his hand against Woowon's face. The unexpected touch sent a rush of warmth to Woowon's cheeks, causing him to blush and momentarily freeze in surprise. This skinship is getting more consistent. Seo An, let's keep it up. Seo An's voice filled with concern revealed that Woowon was running a fever. Even on a typical day, Seo An kept a watchful eye on Woowon, but today he was particularly worried, fearing that Woowon had pushed himself too hard. Woowon scratched the side of his head, a gesture of slight embarrassment, and dismissed Seo An's worry. He attributed his feeling of warmth to the tension he had been carrying lately. However, Seo An's reaction was understandable. He was rightfully upset, as he genuinely cared for Woowon's well-being and wanted him to prioritize self-care. Self-care is important. This note is not just for Woowon but also for you. Seeing physical evidence, Woowon wasn't fine despite saying he was made. Seo An questioned the honesty of Woowon's previous claims of being fine. Smart boy, Seo An. Seo An wanted Woowon to rest. He tells Woowon to get some sleep while he drives him home. He was no longer asking, he was commanding Woowon to rest. Woowon appreciates the concern and also didn't have the strength to protest, so he agreed. The night hung in the air, adorned with its mesmerizing beauty. The city lights blended harmoniously, casting a serene glow of blue and hints of purple. It was as if the entire cityscape had synchronized its radiance to create a captivating spectacle. The roads Seo An usually takes are jam-packed with other cars, but the direction going to Woowon's place is quiet and vacant. It even looks like Seo An was the only one with the car there. Woowon, though awake, wore an expression of exhaustion on his face. If one were to peer through the car window, one would see two weary souls sharing the same weariness. Yet, Woowon's condition seemed even more delicate, as if he could succumb to unconsciousness at any moment. In the depths of his thoughts, Woowon thinks to himself that whenever he gets sick, his body isn't the only part that grows weak. His heart grows weak too. The vulnerability in his emotions threatened to overflow like a faucet left running, with every word he uttered becoming an overflow in the metaphorical tub. He despised the idea of his emotions becoming so transparent that others could easily perceive his inner turmoil. Woowon's coughs reverberated through the air, each one a harsh reminder of his ailing state. As the sun's rays invaded the room, its warmth only intensified the heaviness that weighed upon his body. Every movement felt like a task, with his head bearing an invisible weight. An unscratchable itch plagued his throat, aggravating his discomfort. Each breath became a chore, as if inhaling and exhaling demanded a manual effort. Defeated, Woowon finally acknowledged the truth that lingered within him. This wasn't the usual fatigue you get from work. The undeniable reality was that he was battling a fever. His illness had reached such a debilitating extent that even the most basic tasks became obstacles. He searched for his phone, which lay within arm's reach, charging beside his pillow. Woowon's trembling hands grasped his phone tightly as he frantically searched for his manager's contact. The weight of his mounting sick days loomed over him, leaving him with no choice but to reach out and inform his superior. He didn't get to leave her a message, though, since he just passed out. Woowon enters a feverish dream, seeing a woman calling him baby. She asked if he was feeling under the weather and if he wanted anything he wanted to eat. She wants him to tell him what he wants to eat so that she can make the food for him. Woowon imagines him being a kid again and under his mom's care. He calls out to her while sniffing his nose and suffers from a nasty fever. The woman in his dream, his mother, smiled at him and said she was here for him. She said being sick makes you feel lonely, but she reassures him she'll be right next to him. She holds little Woowon in her arms and tells him that if they hug each other, he won't feel lonely anymore. Woowon abruptly awoke from his dream, startled by the incessant vibrations of his phone. It dawned upon him that he had unwittingly drifted into slumber. Dazed and disoriented, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to answer the call. Initially, his groggy mind struggled to register the voice on the other end, but a jolt of recognition surged through him. It was Seo An. The mere sound of his voice set Woowon's cheeks ablaze, a blush betraying his emotions. The fact that Seo An had taken the initiative to call added to his flustered state, with each assurance that he was fine slipping from his lips. Woowon's feeble attempts at concealment crumbled under Seo An. Seo An knew better than to trust Woowon whenever he said that he's fine. In the depths of his vulnerability, especially last night, he couldn't deny that Seo An saw through his facade, discerning the truth that he himself tried so desperately to bury. No matter how often Woowon asserted that he was fine, Seo An's keen perception picked up on the subtle cracks in his voice, exposing the truth hidden within his words. Determined to offer help, Seo An declared that he was already heading to Woowon's place. Despite Woowon's repeated assurances, he found himself confronted by Seo An's unwavering conviction. With a firm yet caring tone, Seo An made it clear that he saw through the facade, refusing to accept Woowon's hollow claims. With that, he coldly concluded the call, leaving Woowon to ponder the depth of Seo An's concern. Oh, he's very concerned, all right. Woowon roused himself from his drowsy state, determined to prepare himself and warmly welcome Seo An at his doorstep. Suddenly, the sound of the doorbell jolted Woowon awake. Curiosity piqued. He called out to inquire about the visitor's identity. You can never be too careful these days. To Woowon's pleasant surprise, Seo An appeared at the door, bearing a thoughtful gift, a basket brimming with fresh fruits and a plastic bag filled with grocery. Overwhelmed by the generosity and speed with which Seo An had arrived, Woowon couldn't help but feel a mix of flustered emotions and admiration for Seo An's dedication to help. Was it not enough that Seo An was ready to hit someone for you, Woowon? Seo An is very smitten, and rightfully so. Seo An kindly informed Woowon that he had purchased porridge and some fever-reducing medicine for him. He encouraged Woowon to take medication after finishing his meal. They arranged a small table for Woowon to dine on, creating a cozy setup. Seo An assured Woowon that the porridge was still warm. Grateful for the gesture, Woowon expressed his thanks that he bought him something to eat. As Woowon took his first bite, a wave of happiness washed over him. His once dazed and distant expression transformed into his familiar self, his eyes filled with contentment and brightness. His cheeks were full of food. Meanwhile, Seo An couldn't help but gaze at Woowon intently. Despite Woowon's disheveled appearance, having just woken up unprepared for his visit, Seo An found him incredibly adorable. The sight of Woowon's untidy state didn't dampen Seo An's appreciation for him, it only deepened his affection. Completely smitten with rose-colored glasses, an obviously biased outlook on Seo An's part. Curiously, Seo An glanced around Woowon's apartment, taking in its cozy yet compact size. Concern crept into his thoughts as he realized that it might not provide the most conducive environment for Woowon's recovery. He genuinely worried that staying in such a cramped space could potentially exacerbate Woowon's condition. However, Woowon's interruption snapped Seo An out of his concerned thoughts. Woowon asked if Seo An had already eaten, prompting Seo An to reassure him that he had indeed eaten. Seo An then reminded Woowon about the basket of fresh fruits, urging him to indulge in them as a delightful dessert. Woowon's expression brightened as he nearly forgot about the sweet offering amidst everything else. Eat lots of fruits. Natural types of sweets are good for you. The boys sliced some apples and enjoyed sharing the plate, savoring the crisp and refreshing flavors. The plate still held a few uneaten slices. After his satisfying meal and the indulgence of fresh fruits, Woowon's eyelids grew heavy, and he found himself drifting into a peaceful slumber. Seo An observed his drowsiness with concern, aware of the fatigue that had taken hold of Woowon. Seo An gently suggested that Woowon should sleep if he needed to, emphasizing the importance of taking care of oneself. However, Woowon hesitated, not wanting to be rude while Seo An was at his place. Seo An plopped Woowon onto his bed and even put his blanket over him to seal the deal. Woowon was fine after that, right? Woowon's mind raced with worries about what Seo An would even do at his place if he was asleep, but Seo An's reassuring smile brought a sense of calm. He assured Woowon that everything would be fine and urged him to listen to his body's signals and embrace much-needed rest. Intrigued by Seo An's kindness, Woowon couldn't help but question his motives. He asked Seo An why he's being so nice to him. Is it time for Seo An to confess? Even in Seo An's own trail of thoughts, he wasn't sure how he felt about Woowon. Why did he want to offer Woowon a new macrame bracelet? He should have gotten what he wanted from Woowon, social interaction and enough confidence to possibly talk to others now, after he helped him with his pizza delivery for a week. Undeterred by Seo An's silence, Woowon continued his questioning, this time accompanied by a plea. He asked Seo An not to be too kind to him, revealing his fear of becoming reliant on Seo An's generosity. Though taken aback by the request, Seo An felt compelled to inquire why he shouldn't extend his kindness to Woowon. Woowon averted his gaze, expressing his fear of becoming accustomed to Seo An's help. As if the weight of his concerns lifted from his shoulders, Woowon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Seo An observed in awe, the lingering question echoing in his mind. He pondered the reasons behind his own kindness, convincing himself that it stemmed from a genuine desire to help Woowon rather than any ulterior motives. Of course, he can't deny that the initial intent was to heal his pain using Woowon's misfortunes, but that had long disappeared from his head. Acknowledging the stirrings of unfamiliar emotions within him, Seo An admitted to himself that he was starting to develop feelings for Woowon. Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed thoughtfully at Woowon's peaceful sleeping form, contemplating the depths of his affection. In his contemplation, Seo An wondered if he might be burdening Woowon with his kindness. While he expected nothing in return, he considered the possibility that Woowon, by his caring nature, might feel obligated to reciprocate, potentially overwhelming himself in the process. Despite these thoughts, Seo An couldn't deny the fondness he felt for Woowon. It was a simple and genuine sentiment, unaffected by expectations or demands. With a tender gesture, he lightly tapped Woowon's open hand with his finger. This is so cute. This silent connection spoke volumes about the emerging bond between them, or, at least, the exposure of Seo An's ever-growing feelings for Woowon. Oh my god, did he just fully admit to it already? Day after day, Woowon works as if his life depended on it. Seo An recognizes that Woowon works so hard, but nobody else but Seo An notices this. From that moment forward, Seo An held heartfelt wishes for Woowon, desiring nothing but the brightest and most beautiful experiences that life had to offer him. Seo An's hopeful aspirations for Woowon extended far beyond the boundaries of their current circumstances. He envisioned a future where Woowon would discover joy in every step he took, where his dreams would flourish like a vibrant garden in full bloom. We wish you the same, Seo An. God knows what you went through too. The night enveloped the room, casting a gentle darkness that embraced Woowon as he awakened from his slumber. As his groggy eyes adjusted to the dimness, he realized that darkness had already settled upon the world outside. Curiosity sparked within Woowon as he wondered about Seo An's whereabouts. And there, right before him, was Seo An, peacefully asleep, leaning against the closet with arms crossed. Woowon's gaze lingered on him, absorbing the sight of Seo An's presence in the room. Without hesitation, Woowon slowly crawled towards Seo An, his need for the security of his blanket no longer necessary. He settled himself beside Seo An, their proximity creating a gentle connection. Woowon's eyes remained fixed on Seo An's face, sensing an undeniable interest radiating from him. Woowon could sense that Seo An was interested in him. My heart dropped. Since when? You knew all this time. This observation didn't escape Woowon's attention, for he had grown up with a constant self-consciousness that made him attuned to such nuances. He recalled a time in school when a classmate had expressed romantic interest in him, a gesture he appreciated but didn't reciprocate. It was during that experience that Woowon learned that love could exist between two men, and it didn't repulse him in the slightest. Don't tell me you don't feel the same. The angst, man, don't say it's because of work again. Woowon, please. Despite his awareness, Woowon had secretly hoped he was mistaken about Seo An's feelings. On this particular day, as he acknowledged the depths of his own emotions, he couldn't deny the truth any longer. An undercurrent of hope mingled with uncertainty shaped the complex landscape of his thoughts and desires. He had feelings for Seo An. I'm biting my fist. The feelings are mutual. They're so close yet so far. I just need y'all to confess to each other already. His feelings for Seo An were like a warning light suddenly turned on within his heart. The hope that maybe something will develop between them messes up his rationality. Yep, love can do that to you. Woowon wants to be selfish. He wants things for himself. In the gentle darkness of the room, Woowon remained seated beside Seo An, their silent companionship enveloped in a tranquil aura. The last remnants of daylight had faded, casting the room into peaceful obscurity. With unwavering focus, Woowon continued to gaze at Seo An's face, each feature illuminated by the soft glow of his own thoughts. Oh my god, they're so cute together just sitting like that. However, Woowon reminds himself of where he should be in his life. He remembers that unforgettable time in the hospital. It was when he realized the number of things he couldn't have and would have to let go of would only increase from then on. Being selfish feels like the role he's not meant to play. In the bustling streets of the city, the morning light illuminated a tall house where Seo An found himself. However, the vibrant colors and liveliness seemed to have been drained from his eyes. Inside the house, Seo An sat in an office-like room. A man is seated in an armchair while Seo An sits on one of the couches. Usually, someone sitting in an armchair in an office setting holds authority over others. The mention of his brother's name, Seo An, confirmed the familial connection. It was evident that this man was none other than Seo An's father as he nagged at Seo An, questioning when he would return to work. Seo An kept his gaze fixed on the ground, never once looking in his father's direction. The room was filled with the father's disapproving remarks, expressing his frustration with Seo An's behavior and labeling him as childish and troublesome. The father's annoyance stemmed from the constant criticism he received about his inability to control his own son. Don't be like this man. It's clear that he has a lack of empathy. He's only concerned about his own image and has unrealistic expectations for his son. Treat your kids or a kid with decent respect. They're little humans navigating the world, not piggy banks or retirement plans. In response, Seo An could only offer a quiet apology, feeling the weight of his father's disappointment. He felt helpless, unsure of what else he could say to appease him. Fortunately, the tense encounter ended as Seo An's father was summoned to a business meeting. However, not before delivering one last blow by calling Seo An an idiot. He keeps proving that he's the child in this conversation, not Seo An. Once his father was away, the one that reminded him of his meeting greeted Seo An with decency. Seo An's whole aura changed from being on edge to a bit relaxed. Seo An calls him Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim is aware of his situation with his family and his sickness. He asked Seo An how he's been lately since he looks much better now. Seo An joked that he'll probably relapse, thanks to his father. Let's not wish this, Seo An. The secretary asked if Seo An was leaving for the day. Seo An expressed that he just wants to see someone named Jin Yu. However, he was informed that Jin Yu was unavailable today, making Seo An feel a twinge of guilt for not keeping in touch with her recently. Referring to her as Lady Jin Yu, Secretary Kim indicated that Jin Yu is Seo An's sister, lady version of Seo An. That's a curious case. The news from Secretary Kim brought a sense of relief as he shared that Jin-yu is doing well and even gifted him a complimentary ticket to her upcoming band's concert. Seo An remembered something. He had fond memories as he recalled that performing had always been Jin-yu's dream. Seo An bid farewell to Secretary Kim, expressing his gratitude for the secretary's efforts. As Seo An walked away, a dark cloud seemed to hang over him. Secretary Kim couldn't help but recall the painful memories associated with Seo An, particularly from his younger years. Vividly, the secretary remembered a young Seo An, tears streaming down his face and bruises on the back of his legs, a cruel testament to his father's harsh discipline. Seo An often clung to a crumpled piece of paper, his test scores a constant reminder of his perceived shortcoming. I want to give Seo An a big hug. He's been through so much. If things were bad then I could only understand how shaken up he is now. The stress just builds up. Woowon, I choose you. Give the present Seo An a hug. Seo An sits alone in his car, seeking solace within its confines. But thoughts in his mind echo with self-reassurance as he tries to convince himself that he is fine. His fingers tightly grasp Woowon's bracelet, a symbol of hope and goodness that he desperately clings to. Seo An's affection for Woowon's blue bracelet is so wholesome. It's amazing how such a simple accessory can hold so much significance to him. And to me, I'm sobbing. Woowon has spent his entire life repaying debts with his mother as a result of his father's irrational business investments and gambling. Seo An has spent his entire life trying to appease his wealthy family only to be ridiculed over the smallest mistakes, leaving him with panic attacks and social phobia. An unexpected series of kindness led these two to meet. Will they solve their problems together, or perhaps they don't need solutions, but simply each other? In the midst of this vibrant city, Seo An found himself seated in the luxurious confines of his black car. Despite the vibrant morning outside, his world felt shrouded in shadows. He still struggles when dealing with his father. His mind was a rough sea of self-doubt, desperately seeking comfort and reassurance. His fingers clung to Woowon's bracelet, its delicate charm serving as a fragile beacon of hope in his turbulent existence. The memories of the previous night danced gracefully in Seo An's mind. He remembered that he had been gently woken up from his slumber by a tender touch on his shoulder. As his eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by the sight of Woowon's presence. You should consider yourself lucky, whelp. Knowing last time, I bet you do. Seo An couldn't help but express his surprise, questioning whether he had really slept this whole time. Woowon only confirmed his belief. A warm smile graced Woowon's face as he observed the weariness that must have burdened Seo. Seo An asked if Woowon was feeling any better. Woowon answered that it was clear that the care and concern he had received, the medicine and ample sleep, had contributed to his current demeanor. Seo An points out that he's easily convinced by this answer. Either way, the realization washed over him that the evening had deepened, the late hours softly reminding him that it was time to return home. Just as Seo An prepared to depart, a sweet sound filled the air, Woowon's voice calling out his name. Curiosity beckoned Seo An to turn around, his gaze meeting the radiant smile of Woowon. Woowon thanked him for that day. The mere thought of Woowon had a magnetic pull on Seo An's heart, compelling him to reach for his phone instinctively. In those contemplative moments, Seo An found comfort in the knowledge that reaching out to Woowon would bring him out of his overthinking. The bracelet was not enough. After successfully delivering a pizza to a building, Woowon made his way down, likely heading to his next destination. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly, catching him off guard. He glanced at the screen and noticed Seo An's name displayed as the caller. Unsure of what to do, he found himself in a moment of hesitation. Answer him, Woowon. He's been thinking of you. A faint blush appeared on Woowon's cheeks as he gazed at the screen. Conflicting emotions swirled within him, torn between his desire to answer and his inner struggle to protect his heart. He seems to still be battling with himself since last night. He didn't want to entertain his feelings for Seo An, but he couldn't deny wanting to talk to him. Woowon picked up the phone and answered the call from Seo An. As the conversation began, Seo An's first question was whether Woowon was busy at the moment. Woowon replied that he wasn't busy and asked if there was anything he could help with. A brief silence followed, making the atmosphere a bit tense. Then, Seo An spoke again, reminding Woowon of his promise that if Seo An needed anything from him, Seo An should reach out. Woowon reassured him that he remembered. Seo An then asked if Woowon was available later that evening. Woowon double-checked if Seo An meant tonight, noticing a change in Seo An's tone that didn't feel quite right. However, before he could ponder further, Seo An abruptly changed his mind, asking Woowon to make time for him another day, and ended the call. After the conversation ended, Woowon stared at his phone, a sense of unease settling in. This is bad. Why is Seo An suddenly withdrawing? As the night settled in and Woowon's shift at the pizza place came to an end, he prepared to leave the premises. However, just as he was about to step out, a familiar voice called his name. It was a woman, slightly older than his colleagues, who wanted to check on him since he was recently sick. Woowon assured her that he was fine after taking some rest and apologized for missing work. The woman, displaying understanding and empathy, kindly told him not to be too hard on himself, acknowledged that it's been hard for him lately, and told him to go home safe. Who could this woman be? Woowon had a bright idea come into his head. He had to ask since she was here. He placed his hands together and tried his best to sound as polite as possible when asking her if he could borrow his work scooter tonight and promised to return it as soon as he's done. To his surprise, the woman noticed his unusual request and observed that he rarely asked for favors. This is their boss. This is his friend's aunt that owns that pizza shop. Woowon explained that he genuinely needed the scooter for the night and assured her that he would take great care of it. With a warm smile, his boss granted his request, reminding him to stay safe on the road. Woowon expressed his heartfelt gratitude for her kindness. Thank you, kind boss lady. Woowon reaches for his phone, ready to call Seo An. He realizes that usually it's the other way around, with Seo An offering him help whenever he needs it. But now, Woowon wants to be there for Seo An. In his mind, Woowon assures himself that lending a helping hand to Seo An won't bring any harm, considering all the support and kindness Seo An has shown him in the past. Woowon is determined to reciprocate and show Seo An that he's there for him. Way to go, Woowon. Get your crush. Is this a crush? Seo An was wearing comfy casual wear. It looked like he already made up his mind to just be home all night. But we could see that there had been a change of plans. It's evident that Seo An was in a hurry, eager to go down and get out of his apartment. He immediately looked around for something, or someone. Lo and behold, the first person he spots outside is none other than Woowon, standing there with a scooter. The sight brings a spark of joy to Seo An's face, knowing that Woowon is there. Unlike his tone on the phone earlier, Seo An asked jokingly if Woowon would give him a ride. Woowon's enthusiastic nod confirms that he'll be the driver for the night. Under the warm glow of the streetlight, Woowon appears exceptionally handsome to Seo An. Seo An's mind starts to race with illogical thoughts, wondering if Woowon is flirting with him. His thoughts become a jumble, causing a delightful daze in his head. Oblivious to Seo An's state, Woowon mentions having only one helmet. Woowon wants to be cool and place the helmet on Seo An. But Seo An, being such a protective figure around Woowon, forces the helmet on him. Seo An told Woowon that the driver should be the one to wear the helmet. Woowon weakly told Seo An that the passenger is supposed to wear it. Seo An got on the scooter first and told Woowon to just drive slowly. Woowon could get a full view of him. Our delivery man was happy at the sight in front of him. Woowon couldn't help but be very giddy about seeing Seo An like that. He's hiding his smile under the helmet. Woowon, we saw that. You're not so sneaky. Woowon takes his seat in front of Seo An, ready to start driving. He instructs Seo An to hold on tight. Before their ride begins, Seo An can't help but gaze at Woowon once more. In Woowon's presence, a radiant warmth seems to wash over Seo An's typically pale face, filling it with vibrant color. They're both so happy, I'm happy, everyone's happy. Can it always stay this way? Seo An guided Woowon to a tranquil place where they could relax and unwind. They sat together, taking the opportunity to get to know each other better. Now it was Woowon's turn to share his special place with Seo An. He revealed that this place was where he usually found comfort and took a breather. Curiosity sparked within Seo An as he questioned whether Woowon's actions were influenced by their earlier phone call. Without waiting for a response, Seo An already knew the answer. Opening up further, Seo An shared his frustrations, attributing their current situation to his emotional state. Woowon, attentive and caring, asked how Seo An was feeling now. Expressing a sense of déjà vu, Seo An pondered why he felt better now but sensed that something was still missing. Woowon's cheeks flushed as he eagerly awaited Seo An's next words, his mind racing with anticipation. Woowon, what are you thinking? Knowing this man, he's probably thinking of something like an innocent love confession. Honestly, I wish that were the case, Woowon. With a smile, Seo An proposed that they have a drink together tonight. Drink together? Where? Imagine a drunken Seo An and Woowon. What's going to happen? The two men finally arrived at their destination. They found themselves on a rooftop, high above the bustling city lights and the crowds below. It was a serene and pristine space, with neatly arranged tables positioned at a considerable distance from one another. Each table was accompanied by chairs, inviting them to sit and enjoy the solitude. Seo An affectionately referred to this place as his hideout, a name that perfectly captured its essence. It was a hidden gem known only to those who had discovered its existence, offering a peaceful sanctuary away from the noise and commotion of the world below. Hideout is such a cute term. It's like he has a treehouse or something. Well, this might be a rich person's idea of a treehouse. The possibilities are endless with Seo An. Seo An and Woowon found themselves in a building owned by Seo An. It was a place that held a special meaning for him, and Woowon couldn't help but appreciate its charm. Finally, the two of them were able to enjoy their well-deserved beers. They had expressed their desire to drink together before, and now their wish had come true. Woowon mentioned that he hadn't had a drink in a long time. Seo An inquired if his busy work schedule was the reason. Woowon explained that drinking beer often left him tired the next day and could also be expensive, so he usually preferred getting a good night's sleep. Seo An playfully remarked that it sounded dull. Woowon agreed, saying that his own life could be monotonous at times. Concerned about Woowon's recent sick day, Seo An asked if he was feeling better. Woowon reassured him that he had successfully finished his work for the day and was feeling fine. Curiosity sparked within Seo An as he questioned how Woowon ended up working at the pizza shop. Woowon shared that a friend had recommended the job, emphasizing that it paid well. Seo An wondered if the salary was important to Woowon. He also complimented Woowon on his good looks, suggesting that he could pursue a career in modeling or even become a celebrity, leveraging Seo An's connections in the industry. Seo An offered to introduce him to influential people. Seo An is pulling out all his cards. Grateful for the offer, Woowon declined, explaining that he didn't want to work in that particular industry. He expressed concerns about debt collectors recognizing his face and potentially causing trouble for him. Woowon snapped back to reality and worried that his conversation had become depressing. Seo An reassured him that it didn't bother him at all. Seo An recalled the pressure Woowon was under, connecting the dots and realizing that it might be related to debt. Meanwhile, Woowon was anxious that he had made the conversation dip into a depressing tone. Seo An asked if there was anything Woowon would like to ask him. Woowon, with innocence in his eyes, inquired about why Seo An had called him during work earlier that day. Seo An didn't hold back and revealed that his father had contacted him. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and all his father did was criticize and scold him. Woowon empathized, acknowledging that Seo An's father was strict. Seo An expressed that his father was stubborn and had never shown satisfaction or happiness. He felt that his father was disappointed in him as a son. Seo An admitted that his father had always been this way, though he understood his position in society. Woowon reassured Seo An that even though he understood the burden Seo An carried as a result of his father's expectations, it didn't mean that the way his father treated him didn't hurt any less. "I'm so happy these two are so comfy with each other. They can vent. God knows they both needed the ranting and a shoulder to lean on for a long time." Seo An smirked. "Hey, you have no business looking that handsome." He was genuinely happy that Woowon had expressed empathy towards him and found Woowon's slightly flustered appearance endearing. Leaning closer to Woowon, Seo An playfully rested his chin on his hand and pointed out the expression on Woowon's face. He teasingly remarked that Woowon looked like a kicked puppy, despite Seo An being the one scolded earlier. Woowon blushed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and nervousness. He quickly tried to defend himself, insisting that he wasn't making any particular face at all. With a mischievous intention, Seo An playfully aimed to make a point by teasing Woowon about his facial expression. Extending his hand, Seo An gently tapped Woowon's forehead, emphasizing the question of what kind of face he was making. A playful smirk adorned Seo An's face, reflecting his light-hearted mood and enjoyment of the moment. Caught off guard, Woowon blushed even more, instinctively adjusting his bangs and averting his gaze, displaying a mixture of shyness and bashfulness. "Oh my god, Woowon really liked this. Seo An, you're too smooth." As the night unfolded, a delightful ambience filled the air, accompanied by the clinking of beer cans and shared laughter. Woowon and Seo An continued to enjoy their drinks, immersing themselves in the pleasant atmosphere. As their evening gradually winded down, they took occasional sips from their cans of beer, relishing the panoramic view below them. Amidst this serene moment, Woowon found himself captivated by Seo An's presence, oblivious to the possibility of being noticed. No helmet, mask, or the people around them could conceal the fact that his gaze was fixed on Seo An. Deep in his thoughts, Woowon contemplated the meaning of understanding someone. He pondered whether it could be a form of despair, recognizing that those who have experienced pain would understand this sentiment. When wounds become heavy burdens, hindering progress to a better you, despair often masquerades as understanding. It becomes an attempt to make sense of the chaos that unfolds around us. Inwardly, Woowon sought to ask Seo An a question. He yearned to know if Seo An shared the same perspective and if he believed that trying to understand those who hurt them was their way of making sense of their uncontrollable hardships. Moreover, Woowon wondered if when Seo An escaped from his troubles, particularly his family and work, he was also striving to understand his father, the one who had caused him so much pain. Now, if you think that you have to understand people's behavior in order to weave a story about what happened between you and them for closure, the story is never about why they did what they did. The story is about you, whether your needs are met and what you do to move on and get what you want in life. Choose you and your peace of mind. In the middle of work, Woowon was on his scooter and observing his own wounded hand. He's happy that his hand doesn't hurt as much. He's thinking of taking his bandage off at the hospital. While Woowon was in a jolly mood, he received a call on his phone from a phone number with no caller ID. Are these his debt collectors? Is it his dad? Maybe his mom got a new number. Who's this? Woowon arrived at a bustling corner of the city where a crowd had gathered around the entrance of a building. People were agitated and upset. Desperate for answers, Woowon shouted, trying to catch someone's attention in the crowd. He wanted to know who had called him and warned him about the scam that was taking place. Finally, a person from the crowd approached him, asking if he lived in apartment 402. Woowon confirmed his residence and anxiously inquired about the situation. The individual informed Woowon of unfortunate news. It turned out that they had all signed leases with Sujiang Realty, only to discover that the realty company was a group of scammers. The landlord of the apartment complex had called them all. They instructed the residents to evacuate, as their contracts were illegitimate and the real estate agency was unreachable. As everyone around him vented their frustrations, Woowon felt overwhelmed. The world around him seemed blurry, and the noise became deafening. Memories of empty promises from the police, who had vowed to catch the culprits, flooded his mind. Those promises felt just as hollow as the ones made by Sujiang Realty when he had first rented the apartment. Amidst the chaos, one heartbreaking sentence that he wished was fake stood out to Woowon. He would likely not receive full compensation for the rent he had already paid. It became clear that he had missed several red flags, such as the subcontractor preventing him from meeting the landlord. The whole situation felt absurd and laughable to Woowon, adding to his despair. He was left contemplating his next steps. Finding a new place seemed impossible due to financial constraints, and he had no idea where to store his belongings. His current financial situation was uncertain, and he dreaded the thought of informing his mother about what had transpired. The future felt uncertain and daunting. Lost in his distressing thoughts, Woowon noticed the previous missed call from Seo An on his phone. With a heavy sigh, he ignored it and instead dialed his boss's number at the pizza store. This was a way worse situation. Where is Woowon going to stay? Woowon managed to find a temporary place to stay. He reached out to an old coworker named Minsung from his previous job, who kindly offered to let Woowon stay at his place for a while. The two were seated next to a bed with both of them cross-legged and in pajamas on the floor like a sleepover. During their conversation, they shared information about what had happened at their former workplace. Minsung informed Woowon that both their former coworker and manager had been fired, indicating a significant change in the company. Were these the people from the first chapter? Did we get justice for Woowon? Curious about Woowon's current situation, Minsung asked what had happened to his previous living arrangement. Woowon briefly explained the unfortunate circumstances he had faced and why he needed a place to stay temporarily. Woowon blames himself for getting into this situation. Minsung got mad and told him it was the scammer's fault, not his. Although Woowon acknowledged that Minsung was right, Minsung could sense that Woowon was being less than truthful and still shouldering the blame himself. Thank you for understanding, Minsung. If only we could get into Woowon's head and tell his brain directly. Woowon, wanting to shift the conversation to a more positive note, directed Minsung's attention to the neatly hung suits in the corner of the room. He wholeheartedly congratulated Minsung on securing a job, genuinely happy for his friend's success. In response, Minsung couldn't contain his excitement and immediately stood up, proudly pointing at the suits as a symbol of his newfound employment. He couldn't help but share how fortunate he was to have supportive parents who had graciously provided him with these expensive garments. After Minsung shared his excitement about his job and the suits, he kindly reminded Woowon that it was time for some rest. As the night wore on, Woowon and Minsung found themselves lying side by side, sharing the same sleeping space. Minsung peacefully drifted off into a deep slumber, undisturbed by any worries or troubles that plagued Woowon's restless mind. Unable to find comfort in sleep, Woowon's eyes remained open, fixed on the suits hanging in the room. They silently taunted him, a constant reminder of Minsung's success and his own current predicament. He's overthinking again, just like that time he compared his situation with college students at Korea University. Will Woowon be able to find a new place? Will he get another job? His situation is getting sticky. I hope it's a lot better tomorrow. It was in the middle of the night, and Woowon was the only one awake. He keeps thinking about what he could have done to make his situation as lucky as the people in the university, or even end up being like Minsa. He can't continue overthinking. He decided to finally sleep. He had a long day ahead anyway. Amidst the busy workday, Woowon found himself on a short break, desperately scrolling through listings in search of an affordable place to call home. However, his efforts yielded no promising updates or responses from the places he had reached out to. The weight of his situation began to bear on him, prompting thoughts of finding a new job in hopes of improving his circumstances. During his struggles, a realization dawned on him. He knew he would eventually have to tell his mom about his current predicament. Yet, a sense of reluctance overwhelmed him, as he didn't want to burden her with his problems while she was still recovering at his Aunt Hyunhee's place. As Woowon contemplated his next steps, a notification jolted him from his thoughts. However, it wasn't from a realtor, an update on his case, or even his current workplace. It was a message from Seo An inquiring if he was out for a delivery, implying that Woowon must be busy that day. Woowon cannot find the will to reply with anything. This man needs more than just a vacation. From Seo An's perspective, it looks like Woowon was busy. Seo An was on his couch, mindlessly staring at his phone. Woowon hasn't replied for days. And Seo An was left with his phone glued to his face because he's still hoping that the delivery man would reply any time now. Remembering Woowon, he could only think of good things. He remembers that time he tapped on Woowon's face and made him blush hard. He knew that the vibes weren't bad. He knew Woowon wasn't upset. Seo An remembers that time when Woowon was asleep in front of him. He was very beautiful and looked at peace in his sleeping state. Seo An sprang up from the couch and sat right. He thought to himself that Woowon might be sick again. Woowon is in a bad mood. Don't worry, Seo An is here. Always the first one to know somehow. Seo An finds himself outside Woowon's apartment door. No one was responding to him. Seo An ended up lightly kicking the door because he was only met with silence. Eventually, he caught someone's attention. A kind-hearted woman carrying a box informed Seo An that all the residents on that floor had already moved out days ago, leaving the place deserted. She sympathized with Seo An's evident bewilderment. She explained that the reason for the mass exodus was a real estate scam that had victimized everyone in the apartment complex. Meanwhile, as night fell, Woowon sat alone in a park, tightly gripping a can of beer. The emptiness around him mirrored the emptiness he felt inside. He received a text from Minzo, who expressed his imminent need for sleep and urged Woowon to return home soon. The idea of being indebted to someone weighed heavily on Woowon's mind. He had always prided himself on being self-reliant, but now he found himself unable to stand alone, both literally and figuratively. Woowon's spiraling thoughts came to a halt as his name was called out. He couldn't ignore the voice that called him. It was unmistakable. The voice's owner turned out to be Seo An, appearing worried and standing by a luxurious car. He was dressed in smart casual attire, adding to the stark contrast between them. Seo An revealed that he had been waiting near the pizza shop, expecting Woowon to emerge. He confessed that he had considered calling, but since Woowon hadn't responded, he refrained from doing so, expressing his frustration. Seo An admitted that he had been waiting to hear from Woowon for a whole week. He emphasized how he had no idea where Woowon had disappeared to. Seo An then confronted Woowon directly, asking if he had become annoyed with him. Seo An revealed that he had gone to Woowon's place and learned about how he got scammed. Woowon was furious. He was pissed that Seo An always seemed to find him at his lowest points in life. He vented his frustration, questioning why he should confide in Seo An. Woowon believed that sharing his problems with Seo An wouldn't be useful, as Seo An wouldn't be able to do anything to help him. Unbothered by Woowon's sudden tone, Seo An firmly expressed his desire to assist Woowon. He offered his place as a temporary shelter and pledged to help with the legal battle against the scammers. Woowon's dissatisfaction persisted, and he repeatedly insisted that venting and sharing his problems wouldn't solve anything. He argued that if sharing his issues with Seo An had even the slightest positive effect on his situation, he would have sought help countless times before. Realizing that he had struck a nerve, Seo An faltered. Woowon pressed Seo An for an explanation as to why he had even bothered to search for him in the first place. Woowon, the enemy isn't Seo An here. I hope he doesn't push him away. It's up to Seo An now to try and make the situation better. Or will they butt heads? Late into the night, there's nothing but tension in the air. Seo An just wanted to make sure if Woowon was fine and had been searching all day for him. Woowon, on the other hand, wanted a breather and a beer in hand. And it all turned into a mess. Seo An extended a calm and sincere apology, acknowledging that his earlier words had caused more harm than good. He clarified that his initial concern for Woowon stemmed from believing that Woowon might be sick again. Seo An's composed demeanor in the face of Woowon's outburst was truly remarkable. I could not do the same thing. Be calm and collected, guys. Think before you speak. Woowon, recognizing his own outburst, offered his apology, realizing that Seo An was not the enemy and that he had unfairly directed his anger toward him. Woowon blamed himself that he couldn't take all those harsh words back now, and he wished he should have shrugged those troubles off as usual, holding no grudges. Seo An shifted the conversation and inquired about Woowon's current living arrangements. Woowon shared that he was staying with a friend, prompting Seo An's slight frustration that Woowon told his friend about this situation but not him. Someone is jealous. Hehe. Seo An asked how long Woowon was staying there. He really wants Woowon to stay with him since it would just be perfect. Woowon gets a place to stay, and Seo An would always have peace of mind, and there would be someone to calm him down if he feels like an episode is about to come in. Woowon said he doesn't have enough money saved to move, so he doesn't know when he'll move out. Seo An, seizing the opportunity, made a heartfelt request for Woowon to stay with him. He revealed that Woowon's presence had been instrumental in stabilizing his own struggles and that his therapist had advised him to maintain social interactions. Seo An admitted to feeling lonely when alone at home. Last line is not true. He's just desperate at this point, and we could see why. Woowon confirmed what Seo An said if he meant living at his apartment in the Gold Palace. Seo An eagerly nodded in confirmation, his enthusiasm shining through. Persistence is key. A sense of nervousness crept over Woowon as he contemplated the idea. He couldn't help but think about Minsung's offer to stay at his place for as long as needed. However, the underlying feeling of burden weighed heavily on Woowon's mind. He worried that staying with Seo An wouldn't change that perception and that he would continue to feel like a burden to someone else. Seo An, perceptive as ever, understood Woowon's tendency to overthink. Deep down, Seo An truly wanted Woowon to be by his side. With a genuine plea, he asked Woowon for a favor, to stay with him. Seo An reminded Woowon of what happened, from a person who lost it in public to someone who now walks around the city seemingly without a problem. A glimmer of optimism surrounded Seo An's request as Woowon had to confirm again if he could really help Seo An with his situation. And Seo An stated that he could help Woowon if Woowon could help him in return. Sounds sinister, but knowing these two, this would feel like a sleepover because they're so wholesome. Woowon finally settled into his new home, and everything felt fresh and rejuvenating, even though he had been in this space before. The surroundings sparkled with new possibilities. Despite moving in, Woowon still had concerns about being a burden, in case he faced another unfortunate situation. He had arranged to store his furniture and kitchenware at the pizza shop. His understanding manager had kindly agreed to keep them safe until he found a permanent place. Seo An couldn't help but feel annoyed by Woowon's worries. He insisted that Woowon could bring all his belongings to the apartment without hesitation. Seo An is sure that Woowon didn't have much stuff anyway, and there was plenty of space to accommodate everything. The owner of the apartment wanted to emphasize that the length of Woowon's stay didn't matter to him. In fact, he believed that the longer Woowon stayed, the better it would be for Seo An's end. He even told him that he could pay for living expenses if he wanted to, and there was no rush on it. Seo An reminded Woowon that he needs and deserves all the support he can get. It's the same message for everyone. Like Woowon, listen to Seo An. Seo An kindly requested Woowon to share his weekly schedule to make living together a lot easier. Woowon, although still feeling timid and nervous, expressed his gratitude and promised to provide the information as soon as he finished unpacking. However, Woowon couldn't help but overthink whether he should be there or not. Woowon, didn't you listen to Seo An? You need and deserve all the support you can get. As he tried to understand Woowon's current schedule, Seo An couldn't help but feel concerned. Woowon explained that he still needed more money to secure a new place and pay the security deposit. He wanted Woowon to live there so that he doesn't have to worry about a lot of things like food, heat, and whether he would get evicted or not. To shift the conversation to a more positive note, Seo An reminded Woowon about what he had previously mentioned, which was what Woowon could do for Seo An in return for the apartment room. Curious, Woowon asked Seo An what he could do for him. Seo An expressed his wish to go for evening walks together, starting with short walks of 10 minutes and gradually increasing the duration. Seo An hoped to walk alongside Woowon and spend quality time together. This is cute. The main plan is for Woowon to get off work. He sends Seo An a 10-minute notice. Seo An starts walking. They meet halfway, and then they go home together. Woowon took note of this and agreed. Woowon couldn't help but express how simple and easy the task of going for evening walks seemed. Seo An agrees, but he said this walk means a lot to him. He further explains that it's hard to find someone who could help him every day. He can easily pay anyone to help him, but the person he must walk with has to be Woowon. With this, Woowon couldn't say no because he got flustered and felt like his heart was dancing. Does Seo An not know how much of a smooth talker he is? Woowon was about to express his concerns to Seo An regarding paying for living expenses, but to his surprise, Seo An was already prepared for that question. Seo An is lying about this part, but he is going to give Woowon a job either way. Seo An opened up and mentioned that he knew a friend who needed some extra help with his work, as it had become quite overwhelming for him. In his thoughts, Seo An considered that his friend, Yoo-han, would be a good person to reach out to for any available job openings. Yoo-han and Woowon together in one room. I can't imagine that happening. Yoo-han would definitely spill tea about Seo An. Seo An then tells Woowon to go to sleep. Woowon says his thanks and asks Seo An a question. He inquired if he could use Seo An's kitchen the following morning. Seo An replied that he hardly used his own kitchen and assured Woowon that he was welcome to use it. Furthermore, Seo An mentioned that if Woowon planned to have breakfast, he would be delighted to join him. Don't regret this, you night owl. The next morning, an alarm disrupted Seo An's sleep, irritating him. He realized he must have said it the night before and begrudgingly acknowledged waking up so early, and he regretted it. The only regret Seo An had from the previous night was agreeing to have breakfast. However, he made a promise to himself that after the meal, he would prioritize getting some much-needed rest and sleep. As Seo An stepped out of his bedroom and descended the spiral stairs, he abruptly paused midway. Woowon was in the kitchen, dressed in a crisp white button-down shirt and blue slacks. Seo An had a perfect view of his back as Woowon focused on cooking. Seo An couldn't help but feel elated by the sight. A wide grin formed on his face, and his heart filled with joy. Shaking off his daze, Seo An made his way downstairs and asked Woowon what he was preparing for breakfast. Woowon surmised that Seo An wasn't typically a breakfast person, so he had prepared a light salad with toast. Seo An, curious to see more of what Woowon was doing, playfully rested his chin on Woowon's shoulder. Woowon's eyes widened in surprise at Seo An's playful gesture. Drawing closer, Seo An inquired how Woowon knew he didn't usually eat breakfast. Woowon explained that it was often the case for people who lived alone. Seo An wondered if Woowon had known this about him since they first met. Woowon revealed that he had realized it when he made his initial pizza delivery to Seo An's place. At the time, Seo An was half asleep and accepted the pizza. Woowon admitted that he had hesitated while handing it over, assuming Seo An might not remember the encounter since it had been quite some time. Seo An, the human vampire whose sleep was disturbed because of heavy doorbell ringing. Seo An was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Although he didn't recall all the details, he guessed it must be related to Yuhan. Seo An mentioned that he remembered Woowon wearing a helmet during the delivery, which initially prevented him from recognizing him. Woowon, we tried to tell you. Talking about their second encounter like this makes my heart feel warm. Woowon explained that he had kept his helmet on, even though it was mandatory to remove it, because he felt nervous being in the penthouse for the first time. Seo An offered to make coffee for Woowon, who gladly accepted the offer. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is domestic bliss. Curious, Seo An asked why Woowon had been nervous about coming to his place. Woowon replied he had never delivered to the Gold Palace before. Seo An playfully teased Woowon, suggesting that now that he was inside the penthouse, he might as well faint from the overwhelming experience. Woowon, with a cute expression, pleaded for Seo An to refrain from teasing him. Seo An, don't tease him. Actually, please do. He's very adorable. Over the wonderful breakfast Woowon made, Seo An told Woowon that he gave Woowon's number to the contact he talked about for work. Woowon acknowledged the news but raised a concern about how the walks would fit into his schedule if he accepted the job. However, he assured Seo An that he would assist with the walks in any way he could. Seo An expressed his confidence in Woowon's reliability. He suggested that Woowon simply text him when he was approximately 10 minutes away from home, so Seo An could start his walk outside. Seo An admitted that he was still adjusting to interacting with people. Woowon was a very determined puppy and huffed with energy. He asked if he could help more, brimming with motivation. Seo An grinned. Woowon was very easy to read for him. Seo An wonders what else he could do for Woowon. What's with that smile, King Seo An? What does that mean? What is he going to do with Woowon? Seo An looked back at his past. He remembered that there was a time when he always went the extra mile for people. He remembers when he was still in the 2nd grade and got first place in math for a major event in his school. His efforts always filled the void in his heart. He thought that he could convince himself that he would achieve everything by doing his best. It was a false belief that he was doing well in many areas of his life. He placed his award from the math competition on his father's desk. He had a lot of hope that things would change if he kept going the extra mile. Seo An knew he was heading in the wrong direction when his parents never acknowledged his efforts. His award and probably many other achievements was swept under the rug. With each passing day, Seo An's heart sank a little deeper, burdened by a sense of isolation and longing. His accomplishments, once a source of pride and joy, became bitter reminders of his unnoticed existence. Whenever Seo An looks at Woowon, his suppressed thoughts would come out. So this means he never went the extra mile for other people besides his family. I mean, helping out Woowon more than once was God's gift. What else does Seo An have in mind? Woowon snapped Seo An out of his thoughts. The delivery man was off to start his day at work. Seo An acknowledged this and told him to take care of himself. Once the door closed, Seo An could probably feel how different the place was without another presence near him. The apartment owner plopped down on the couch and realized how he hadn't sent somebody off since he was in elementary school. He also admits that he's probably going to wait for Woowon for the whole day while he has nothing else planned besides his mundane tasks at home. It was only 11:32 in the morning, and Seo An hoped time flew faster. Seo An went to his personal gym while staring at the clock. He still had a lot of time left. He ate dinner by himself. He probably prepared it or ordered it a couple of minutes ago. He still had time left. He was reading a book while having his eyes switch from the pages to one of the clocks at home. You guessed it, he still had time left. Seo An sighed as he stared down at the clock. He is growing impatient. He definitely deems himself as not being cut out for this. Seo An couldn't help but constantly glance at the clock ever since Woowon left. Dude, it's been 12 hours. He feels like he said this before. And he did. Chapter 5. When he ordered and ate 5 pizzas boxes in a row just because the pizza delivery man was both kind and hot. Yes, and we all should be grateful for his determination. Every passing moment seemed to stretch out as if time had conspired to test Seo An's patience. Seo An thought of himself as a dog waiting for his owner. Imagine Seo An with cute dog ears. I bet Woowon would love to see that. As Seo An began expressing impatience, his phone suddenly sprung to life, its melodic ring cutting through the air with energy. With a mix of surprise and delight, Seo An quickly grabbed his phone and was greeted by the sound of Woowon's voice. It filled Seo An's ears. With his eagerness bubbling over, Seo An couldn't help but be swept up in the moment. He was so thrilled to hear from Woowon that he didn't pay much attention to the details of what he was saying. Seo An quickly responded, telling Woowon that he would immediately head out to meet him. Seo An stepped outside his apartment, greeted by the darkness of the night. The street was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals visible nearby. An overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over Seo An, and he averted his gaze from the people around him. Instead, he focused his attention downward, fixating on the bracelet adorning his wrist, hoping it would provide some comfort and calm his racing thoughts. During his heightened emotions, Seo An couldn't help but notice the onset of rain. The droplets began to fall, adding another layer of discomfort to his already tense state. Like last time, someone offered him an umbrella to shield himself from the rain. When Seo An looked up, he saw a smiling and reassuring Woowon. Woowon smiled a lot and expressed how happy he was that Seo An made it to their promised location at a specific time. His beaming smile radiated positivity, bringing a sense of reassurance to Seo An's troubled mind. Remember the first time they met? Woowon is doing that exact same thing again. This is so romantic. Should I bring an umbrella next time too? Seo An couldn't help but get a deep blush out of this situation. Woowon, always on time to save our Seo An. He's an angel. The two men were under Woowon's umbrella. They discussed that the forecast predicted rain, but Seo An didn't bring an umbrella because it hadn't rained for a while. Seo An was very happy and at ease. He realized that Woowon was all it took to calm him down. Seo An, if you think Woowon is easy to read, well, so are you. Woowon asked Seo An if he was fine being outside. Seo An said he was. Woowon expressed his initial worry about Seo An venturing outside, questioning if he was pushing himself too hard. However, he was relieved and content to see that Seo An was doing well. Seo An's smile grew wider as he was touched by Woowon's genuine concern. The faint blush on his cheeks remained, a testament to his emotions. Seo An expressed his gratitude to Woowon for everything. Standing closely together, shoulder to shoulder, beneath the umbrella, their proximity felt intimate and romantic. Seo An admitted that he felt indebted to Woowon. In return, Woowon humbly acknowledged that he owed Seo An as well. Is this their idea of flirting? Curious about Woowon's recovery, Seo An inquired about his arm. Woowon happily informed him that it was healing well, to the point where he would soon be able to remove the bandages. Seo An inquired about the job he had offered to help Woowon with. Woowon shared that he hadn't been contacted about it yet. Woowon managed to reach the hospital and had his arm examined and bandages removed. A sense of relief washed over him as he realized he was now all right. The doctor, Hean, advised him to return to the hospital if he ever felt like the pain was coming back. Hean expressed how it had been quite a while since their last encounter. He mentioned that he was initially concerned when Woowon ended up in the hospital during their reunion after such a long time. However, he was glad to see Woowon doing better. In a moment of vulnerability, Hean admitted to Woowon that he had witnessed him during his lowest moments. Woowon reciprocated by acknowledging that Hean had also seen him at his worst. Woowon fondly remembers his time swimming before the accident happened. Back in high school, Woowon was already debating about whether or not he should be out of the club already or not. Either way, he still hung around in the pool to clear his head whenever he felt tense or stressed. During those nights when he would swim to clear his head, he would meet Hean. They speak so fondly of each other. I wonder what happened between them. Did Woowon like Hean before? Should Seo An watch out? But Hean has a boyfriend already. Hean's presence always stood out to Woowon amidst the rest of the people in the swimming pool. Each time Woowon saw him, he noticed the weariness etched on Hean's face. Initially, Woowon was too shy to approach him, so he simply observed Hean from a distance. One day, Hean took the initiative to speak to Woowon. He mentioned that he had noticed Woowon staring at him frequently. Feeling guilty, Woowon apologized to Hean, but Hean reassured him and asked for his name instead. From then on, their interactions grew more frequent, and they greeted each other regularly. During their conversations, they touched upon topics like swimming. Woowon asked Hean if swimming was difficult for him since he always seemed tired and weary while swimming. Hean explained that there are no easy sports and that his fatigue mainly stemmed from the stress of his studies. Swimming served as his means of escape and stress relief. Curious about Woowon's future aspirations, Hean inquired if Woowon aimed to become a professional athlete. Woowon admitted it wouldn't be possible since he needed to start earning money immediately. Though Woowon didn't delve into the specifics, Hean understood his situation. In return, Hean opened up to him. He An shared that he had run away from home and come to Seoul alone, driven by the need to succeed in his studies. He briefly mentioned his circumstances, and Woowon empathized deeply with him. Having someone who shared a similar journey provided Woowon with a sense of comfort. During one of their late-night conversations, Woowon questioned what would happen once he stopped swimming and started doing new things in life, like working. He An assured him that regardless of the circumstances, Woowon would excel in it because he displayed immense determination and dedication to the idea of working already. Looking at quitting swimming, Woowon couldn't help but feel sad. He An comforted him by rubbing his head, encouraging him to stop overthinking, and reminding him that love and grief often go hand in hand. As they gazed at the stars that night, Woowon found himself contemplating whether he had ever truly loved swimming, considering how easily he was letting it go. He was so young making those decisions. Whether he had a deal with his mom about this or he had taken it upon himself to be the breadwinner, it's still a hard decision to make. At least he's doing well now, especially when he knows he has someone to lean on like Seo An. He wondered where he would be now if he had remained steadfast and continued pursuing something instead of letting go of a lot of things during that time. Shaking off his overthinking, Woowon returned to reality, realizing he was sitting in front of Hee In, now as a doctor, feeling remorseful. Woowon offered his apologies to Hee In for never reaching out. Hee In quickly reassured him, stating that there was no need for an apology and suggesting that they should meet more often from then on. The idea delighted Woowon, and he agreed. Suddenly, Hee In recalled something and directed his attention towards Woowon. He asked how Woowon knew Seo An. Woowon's cheeks reddened with embarrassment as he explained that he had been involved in an accident, and Seo An had extended a helping hand. Since then, Seo An has continued to assist him. Woowon felt immense gratitude towards Seo An but also carried a burden of guilt, as he believed that Seo An was going out of his way to help him. Hee In sat there, astonished by the revelation. He had already suspected that Seo An was flirting with Woowon. Hee In even discussed this with his boyfriend, Yoo-han, and they both agreed that Seo An was putting in all the effort. From Hee In's perspective, Woowon seemed to be straight. Hee In, don't break Seo An's heart like this. Hee In hoped that Woowon would take care of Seo An. He silently hoped that Woowon would be an open-minded man, such a supportive friend. Hee In, wish there were more people like you. Seo An and Woowon were exchanging text messages. It was a pleasant evening, perfect for their planned walks together. They're so cute for each other, so domestic. It had been a few days since they started walking together, and Seo An found it to be somewhat easier than he had anticipated. He knew he was not completely healed yet, but things like being in a crowd or making eye contact with people in public weren't as suffocating as he remembered. Seo An took pride in this progress. He didn't want to prove his father right. He was healing, and he'll get there. And he will. Speaking of all of this turmoil, deep down, Seo An wished that Woowon would stay by his side longer. However, he struggled to bring up this topic and express his feelings. Just as Seo An was lost in his thoughts and worries, his gaze shifted ahead. It landed on a person who stirred fear within him, a familiar figure that sent shivers down his spine and left him frozen. He's not even sure if this was anyone he knew, but this person's hairstyle, how this stranger carried himself, and how he smiled were all too similar to someone Seo An once knew. This person was triggering memories of someone yelling at Seo An, the sensation of someone else lurking behind him with ill intentions, and the pain of being struck from behind with a bat. As he physically turned around, he could see the looming presence of another person, but he couldn't see this other person's face. But the dread from that time resurfaced vividly. Seo An remembered the hurtful comments directed at him, despite being the one who ended up injured and hospitalized with a broken arm. At that moment, Seo An couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to physically flee the situation, desperate to escape the haunting memories and distress they brought upon him, all because a stranger walking towards him looked a bit too similar to someone he used to know. Woowon was enjoying his walk home, filled with a sense of joy and anticipation. He had just received a message informing him that he had landed the job that Seo An had encouraged him to pursue. His face beamed with excitement as he quickly replied to the message that he'll see his future co-workers tomorrow. The feeling of getting accepted for a job cannot be replaced. You have to celebrate soon. Woowon, you deserve this. Woowon couldn't help but want to tell Seo An all about this. Seo An being the first person he was to tell about this is just too wholesome. Woowon, please. Speaking of Seo An, Woowon looked for any sign of him, but there was no trace. They were supposed to meet a while ago, and a slight unease began to settle within Woowon. Woowon's heart sank as he struggled to reach Seo An over the phone. When Seo An was able to pick up the call, he didn't say anything at all. The silence on the other end pierced Woowon, amplifying his growing worry. He repeatedly called out Seo An's name, desperate for any response, but all he encountered was a haunting emptiness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Seo An's voice came through, weak and tremulous. The words that escaped Seo An's lips were a heavy blow to Woowon's already burdened spirit. Seo An revealed that he had experienced one of his crippling episodes. Woowon's mind raced as he tried to grasp the severity of the situation. He needed to know where Seo An was, to be by his side and offer comfort. Thankfully, Seo An did tell him where he was. With a trembling determination, Woowon gathered himself and began his frantic search for Seo An, fearing what he might find when they finally reunited. Will Seo An be okay? Did he really get hurt, or was it all in his head? Please let him be okay. Woowon emerged into Seo An's line of sight, his face flushed, and his breath labored from running. Seo An's lips curled into a small smile upon seeing Woowon, the person who looked tired from running all the way towards him but was still determined to ask him if Seo An was okay. Seo An in distress. Your friendly neighbor Woowon is there. Seo An felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Seo An told Woowon that he had mistaken a stranger for someone he knew. He uttered a not-so-nice nickname for this stranger in a fit of frustration. He expresses how a bunch of unwanted thoughts are popping into his head. Woowon uttered the nickname that Seo An calls this stranger. He advises Seo An to think about something other than this. Previously, Woowon's comfort stemmed from sympathy, but now a newfound determination burned within him. He wants to know who Seo An is referring to, what those unwanted thoughts are in his head, and why all of this is hurting Seo An so much. Tell us when we can use our pitchforks, Woowon. We must protect Seo An at all costs. Upon their arrival at the apartment, Seo An slumped onto the couch, exuding an air of exhaustion. Concerned, Woowon asked if Seo An was feeling unwell again, but Seo An reassured him that he simply wanted to unwind after a long day. Woowon is so careful around Seo An. I cannot imagine him being mean once. Seo An's fatigue dissipated momentarily when Woowon removed his hat from his head. Seo An smiled wide because of this gesture. Woowon, now, you're definitely showing interest outside of your thoughts there. Let's speed it up. Hehe. Woowon kindly offered Seo An some water, but Seo An said he could have it later. All he wanted was for Woowon to sit close to him. Seo An relaxed his whole body on the couch, finding comfort in seeing that Woowon scooted closer to him. Woowon settled on the floor next to Seo An, tucking his knees close to his chest. Curious about Seo An's day at home, Woowon engaged in small talk with him. Though the topics were ordinary, their comfort in each other's company was irreplaceable. Let them stay this way where no one could hurt them. The following day, Woowon finally arrived at his new job. As he entered the bustling scene, preparing for a show where cameras were everywhere, he couldn't help but be captivated by the sparkle and busy nature of the environment. Each person he encountered seemed absorbed in their tasks and didn't pay attention to him at all. Woowon introduced himself to a random staff member, expressing that he was a part-time assistant. Maybe this could help him get a task done and know who he should report to. The staff member guided him towards the director of the set. The director scrutinized Woowon from head to toe, inquiring if he aspired to become a model. Taken aback, Woowon politely declined the suggestion. The director found Woowon's reply strange but continued complimenting his looks. She proceeded to show him the ropes on the set. Amidst the bustling crowd, Woowon's gaze was distracted and settled on an individual who effortlessly stood out. You have good taste, Woowon. He is cute. This tall figure commanded attention, radiating confidence with a serious expression on his face. It dawned on Woowon that this must be one of the people who had accompanied Seo An to the bar. He was in awe, realizing that Seo An's friend was a celebrity. Lost in his starstruck trance, Woowon needed someone to call out his name to snap him back to the present, so he could continue with the guided tour of the set. We know he's cute, Woowon, but this is your first day. Chop, chop. Woowon finally got a break after doing a lot of labor work. It was finally lunch. Woowon just wanted to have a break for a while, so he found a spot to sit down and not be seen by all his co-workers. It's not like he wants to avoid work, but he's pretty introverted. Amen, brother. Just as he was resting and drinking water, he suddenly wondered how Seo An was doing. Viewers, take this as a sign to drink water. As he rested and sipped water, his thoughts wandered to Seo An. Just as he was about to reach for his phone, a gentle interruption caught his attention. It was Seo An's celebrity friend. Woowon felt as though he had entered a trance. He found the celebrity attractive and was overall starstruck due to his fame. Yoo-han politely asked if he could join Woowon, to which Woowon eagerly agreed. Curiosity sparked within Woowon when Yoo-han inquired if he recognized him. Woowon looked him up over the internet earlier and confidently said that he was the actor Yoo-han. Yoo-han playfully told him that's not what he meant and corrected him, asking if Woowon recognized him from the bar instead. Yoo-han mentioned that Woowon had landed the job thanks to his connections, recalling the night at the bar when Seo An visited. Woowon was right in realizing that Yoo-han must have been the one accompanying him at that time. Woowon expressed his gratitude to Yoo-han for helping him secure the job. Yoo-han urged Woowon not to be overly formal and claimed that they might even be the same age. He maintained a friendly demeanor, finding amusement in Woowon's nervousness around him. Yuhan, Woowon is a nervous wreck. Please be gentle. Seo An will know about it, and you might get scolded hee. Yuhan inquired if Woowon was currently living with Seo An. Woowon confirmed that he was, albeit temporarily. Curious about their relationship and Woowon's reaction, Yuhan asked if Woowon knew Seo An's type. Perplexed, Woowon doesn't know what Yuhan meant by type. Yuhan disclosed that he was attracted to men and had a preference for exceptionally handsome and tall individuals. Woowon now understood what Yuhan meant by type. Among Yuhan's words, one statement struck Woowon deeply, causing his expression to turn serious. Woowon's mood took a sudden downturn. He felt discouraged by this revelation. However, Yuhan was merely teasing and chuckling at Woowon's reaction. Yuhan didn't mention any names, but it seemed like he was talking about Hien while smiling mischievously. Yuhan wanted Woowon to think he was talking about Seo An. And it's working. Cheeky. Shifting the conversation, Yuhan asked about Seo An's well-being and whether he had been sleeping well. Woowon realized that Yuhan and Seo An must be close since Yuhan was aware of Seo An's struggles with sleep. Woowon informed Yuhan that Seo An had recently experienced a paralyzing episode but eventually calmed down and made it home safely. Instinctively, Yuhan inquired if Seo An's father had paid a visit. At this moment, Woowon pieced together the connection between Seo An's episodes and his father. All the conversations about Seo An's troubled relationship with his dad suddenly made sense. Yuhan then offered to share more about Seo An, particularly their elementary school days together. Woowon initially wanted to decline, but Yuhan playfully teased him into agreeing. Woowon, it's written on your face you're curious too. Just say yes. Yuhan began recounting those early years. When Seo An was in elementary school, he was very distinguished, just like he is now. Everyone knew him for his hot temper, though, and how Seo An was a neat freak and always had snarky remarks. Many kids wanted to be friends with Seo An even though he had many downsides, mainly because his family was wealthy. Yuhan shared that he was one of those kids. Elementary school Seo An. Would he be cute like from his other memories? But the way Yuhan is introducing him, it doesn't sound like fond memories. At the age of 12, Yuhan had a strong admiration for Japanese romance manga featuring groups of handsome, wealthy students. His ultimate goal was to form his own group of rich and attractive friends, with Seo An as his primary target. He's perfect for the role, Yuhan. Good eye. Seo An possessed all the qualities Yuhan desired: intelligence, athleticism, wealth, good looks, and an arrogant demeanor. When they ended up in the same class for a school year, Yuhan became even more determined to befriend him. Despite Yuhan's efforts, Seo An consistently ignored him, both physically and emotionally. Strangely, this only fueled Yuhan's interest in him. Makes me wonder if your boyfriend is the same type, Yuhan. One day during PE class, when they were changing clothes, Yuhan noticed bruises on Seo An's legs. Curiosity sparked within him, and he gently tugged on Seo An's arm, expressing concern and offering to walk with him to the nurse's office. However, Seo An took offense to Yuhan's gesture and forcefully slapped his hand away. With an angry expression, Seo An commanded Yuhan to stay away from him and refrain from speaking to him. Seo An walked away, leaving Yuhan frozen in disbelief. Then, Yuhan realized Seo An intended to hide those bruises, and Yuhan had inadvertently exposed them. Undeterred by Seo An's reaction, Yuhan innocently rushed home to fetch ointment and bandages. The next day, he approached Seo An and offered them to him. In response, Seo An swiftly struck Yuhan in the face, knocking him down. Looking down at the fallen Yuhan, Seo An reiterated his demand to be left alone and not be approached. Seo An, if only you knew kindness back then, you wouldn't have thought these bad thoughts. Things would have been different. This was the first time Yuhan had experienced getting hit, and it really hurt him. He retaliated by hitting Seo An back, triggering a fight. Naturally, they were called to the teacher's office, and their parents were notified by the school. Yuhan's parents were present and scolded him for his actions. Despite feeling bummed by this, Yuhan couldn't help but notice Seo An's situation. The person standing beside Seo An didn't look like him at all. Yuhan knew that Seo An only had a secretary, and his parents were absent. Observing Seo An's expression, Yuhan could see that although he appeared nonchalant, he was trembling as if his life were at stake. Seo An humbly bowed and apologized to Yuhan, taking responsibility for instigating the fight. Yuhan was taken aback by this unexpected act of apology from Seo An. Afterward, they maintained a cold silence between them. However, Yuhan couldn't forget Seo An's frightened expression. It only took him a week before he mustered the courage to approach Seo An again. Yuhan, you're so determined. He has such a kind heart. No wonder Seo An and him are still friends. One day, when they found themselves alone in a hallway, Yuhan summoned all the confidence from his body and called out Seo An's name. He explained that his previous attempts to reach out to Seo An were genuine acts of concern. motivated by his desire to help with the bruises. He clarified that he never intended to mock Seo An and apologized if it came across that way. Their conversation ended there, and the cold silence persisted even after they graduated from elementary school. However, in middle school, Seo An underwent a complete transformation, as if he were a different person. He became more approachable and easily formed friendships with other students. Definitely his dad's doing. Woowon gathered information about Seo An's family situation through his own assumptions and observations. Although Seo An didn't openly share much, their long-standing friendship allowed Woowon to deduce that Seo An's biggest fear stemmed from his family excluding his little sister. This means only Woowon is trusted by Seo An to know details about his relationship with his family. Woowon began to question whether it was appropriate for him to know intimate details about them. Sensing Woowon's uncertainty, Woowon smiled and encouraged him to be persistent in their relationship. Subtly, Woowon hinted to Woowon that he should also make a move on Seo An, like getting to know him more. Cupid, thank you for arriving. Woowon also offered Woowon a piece of advice, which is to not settle for less and just say he's okay with everything, because he'll be convincing everyone around him and himself that things are fine when it's not. Take this advice too. You can't control everything, so focus on the things that you can control, like yourself. So for Woowon, if he wants to be closer to Seo An, he needs to be assertive. You don't want what-if thoughts that would keep you awake at night, boy. As they both realized that lunchtime had come to an end, Woowon bid farewell to Woowon. He suggested that the three of them should meet up and spend time together in the future. Woowon agreed to the idea. While changing, Woowon's phone buzzed with a text message informing him that he was required for another photo shoot with Woowon within the next 2 weeks. Woowon agreed to the request. Speaking of Woowon, Woowon couldn't help but think about what he shared during that break. He wouldn't have known a lot of that information about Seo An if it weren't for Woowon. Woowon is aware that he never asked Seo An anything. Before, he only knew Seo An based on what he had seen himself. Woowon mulls over Woohon's claims to be that person's type since he is pretty. This realization gnawed at Woowon's thoughts, leaving him unsettled. Just as Woowon was lost in his own thoughts and spiraling into overthinking, his phone vibrated, displaying Seo An's name on the caller ID. A blush crept onto Woowon's face upon seeing Seo An's name. His dazed face was replaced by a really happy expression. Seo An asked Woowon through text if the part-time job was done already. Woowon replied that it was done and that he's trying a lot of new things because of Seo An. Seo An laughed and asked if Woowon was at his bar job already. Woowon said he was and then proceeded to be bold and asked Seo An what he was doing at the moment. Woowon could not believe he was doing this. His heart skipped a beat, and all he could hear were the pulses behind his ears. He's trying to calm himself down, but to no avail. He really has a crush on him, and it shows. Hey. Woowon was smiling at their little exchange. He almost forgot he had work to do, so Woowon had to tell Seo An that he had to contact him later. Seo An was pissed and threw his phone on the couch. He can't believe Myung-woo would separate them like that. Even if Myung-woo doesn't know you two were texting. Seo An, you hopeless romantic. Just as Seo An got separated from his phone, someone called him. Woohon opens up to Seo An that he just made his and Woowon's relationship a lot deeper. Seo An, understandably, didn't understand what he meant. Woohon had to cut to the chase and immediately went with what Seo An needed to hear today, and that Lee Jae-hoon was back. Woohon knew he never left South Korea, even though a lot of people assumed he was abroad to stop causing problems. Seo An said he didn't remember him. That face says otherwise. Seo An. Woohon knows he's lying, but he expressed that as long as Seo An doesn't care, everything should be fine. Seo An is more pissed now, because he thought he saw Jae-hoon on the streets. Woowon had to witness him break down again. So he's the bad memory. Should we prepare the pitchforks? Seo An. Was he the one to set up the attack? Just as they were about to proceed with the trash talking, Seo An got a text message from Seonjin, his brother. Seo An told Woohon that he was hanging up and proceeded to read his brother's text message. Looks like his parents want them to have a family dinner soon. He sent the time and place to meet for it. Seo An is not happy with this. Last time this happened with just his father, he was already a mess. This can't be good. It was mid-morning, and Woowon took a break outside the pizza shop where he worked. The warmth of the sunlight embraced him as he found a spot to rest. His co-worker, the one who had offered him the job as a delivery man, approached him and offered him cigarettes. Woowon politely declined. Curiosity filled the air as she asked Woowon if there were any updates on his previous place, which had been involved with scammers. Woowon informed her that the police were still investigating the case, hoping for a resolution soon. Karma, where are you? She then inquired if Woowon was still staying with Minsa. Woowon shared that he was currently staying at someone else's place, experiencing a change in his living situation. Playfully, she teased Woowon about his lack of friends aside from her and Minsa. A faint blush colored Woowon's cheeks as he thought about introducing Seo An to his circle of friends, mentioning that she hadn't met him yet. Concerned, she asked if Woowon had spoken to his mom about his current situation lately. Woowon's voice carried a tinge of sadness as he admitted that he hadn't updated his mom, not wanting to burden her with worries. In a friendly gesture, his co-worker playfully smacked his back and scolded him, urging him to share his struggles with his mom and not leave her out of the picture. Hey, this is a reminder to call your mom or your dad too. As night fell, Seo An took another leisurely stroll. The moonlight illuminated his path as he spoke on the phone. Seo An mentioned to the person on the other end that he was heading to the family dinner, suspecting that it might be related to Snojin's wedding. The caller on the other end expressed how the family dinner might make them look like a healthy family. If this isn't Seojin, Yuhan, Hien, or Woowon, it must be someone else in the family. You have an idea who? Seo An hung up the phone, his face glowing with a smile from the conversation. A pleasant mood enveloped him as he noticed Woowon walking on the other side of the road. Seo An couldn't resist the urge to approach him, his heart brimming with warmth and affection. Seo An had to approach him. He sneaked all that way to surprise Woowon from the back and probably gave him a light touch to make the delivery man notice him. As Woowon turned around and caught sight of Seo An's beaming face up close, a surge of happiness washed over him, filling his heart with an indescribable warmth. His pulse quickened, and a delightful fluttering sensation danced within him like a flurry of butterflies taking flight. At that moment, their faces mere inches apart, Woowon felt a delightful mix of joy and nervousness intertwining within him. Seo An was oblivious as to why Woowon was a blushing mess. Seo An, are you used to him being this red? Look at him. Woowon, on the other hand, found himself stumbling over his words as he nervously presented Seo An with free drinks their manager had given them at work. Among the beverages available, there was both iced tea and iced coffee. Initially, Woowon offered Seo An the iced coffee, but a sudden realization struck him. He remembered that coffee might not be suitable for Seo An's episodes. Taking quick initiative, Woowon swiftly retrieved an iced tea and gently placed it into Seo An's hand. Smooth. I wish Seo An knew that. As they continued to walk home, Woowon's thoughts consumed his mind again. He couldn't help but blush and feel an overwhelming sense of happiness in Seo An's presence. The mere presence of Seo An beside him made Woowon's heart flutter with joy and excitement. What is going on with him? He's particularly sensitive to Seo An's gestures today, and I am living for this. However, their peaceful walk was interrupted. Again, can't they just have a peaceful walk for once? Someone had called Seo An, and it was someone Seo An actually knew. Seo An refers to this person as Kim Min-hyun, and it looks like this person is crying just by looking at Seo An. I mean, I would cry too. He is cute. Kim Min-hyun suddenly went for a hug and wrapped his arms around Seo An. This caused both him and Woowon to be equally surprised. Min-hyun seemed unaware of Woowon's presence and began crying loudly, expressing his misery since the breakup with Seo An. Seo An appeared indifferent and somewhat annoyed by the interruption. He apologized to Min-hyun, explaining that he was disturbing their time together with his friend. Huh, yeah, friend. Min-hyun questioned whether Woowon was Seo An's new boyfriend and criticized Seo An for seemingly pursuing beautiful faces without considering their personality. Hey, this may be a self-report on your part, but Woowon is definitely a different case. Seo An, determined to separate Woowon from Min-hyun, physically turned him around so that his back faced Woowon. Seo An silently mouthed to Woowon that he would be back soon, as he needed to address matters with Min-hyun first. As Seo An talked with Min-hyun, Woowon couldn't help but notice Seo An's preference for pretty people. Woowon, if only you knew what Seo An thinks of you. You have etched a mark on this man's mind. After their discussion, Seo An sincerely apologized to Woowon for the unexpected encounter with Min-hyun. Woowon reassured Seo An that such things happen. Following that small talk, an air of tension and awkwardness enveloped them. Woowon couldn't shake off the image of Min-hyun hugging Seo An and eventually gathered the courage to inquire whether Min-hyun was Seo An's ex-boyfriend. Seo An curses in his head. Look at his face. Huh. He only dated Min-hyun for a short time, and the breakup happened a year ago. He couldn't believe out of all the people to bump into, it had to be him. However, despite the situation, Seo An needed to explain everything to Woowon. He understood that this new information might have made Woowon feel uneasy. Woowon was incredibly stuttery, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. He couldn't bring himself to look at Seo An this time. With a squeaky voice, he tried to assure Seo An that he wasn't uncomfortable. Woowon being a nervous wreck around Seo An is what I live for. Seo An is oblivious to Woowon's feelings and thinks he's acting like this because he's not fine with it. For Woowon, it was a realization of the physical truth that Seo An was attracted to men, just as Yuhan had tried to convey to him earlier. Communication is key. People. Curious, Woowon asked if things had ended well between Seo An and Min-hyun. Seo An recalled how Min-hyun had complained about him being selfish and always wanting things his way. Although Seo An didn't consider it a good ending to their relationship, they were still on good enough terms to greet each other when they crossed paths. Seo An blamed himself for the pattern of his relationships ending in such a manner. Due to a lack of communication, he was resorting to control and not trusting his former partners. This worsened as they showed him affection because he believed he was just a burden to them. They would often wonder if Seo An truly loved them. Changing the subject, Seo An asked Woowon if he preferred long-term relationships. Woowon confessed that his relationships didn't last long due to the demands of his work. In finding comfort with each other, they realized they both had experiences of being dumped in the end. Two peas in a pod. They're definitely made for each other. Seo An informed Woowon that he would return home late on Thursday as he had some family matters to attend to. Woowon felt a sense of unease and heaviness in his heart upon hearing this news, especially after Yuhan's recent revelations and recalling the snippets Seo An had mentioned about his family in the past. He understood the gravity of the situation but found himself at a loss for words. All he could say was that he hoped everything would go well. "You and me both, buddy." It was the night of the family dinner, set in a fancy and extravagant atmosphere. Seo An's parents, his older brother, and his younger sister were present. Seo An's father dominated the conversation at the dinner table, expressing his decision to assign Seo An to handle the overseas branch. However, he seemed skeptical about Seo An's capabilities lately. Seo An's father emphasized the crucial nature of Seo An's future position. Seo An responded with a hollow and lifeless reply that he acknowledged his father's wish. Seo An's mother inquired about Seojin's progress with wedding plans. Seojin, exuding confidence and lacking the tiredness evident in Seo An, formally stated that he and his fiancée had just arrived from the US and had recently begun planning. Seojin bore a striking resemblance to Seo An but without the burden of under-eye bags and having all smiles on his face. He shifted his attention to their younger sister, Jinyu, and asked her if she was still involved with her band. Jinyu is beautiful and looks very delicate compared to her brothers. She does have a lot more personality than them, though. Their mother interjected, revealing that Jinyu was merely indulging in her make-believe band performances and not pursuing anything meaningful with her life, unlike herself at Jinyu's age. Jinyu abruptly stopped eating, voicing her frustration and reminding everyone at the table of their word to stop meddling in her affairs until she graduated from school. Seo An attempted to defend his sister by asserting that she excelled academically, fulfilling her role within the family. Seojin then redirected his focus to Seo An, inquiring about his current endeavors. Their father swiftly intervened, instructing Seojin to refrain from engaging with Seo An since any conversation would be useless. "Come on, man, that is no way of dealing with your kid. You make up your own problems by putting so much expectations on them." An uncomfortable atmosphere settled over the table, thick with tension. Eventually, Jinyu slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Expressing her annoyance, she proclaimed that everyone was annoying. Jinyu tells them she wished she never came since she knew all conversations would inevitably lead to this. "Let's go, queen." "Wait, but this can't be good, right?" Jinyu acting like this during a family dinner might result in something bad. Seo An seems to be fond of his sister. Will he protect her if something happens? Woowon has spent his entire life repaying debts with his mother as a result of his father's irrational business investments and gambling. Seo An has spent his entire life trying to appease his wealthy family only to be ridiculed over the smallest mistakes, leaving him with panic attacks and social phobia. An unexpected series of kindness led these two to meet. Will they solve their problems together, or perhaps they don't need solutions, but simply each other? Jinyu hastily left the dinner party. She forcefully closed the doors behind her, the loud slam echoing her internal turmoil. Seo An offered to check on Jinyu, but Seojin dismissed the idea, advising Seo An not to bother. However, their mother insisted that Seo An should drive Jinyu home. Seo An managed to catch up with Jinyu, and they found themselves in an elegant elevator. After pouting for a while, Jinyu's expression suddenly transformed into a smile. She chuckled, remarking that the dinner had been short-lived. Seo An cautioned her to control her temper. Jinyu reminded him of their previous conversation when Seo An had encouraged her to stand up to Seojin during the family dinner, teasingly recalling their little scheme. This refers back to chapter 27 when Jinyu called Seo An during his walk one night. Curious about her concert, Seo An inquired how it went. Jinyu replied that they had a full house. Seo An playfully teased her, expressing surprise at her band's success. She playfully hit him in response, and Seo An laughed at her reaction. Jinyu then asked Seo An how he had been lately. Seo An lied, claiming that he had been doing well. However, Jinyu, his sister, could still tell that he was not doing well. "Seo An, your little sister is so thoughtful." Years ago, when Jinyu was 8 years old and Seo An was 14 years old, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Seo An, showing affection and concern, asked her what was wrong. Jinyu explained that while playing in their father's study, she had accidentally broken a vase and held a piece of it as evidence. Seo An reminded her not to enter the study and instructed her to give him the broken pieces. assuring her that he would take the blame for breaking the vase when speaking to their father. Seo An told Jinyu to go to her room. He wiped away Jinyu's tears and advised her to pretend that she didn't know anything to avoid receiving punishment as well. Even after all these years, Jinyu remembers how miserable Seo An appeared in front of their father, both in the past and now. He seemed miserable. Jinyu recognized that Seo An pretended to be fine, but his act only caused others to worry about him even more. He wears his heart on his sleeves, and he can be an easy book to read. I'm glad he has at least a small group of people that watches out for him, because this man cannot ask for help. Unless it's Woowon. As the siblings playfully teased and bantered with each other, they exited the building, experiencing a wholesome reunion. Seo An arrived home and immediately sensed the emptiness of his dimly lit apartment. He scanned the surroundings, realizing that Woowon wasn't there yet, as it was probably too early for him to be home anyway. Look at him. He's so clingy with Woowon, it's cute. On the other hand, from Woowon's perspective, he was on the phone with his family. He spoke to his mom, recounting the situation with his apartment, the scam he had fallen victim to, and how the police hadn't contacted him yet. I am not lowering my pitchfork until this has been resolved. His mother asked him where he was currently staying. Woowon mentioned that he was staying at a friend's place. His mother expressed surprise that Woowon had friends, leading him to let out a sigh and acknowledge that he really only has a small circle of friends. His mother told him to thank his friend on her behalf and assured Woowon that she would visit Seoul soon. After saying their goodbyes, Woowon entered Seo An's apartment. He felt relieved that he had called his mother and informed her about his living situation. Hey, you there. This is a reminder to call your mom. Speaking of Seo An, Woowon wondered if Seo An was home. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he noticed Seo An's shoes by the doorstep. Looking around, Woowon switched on the lights. Seo An was nowhere to be found in the living room. Woowon proceeded to enter Seo An's room and discovered him lying on the bed, still dressed in his suit. Look at how cute he is. Seo An went from staring into space to suddenly turning his head to where Woowon was, as if there were magnets between them. Woowon approached Seo An and asked if he was sleeping. Seo An clarified that he was merely lying down on his bed. Woowon offered to get him a drink, but Seo An declined and instead requested Woowon's hand. What are they going to do? Are they going to kiss? Finally, Woowon couldn't help but wonder what Seo An had in mind for his hand, but he extended it nonetheless. Seizing the opportunity, Seo An pulled Woowon towards him. As Woowon was pulled closer, he found himself sitting on Seo An's bed, with Seo An resting his head on Woowon's lap while still holding his hand. Seo An appeared calm as he expressed his desire to stay there for a while, explaining that he was exhausted from the day's events. Oh my god, something is happening. What is Seo An doing? Blushing, Woowon gazed down at Seo An. Woowon's heart raced within his chest, pounding with an intensity that echoed in his ears. The sensation of Seo An's hand in his, their closeness on the bed, and Seo An's head resting on his lap created an electrifying current that coursed through his veins. His blush intensified when Seo An confessed his laziness in changing his clothes and asked if Woowon could assist him with it. In the midst of this surreal experience, Woowon's mind raced, desperately searching for the right words to respond. Panic danced in his eyes, flickering like a flame in the wind. Thoughts collided and tangled within him, creating a whirlwind of emotions. I could hear his thoughts from here. Woowon, breathe. Seo An noticed that Woowon had every chance to withdraw and decline his request. Yet there he was, blushing profusely and unsure of how to respond. Seo An could see the impact his words and actions had on Woowon. He realized that if he were to confess his feelings to Woowon at that moment, it would surely overwhelm him and make Woowon pass out. Confess. Please confess. Though I feel like I would pass out. Seo An reassured Woowon that he won't bite if he said yes to helping him change his clothes. This makes Woowon panic even more. Woowon's lips pouted in a playful yet nervous manner as he urged Seo An to stop teasing him. His heart fluttered with excitement and apprehension, unsure of how to respond to Seo An's teasing advances. He's so adorable. Sorry, Woowon, but I get why Seo An teases you. As Woowon glanced down at Seo An, who lay on the bed, he saw a familiar blue bracelet adorning Seo An's wrist. Seo An explained that it was a piece recommended by his therapist, a calming token to soothe his nerves. A surge of warmth enveloped Woowon's heart as he realized the significance of the bracelet. It touched him deeply to know that Seo An cherished the bracelet and found comfort in its presence. The genuine affection between them stirred a sense of happiness within Woowon. This mutual pining is making me feel very impatient. Just date already. Seo An closed his eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep during their conversation. Woowon took the opportunity to gaze at Seo An's serene face, devoid of any worries. It dawned on him how much significance he had assigned to Seo An's actions, hoping they were indicative of Seo An's feelings for him. Trusting his instincts, Woowon began believing that Seo An might have feelings for him too. Lost in his thoughts, Woowon gently ran his fingers through Seo An's hair, savoring the moment and the emotions it stirred within him. I bet Seo An really isn't asleep. He's smart. Hehe. However, his peace was abruptly shattered when Seo An suddenly opened his eyes and inquired whether Woowon ever took a day off. Seo An, your intentions are so clear. Woowon admitted that he rarely did, as he juggled his responsibilities at the bar and assisted Yuhan. In the past, he used to consider weekends as his time for rest. But lately, he hadn't given much thought to taking a break. Seo An got up and sat next to Woowon, expressing his desire for them to spend more time together beyond their evening walks. Sincerely, he conveyed how nice it would be to have a day together just hanging out. Woowon apologized, but Seo An reminded him not to be too quick to apologize. Woowon couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness, pondering Seo An's words and their underlying meaning. Does this mean? Oh, he definitely means Woowon likes the idea of a date too. The following day brought the unexpected good news that felt like a coincidence. While Woowon was changing into his pizza delivery uniform, the bar owner, Myung-woo, called him. Myung-woo explained that he had an urgent matter and would be closing the bar on Saturday, effectively giving Woowon a short vacation. Myung-woo recalled how hardworking Woowon was and believed he deserved the break. Although Woowon had no choice but to agree, his heart skipped a beat at the thought. It seemed as if his heart instinctively associated the news with Seo An even before his brain fully processed it. Don't forget to breathe. Determined to share the excitement with Seo An, Woowon immediately dialed his number. Seo An put him on speakerphone, Seo An's face lighting up with a smile as they talked. Seo An suggested they watch a movie together and enjoy some drinks, an idea that filled Woowon with happiness, and he eagerly agreed. Unbeknownst to Woowon, Seo An placed Woowon on loudspeaker because he was texting Myung-woo. Seo An requested that Myung-woo have Woowon for a day. Myung-woo's reply hinted at suspicion towards Seo An's intentions. But Seo An simply grinned widely, seemingly unaffected. You sly fox, what are you planning to do with Woowon? Woowon radiated pure joy as he greeted good morning with a wide smile. His infectious happiness seemed to have the power to make flowers bloom and the sun shine even brighter in the sky. On the contrary, Seo An couldn't quite match Woowon's enthusiasm. The overwhelming positivity from Woowon in the early hours of the day made Seo An feel like he was staring directly at the sun, momentarily blinded by its brightness. Sun and moon, opposites attract. Curious about the reason behind Woowon's cheerful disposition, Seo An couldn't help but ask about it. Woowon, bustling around in the kitchen while preparing food for both of them, gleefully informed Seo An that they had the entire day to spend together. My heart, it's been shot by the love arrow. I haven't seen Woowon be this happy in a few chapters now. Seo An was taken aback by Woowon's unexpected response, blushing and instinctively hiding half of his face from Woowon. Seo An wondered if Woowon was that excited to hang out with him. Seo An, you already know the answer. Plus, who, in the right mind, would pass up an opportunity to be with you? Woowon shared with Seo An how he hadn't had any free time since his student days. So he spent his previous day just daydreaming about having a day off. Curious about their plans, Seo An asked Woowon what they could do together. He suggested playing video games, wondering if Woowon would enjoy them. Woowon admitted that he hadn't played video games since elementary school, and noticed that everyone he knew who played games seemed to have a lot of fun. What happened to the movies? I would have loved to see Seo An get scared of a horror movie, and he'd hide behind Woowon's arm. I could only dream. Seo An then proposed the idea of playing mobile games, mentioning that they could try it on Woowon's phone. Woowon explained that he usually watches others play mobile games and doesn't spend much time on his own phone, so he quickly gives up on playing. Seo An thought to himself that Woowon was a national treasure for not having played video games in years and hardly using his phone. I understand Woowon is always busy, but he really should find ways to unwind sometimes. However, Seo An revealed that he himself wasn't an avid video game player either, but Yuhan had left his home video game console at Seo An's place. Seo An suggested they play together, which made Woowon incredibly happy. Seo An couldn't help but smile widely. After a while, Woowon started shouting in frustration as he struggled with the controller buttons. Seo An playfully teased him instead of helping. Woowon complained that the game was too difficult, while Seo An enjoyed it. Woowon asked Seo An if he had already played the game before. Seo An continued to tease him, sarcastically telling him to hone his skills. Woowon playfully pointed out how cruel Seo An could be. Seo An laughed, and Woowon pouted cutely. As karma would have it, when they switched to another game, Woowon defeated Seo An. Woowon is a natural. Imagine where he discovered early on that he liked video games. Will Woowon become a streamer? Will he be a sports player? He exclaimed how Seo An was only good at the soccer game, and Seo An acted like an upset child, wanting another round. Woowon laughed and noted that Seo An was quite competitive. Woowon declined to play another round, and Seo An complained. I don't know if Seo An is that competitive or if he's trying to be cute in front of Woowon, but I love seeing Seo An whine in front of Woowon. As the day went on, they decided to watch TV. First, they observed a show where famous people living alone showcased their lives. Seo An mentioned how Yuhan had appeared on that show before. The second show was about physics, and the two of them found themselves getting a bit confused. Eventually, nightfall arrived, and they ordered pizza and grabbed some drinks. I remember when they first ate together. Woowon delivered the pizza, and Seo An asked him if they could eat lunch together in Chapter 14. Seo An was taken aback by Woowon's impressive tolerance for alcohol. It was a pleasant surprise to see how well Woowon could handle his drinks. Woowon, on the other hand, was equally astonished to realize that he had never actually experienced being drunk before. Woowon innocently says that with a cute smile, but the empty bottles in front of him should remind you of how old he is. Seo An considered himself a seasoned drinker, but clearly Woowon wins here. Seo An said that he finally has someone to drink with since Yuhan is a lightweight, so that's not fun for him. Woowon expresses his gratitude towards Seo An, leaving the latter curious about the sudden appreciation. Woowon decides to be honest and shares that things haven't been going well for him lately. Despite his efforts to fix or improve his situation, most of the time, things end up going wrong. Woowon tends to blame himself for these setbacks and often feels disappointed. However, in recent times, Woowon has found comfort and peace even though his circumstances haven't changed. It dawned on him that Seo An was always there to lend a helping hand whenever he faced difficulties. Seo An has a knack for knowing whenever Woowon needs a hand. It's like he's born with it. I'm glad Woowon doesn't look too much into it and accepts his help because it would take 20 more chapters if he thinks Seo An has other motives. We love communication in this household. Woowon wonders what he did to deserve meeting with someone like Seo An. Woowon, it's a simple answer. You just exist. That's enough. I bet Seo An would say the same thing. Woowon expresses his deep gratitude for having met Seo An. He feels fortunate to have him in his life and wishes to be a reliable friend for Seo An in return. While sharing his feelings of appreciation, a tender moment unfolds. Seo An leans forward and surprises Woowon with a heartfelt kiss filled with warmth and affection. Am I seeing things? Woowon's cheeks flush with a rosy hue, an outward reflection of his inner emotions. As Seo An continues to kiss him, Woowon's heart skips a beat, a delightful mixture of nervousness and surprise filling his senses. Woowon closes his eyes and embraces the unexpected kiss. He allowed himself to be enveloped in the heat of the moment. Woowon is not moving away. Are we winning today? As Seo An pulls away, a mix of confusion and curiosity fills the air. He questions Woowon, wondering why he didn't resist the kiss. It can't be because they're good friends. Say it ain't so, Woowon. Seeking clarity, Seo An leans closer and warns Woowon that he might continue the kiss unless he stops him now. Was that a threat, Seo An? Woowon's face flushes even more, the blush spreading to the back of his neck. Feeling overwhelmed, he avoided Seo An's eyes gaze, unsure how to respond. Seo An, genuinely puzzled by Woowon's reaction, wonders what thoughts run through his mind. If the kiss was too much for Woowon, Seo An half expected a swift punch. Standing up and turning away from Woowon, Seo An expresses his confusion, exclaiming that Woowon should stop him if he doesn't enjoy it. His words hang in the air, waiting for Woowon's response. The consent. This is the right way to treat people. This isn't goals. This should be expected. I love this BL. Seo An expressed that he can't be that friend Woowon wants him to be. He doesn't want to just be friends. Woowon panicked and impulsively grabbed Seo An's wrist, pulling him back. Seo An stumbled and lost his balance due to the sudden pull. In that instant, they found themselves in a completely different situation. Woowon's hand gripped Seo An's wrist, their faces just inches apart. They locked eyes, their gazes fixed on each other. Seo An found himself on top of Woowon while Woowon looked up at him. Their cheeks turned even redder as their blushes intensified. Both of them froze at that moment, feeling a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. In that tender moment, they cannot keep their eyes off each other. The closeness between them was electric, sending waves of warmth and affection coursing through their veins. It was as if time stood still, allowing them to bask in their intertwined fates. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, it's happening. Everybody, stay calm. Everybody, stay calm. Just as one opened their mouth to ask if the other was all right, their words were abruptly cut short by the jarring sound of a ringing phone. The persistent ring echoed through the room, breaking the enchanting spell woven around them. Despite the continuous ringing, both of them remained rooted in their positions, their eyes still fixed upon each other. Time seemed to stand still as they struggled to break free from the captivating moment they had shared. Eventually, they both realized that since the buzzing from the phone was so persistent, it must be important. Both of them were still blushing from the moment. Their backs were against each other as they processed what had happened. It was Woowon's phone that was ringing this whole time, so Woowon answered his phone. He was stuttering while answering the phone. Seo An was pissed that their moment was cut off. Same, Seo An, same. We were getting to the good part. The caller was Woowon's mom. With a mix of surprise and curiosity, Woowon greeted her and inquired about her well-being. Seo An, still facing away from Woowon, turned his head in astonishment upon realizing it was Woowon's mother calling. He hadn't anticipated this unexpected interruption from her. Before they could fully process what happened a while ago, their blushes disappeared when Woowon said out loud that his mother was in Seoul already. Meeting the parents already. Are we finally meeting the woman that raised and protected this sweet boy? Woowon called his mother. Amidst the bustling street, a woman with long, light-colored hair, donning a plain button-up shirt and clutching a pamphlet, turned around. She carried bags in her hands, clearly not from there. Taking a momentary pause, Woowon instructed the taxi driver to wait on the side while he offered to take care of his mother's bags. A striking resemblance between them was evident as they stood face to face. Got all of his blessed looks and his personality from his mother. Ma'am, thank you for Woowon. Curiosity filled Woowon's voice as he questioned why his mother hadn't informed him about her visit to Seoul. In response, his mother gently reminded him that she had mentioned it a few days ago. That's true. She did inform you ahead of time, Woowon. Woowon inquired further, wondering why she had arrived in the middle of the night. His mother explained that she had initially gone to the bus stop in the morning but had forgotten the food she had prepared for him at home. Upon returning to the bus stop, she missed her original bus and was forced to wait for another. With a touch of humor, she admitted that being in Seoul after such a long time had made her a bit lost, leading her to finally call Woowon for help. She seems more free-spirited than Woowon. Meanwhile, our boy worries a lot in situations like that. Woowon opened the taxi door for his mother and asked her to get in. She asked if they were going to Woowon's friend's house. She was curious to know if she was welcomed there. Woowon said it was okay for her to stay there. Meanwhile, in Seo An's apartment just moments ago, Woowon was still engaged in the call with his mother. He asked what express bus terminal she was in. Seo An told Woowon to bring her in here. Woowon was curious to know if he had heard what Seo An said correctly. Seo An firmly tells Woowon that Woowon's mother can stay at Seo An's place. Seo An even offered to clean the place while Woowon fetched his mom. Making a good first impression there, Seo An. Returning to the present, a sense of gratitude overwhelmed Woowon as he reflected on Seo An's kindness. However, a hint of curiosity lingered in his thoughts as he wondered what might have transpired if his mother hadn't made that timely phone call. As Woowon and his mother sat in the taxi, they were listening to the radio, but Woowon wasn't actively listening. Woowon, lost in his thoughts, gazed out the window, his mind drifting to Seo An. He couldn't help but recall how Seo An had been quite intoxicated earlier. A tinge of concern washed over Woowon as he wondered if he should have stayed behind to help Seo An tidy up. These two cannot be separated for long, can they? However, his mother's words brought him back to reality. She asked if he remembered when he got lost as a child. Woowon wasn't quite sure what she meant. His mother said he was around 5 or 6, and they were in the supermarket. Woowon disappeared in the blink of an eye. A memory seemed faintly familiar to him. His mother continued, describing how she had searched everywhere for him. She asked every person in the supermarket if they had seen him. She requested an announcement over the PA system. Feeling like she was losing her mind, tears streamed down her face. Then, a tiny Woowon appeared before her, holding hands with an employee. Look at him. He's so tiny. I need to bite his little cheek. At that moment, a very adorable Woowon had wiped his mother's tears away and innocently asked why she was crying. He was always this thoughtful, such a sweet boy. Her relief at having her son back in her arms was indescribable. From that day on, she promised never to let go of Woowon's hand. She shared this story now because her child had grown up, and he was now the one looking for her. She expressed sadness that she couldn't always be there for Woowon when he needed her. Woowon reassured her, saying that he never felt alone. Filled with pride, his mother praised him for being smooth and remarked on how much he had grown. Playfully, she lightly tapped Woowon's shoulder. Woowon pointed out that he had been a grown-up for quite some time now. Oh my God, look at the face he's making. He's so embarrassed. His mother acknowledged that Woowon had always been mature for his age. She expressed immense gratitude for always having each other during difficult times. Deep down, she knew that one day they would look back and share lighthearted laughter when all their problems were solved. We also want for that day to come soon for you, Mrs. Doe. Upon arriving at Seo An's place, they were greeted by the apartment's owner, who apologized for his disheveled appearance, explaining that he and Woowon had been drinking earlier. In the eyes of Woowon's mom, Seo An practically radiated with handsomeness. She couldn't help but admire the beautiful apartment and marvelous Seo An. Ma'am, you have excellent taste in men, and so does your son. Hee. Seo An told her to not be formal with him. He was nervous as he scratched the back of his neck, but he wore a big smile while accommodating Woowon's mom. You're doing great, honey. This made Woowon's mom admire Seo An even more. Oh my God, she's so adorable. Woowon guided his mother to her room in the apartment. She praised the place and pointed out how everything looked like a stage set. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked if Seo An came from a wealthy family. Woowon, unsure of the answer, replied that he wasn't sure about Seo An's family. His mom then inquired if they had been fighting before she came in. Shocked by the question, Woowon's face flushed with concern. His mom noticed his red face and neck, and asked why he was blushing. Woowon had to reassure her that they were not fighting. Trying to divert the conversation, Woowon asked his mom how long she planned to stay. Although she sensed his attempt to change the subject, she answered that she would be heading back home tomorrow. Amidst the beauty of the morning, Woowon's mom wasn't feeling well, though. She shared that she was feeling bloated. She suspects that it might be because of the heat. Woowon reassured his mom that he would buy the digestive medicine and lovingly advised her to rest. Woowon stepped out of his room, only to find Seo An waiting there. The atmosphere felt tense and awkward between them. Seo An asked if Woowon was leaving, reminding him about his work in the afternoon. Woowon explained that he needed to go to the pharmacy to get medicine for his mom's upset stomach. Seo An offered medicine, but Woowon politely declined, saying his mom needed specific medication. The silence prevailed, and tension lingered. Seo An wanted to talk about the kiss they shared last night, but Woowon cut him off. Woowon hurriedly mentioned that he had to leave immediately, then proceeded to avoid eye contact as he descended the stairs. Seo An was taken aback by Woowon's actions. Woowon wasn't happy with himself for what happened with Seo An, but he wasn't ready to address it just yet. As Woowon continued down the stairs, Seo An remained rooted near the railings, gripping them tightly. Woowon was halfway down the stairs when he glanced back and observed Seo An's back. He remembered that Seo An rarely woke up at this hour and wondered if he didn't sleep well. Memories of last night's kiss flooded Woowon's mind, causing him to look away and question why he was still dwelling on it. He wondered if Seo An had simply acted in the heat of the moment. The uncertainty weighed on his thoughts. He reminds himself not to overthink since it's not like they're going to date. The ache inside him grew, and he felt like he was drowning in his own realization. If they're not going to date, then Woowon might have to turn Seo An down. Woowon worries about how his relationship with Seo An will progress after this. He fears that if he rejects Seo An's advances, their friendship might crumble and slip away. The thought of losing their close bond fills him with sadness and despair. He doesn't want that. If Seo An wants to date him, he doesn't know what to do. He didn't want to be with anyone in his current situation. Woowon questioned if he could be greedy this time, but he also worried about what he would do if their relationship didn't work out. He didn't know how to let go of Seo An after that. In any relationship, both of you have to talk it out. Woowon, don't reject the guy before confirming stuff first. That'll hurt both of you. Take time for you two to figure things out. Woowon's mom gently tapped her knuckles against Seo An's bedroom door. Seo An swiftly turned the doorknob, revealing a pleasant surprise from Woowon's mom standing there, a warm and inviting smile adorning her face. With a warm smile, Woowon's mom asked Seo An if he had a moment to spare for a chat. What is mom scheming? If it has anything to do with these two, let it be a good thing. Seo An brewed a cup of coffee for Woowon's mom. Seo An asked if she was okay after hearing from Woowon that she had an upset stomach. Woowon's mom said that she only sent Woowon out in order to have a talk with Seo An alone. She smelled her coffee and drank from it. Seo An asked her what she wanted to talk to him about. She thanked Seo An for being there for Woowon and started sharing how tough Woowon's life had been. He couldn't have much fun or pursue swimming because of his responsibilities. Woowon's mom expressed surprise that Woowon had found a friend like Seo An, even with his busy schedule. She felt grateful that Woowon had someone to lean on, and she confessed she didn't know if he had other friends because he never talked about them. She felt worse when she collapsed and learned that Woowon was scammed. However, she was grateful and felt at ease seeing Woowon looking better than ever. She is so sweet. Adopt me, ma'am. Seo An tells her that there's no need to thank him. He explains to her that he's kept Woowon around him because Woowon has been helping him. Deep down, Seo An worried that their kiss might have changed things, especially since Woowon had avoided eye contact earlier. After a while, it was time for Woowon's mom to leave. Outside of an express bus station, she urged Woowon to not overwork himself. She asked him to update her if there was any news from the police about the scammers. She reminded him to call her when he needed help and to make up with Seo An. He thanked you, mom. Woowon reassured his mom that everything would be fine, teasing her to stop nagging. She couldn't help but ask if you know who had contacted him lately. Though, I could only guess who it was. Maybe it's Woowon's dad or a particular loan shark. Woowon shook his head, indicating that there had been no recent contact. She instructs Woowon to refrain from picking up calls from this person and to let her know immediately about their attempts to reach out. She's very firm about Woowon not talking to them. So this person is a he. Who could this be? In the past, Woowon would recall his mom talking about his father, describing him as a very greedy person. His father's singular focus on accumulating riches left a trail of devastation in his wake. All he ever wanted was to get rich. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve his selfish ambitions, even if it meant driving others to their untimely demise. When their family reached the lowest point, his father callously abandoned them, leaving them to bear the weight of their shattered lives alone. Time passed, seasons changed, and yet, to their astonishment, he resurfaced back into their lives. He came back with a gambling debt that he couldn't handle. Woowon has been struggling to repay it for a long time, losing sight of himself. Woowon almost forgot who he is and what he possesses, denying himself the joy of life, such as swimming. Woowon doesn't want to be associated with someone like his father. This is not a father. This isn't even a human being. He's just a leech. Don't be like him. Seo An receives a text message from Woowon in the middle of the day. The words hit Seo An like a cold gust of wind. Woowon informs him that their walks together will be put on hold, apologizing as he does so. He insists that Seo An doesn't need to go outside anymore. What happened with helping Seo An out? He really didn't like Seo An being forward about his feelings. What's going on? Seo An can't help but feel that Woowon has an uncanny ability to piss people off. Ever since that kiss, Woowon has been actively avoiding Seo An. He has become good at avoiding Seo An, carefully crafting a routine of early mornings and sleep-filled nights. Woowon is gone too early in the morning. Then he sleeps way too early. Seo An doesn't have the heart to wake him up. Seo An has more patience than me. I would be really curious by now. Seo An thought Woowon would give up on his antics after a few days, but Woowon is still very determined and still going strong. Seo An still thinks he's cute even after all of that, but that doesn't change the fact that Seo An is mad right now. Sir, your bias is showing. Seo An always had a pessimistic thought that he had no chance of dating Woowon, but he never expected Woowon to treat him this way. Nevertheless, he doesn't want everything to end like this. Woowon remains oblivious, while Seo An vows to confront him head-on and express his pent-up feelings, words that make Woowon nervous. Nervous? Seo An, what are you even going to do? Meanwhile, Woowon is walking home. He is defeated and burdened by his thoughts. He realizes he can no longer evade Seo An's presence. Y'all live together, and that new routine of yours must be tiring. Woowon thinks he's not brave enough to date him. He's also not ready to end whatever they have right now. Woowon wants them to stay as they are before the kiss. He thinks he and Seo An are too different from each other. Woowon thinks that if he didn't like Seo An, he could have settled this without a problem. It would have been easy. Just as Woowon is dazed in his thoughts, a very familiar figure stands in front of him. Woowon was shocked to have Seo An standing there with his arms crossed and facing the ground. Get him, Seo An. Woowon says Seo An's name to get his attention. He asks why Seo An is there, while Seo An cuts straight to the chase, burdening the air with heavy words. That night, on a bridge, Seo An confesses his feelings for Woowon. Dang, I knew he liked the man, but I was not ready for that. Seo An is so direct. He asks Woowon to stop avoiding and pretending to be unaware of Seo An's feelings for him. Seo An tells Woowon that if Woowon doesn't like the fact that Seo An likes him, Woowon should just push him away. I love communication, but putting Woowon in the phrase push away in one sentence is not a good idea. Seo An wants to make his affection for Woowon crystal clear. That way, Woowon has no doubt about it. Despite finally receiving a direct answer to the questions that have plagued him, Woowon finds no comfort in the news. Memories of his time in the hospital flood his mind, reminding him of the sacrifices he made and the dreams he left behind. Woowon, this time is different. Listen, the weariness of constantly letting go weighs heavily upon him. He offers a heartfelt apology to Seo An, his voice laden with despair. He apologized. No, don't reject him. Woowon, I will grab you by the collar and shake you. Stop it. Be greedy for once. Woowon said that it was not because Seo An was a guy. He thought to himself that the problem was him and not Seo An. It's not you. It's me. Don't do that, Woowon. Come on. Instead of airing out his insecurities, Woowon tells Seo An that he's going to move out. Woowon said that he couldn't stay forever at Seo An's place. Seo An sadly asked if this will make Woowon feel better. Even after all that, Seo An, you're still so kind. This man really has more patience than most people. A few days passed, and Woowon came home to a dim apartment. He hadn't seen Seo An for days after that night when Seo An confessed. Both of them have been actively avoiding each other. Woowon's fear of letting go meant he had no choice in all of this. However, he feels very sad and disappointed at the result of that night. You said it yourself, Woowon. You said it was hard to let go because you liked the guy. One morning, Woowon comes out of his bedroom. He looked at the long hallway where he saw Seo An before and where the general location of his bedroom was. He was surprised when he turned to face the stairs that Seo An was just getting up. There was only awkward silence between them. Seo An had to move past him, though. The words hung heavily in the air, reminding Woowon that it was Seo An who had experienced the sting of rejection that night, not him. Woowon's heart sank deeper into a pit of disappointment and insecurity as he grappled with the weight of Seo An's words. Dang, Seo An. That hurts. I'm not Woowon, but it feels like I was being told this. Meanwhile, at work, Woowon was making calls with different people to view potential places to live. His friend, their boss niece, arrived to go smoke and offered Woowon a stick of cigarettes. Woowon accepted her offer and took one stick. Curiosity tinged with concern, she asked whether Woowon's distraction at work stemmed solely from the search for a new place to live. Unable to respond directly, Woowon's mind wandered in a labyrinth of conflicting emotions. It's something he can't share. Woowon painfully remembers Seo An's disappointed and sad face that night on the bridge. Seo An didn't yell at him or say anything hurtful. Instead, he tells Woowon to not rush looking for a new place and be careful when choosing. Even in that situation, Seo An is considerate. This man is an angel. Woowon didn't respond to Ahi's question. Instead, Woowon asks her if they could eat dinner together later. Where did this come from? Well, Woowon must have been used to eating with Seo An all this time. The sudden routine they have must have made him feel lonely. Later that evening, the two friends sat down for a drink and a meal together, reminiscing about the past. It had been 3 long years since they last shared this intimate moment. Woowon's friend playfully remarked that Minsung would surely be jealous. Curious, she asked Woowon why he had invited her for a drink. Woowon hesitated for a moment before opening up about someone confessing their feelings to him. His friend, accustomed to hearing about Woowon's encounters, showed no surprise. Did this happen all the time? Woowon is gorgeous, so I can't blame them. She questioned whether he rejected this person, to which Woowon confirmed. Perplexed, she inquired why he appeared so sad about his decision. Woowon's response was one of uncertainty. He couldn't pinpoint the exact reason for his sadness. She pressed further, wondering if he had regretted his choice. Woowon explained the complexity of their situation, highlighting the stark differences between their worlds. Deep in his thoughts, Woowon reflected on how their differences became even more evident after living together. He couldn't shake the feeling of being a burden to Seo An. Seo An had always been there to lend a helping hand. Woowon wonders if their feelings for each other were genuine, though. Their attachment may have formed due to chance and their current circumstances of mutual assistance. Woowon, to know that, you need to try dating him and see if your feelings are real or not just for the plot. Heaven knows I want them to date, but because you date in order to get to know the other person. His friend snapped him out of overthinking and probed if Woowon liked this person. Confusion lingered in Woowon's mind as he questioned her motives. She reminded him of the past instances when he rejected women without regret. According to her observation, his overthinking about this person indicated that his feelings ran deeper. Ma'am, you were so spot on. Woowon confided that he grew fond of this person because they shared similar hardships in life, and spending time together brought him a lot of comforts. However, when they confessed, reality struck him like a merciless blow. While this person had been giving so much to him through their support, Woowon found himself incapable of reciprocating. He questioned the authenticity of his own feelings, wondering if his attraction stemmed from gratitude rather than genuine affection. No, we're not doing this. Woowon, please be nice to yourself. Regardless, moving out and potentially losing this person saddened Woowon to the core. Meanwhile, as Woowon wallowed in his sadness, his friend attempted to unravel the mystery behind the person who had managed to break through his emotional barriers. She acknowledged that, despite the many dire situations Woowon had faced, he never made efforts to maintain relationships with women. She vocalized it was a significant revelation, questioning Woowon if he liked a man. Woowon's whole body jolted with surprise, turning into a flustered mess as his face flushed crimson. He gasped, unable to comprehend how she had figured it out. She warns him not to just tell that information to anyone. She continued to ask him without judgment if Woowon was concerned that he likes guys. Woowon said that fact never bothered him. She urged him to reconsider giving the relationship a shot if their circumstances were holding him back. She reminded him of when he relied on her in Minsung when his mother collapsed. It was a rare occasion for him to be vulnerable around them. She emphasized that she and Minsung had been attempting to breach the walls he had built up. She concluded that the person who confessed must hold a special place in Woowon's heart since he had opened up to them. Someone finally said it. Thank you, ma'am. If Woowon's afraid of starting the relationship, she advises him to think of it as practice. He should be practicing how to really like somebody. Baby steps, Woowon, baby steps. Meanwhile, at home, Seo An sat at his desk, gazing out the window at the rain. His thoughts turned to Woowon and whether he had brought an umbrella. His attention then shifted to the blue bracelet, reminding him of their complicated situation. Doubt gnawed at him as he questioned whether he had the right to continue caring for Woowon. Lost in his inner turmoil, Seo An received a text message that interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at his lock screen, he saw a preview of the message from his brother, Seo An. Seo An instructed him to come to the office by 3 p.m. the next day. What is it now? It's one thing after another for Seo An. Our angel doesn't need more stress. Seo An found himself back at the office, waiting for the elevator. Anxiously, he fidgeted with his blue bracelet, feeling nervous about returning to a place bustling with people. Finally, as the elevator reached his floor, Seo An encountered a group of individuals, their gazes fixed upon him, and their surprised expressions were accompanied by smiles. They greeted him warmly, and Seo An reciprocated, attempting to blend in as if he had never left the office. Even if they were far away now, their conversations echoed in his ears. They pondered why he had returned, speculating among themselves if they would have done the same after experiencing a similar incident. "Excuse me, the man just came back, and it seems like y'all have seen him break down. Don't any of you have empathy at all?" However, despite this facade, his nervousness began to consume him. The faces of his colleagues gradually blurred in his vision, adding to his unease. It was an unsettling sensation. Seo An desperately clung to the blue bracelet, hoping it would alleviate his panic. Overwhelmed, Seo An hurried to the bathroom, seeking comfort and some peace. He entered a cubicle and sat on the floor, staring at the bracelet held tightly in his hand. "Honey, I wish I had put you back on your couch again instead of a bathroom floor. Someone give this man a hot choco." In a state of panic, he struggled to control his breathing, gasping for air. At that moment, he tries to grasp comforting words. He remembers how he was told to hold on to something that calms him down. That one thing for him would be Woowon's bracelet. Seo An delves into his past, revisiting a time when he was just a young child and experienced his first taste of panic. During his university days, Seo An would receive invitations to parties. One of the parties was hosted by a guy named Kang Young-jin, the son of Mount Pharma. However, Seo An held a strong dislike for Young-jin. He still went anyway. He needed to look good in front of people. This is a tough spot. At that time, the lady he was with questioned Seo An if he really wanted to go to the party. Seo An casually mentioned that he would only pop in quick before leaving. As the college party unfolded, Seo An engaged in conversations with various individuals, blending into the crowd. The venue was spacious, with only a few people inside. Seo An felt like it was a good time to leave. It was just a typical party for Seo An. Unexpectedly, the police arrived, abruptly interrupting the festivities. Seo An found himself unwittingly entangled in a police setup at the party. The attendees, involved in substance abuse, were the primary targets, and Seo An was just caught in the crossfire. Later that night, Seo An faced immediate repercussions as his father administered a harsh slap, conveying his disappointment. "Your son's innocent." But of course, you don't listen to Seo An and just straight up, resulting in anger. A little bit more into the future, Seo An is working at the office. This was before his incident at work, more likely. Seo An was just doing his tasks like anyone else on that floor. A co-worker approached him and congratulated him for getting more responsibilities. More responsibilities meant that he was trusted by higher-ups to do these tasks. The co-worker could have left Seo An with congratulations, but he went ahead and told Seo An that he had it easy. "Sir, why don't you try to be in Seo An's shoes for a hot minute? Meet his dad. See if you like it." Seo An was going to leave it be, but when he turned to the side, two figures were hovering near him. They were pissed off at the man who just left. The ladies claimed that he always was there solely to pick fights. "I want to be part of this group." Seo An smiled at them and was genuinely happy some people were on his side. He told them that it was all fine. Rather than adding to the swirling gossip, he diverted their attention toward a topic on their work. He remembered to thank them for their time. "Ladies, thank you so much for being there." The man that left was Ji-hoon. Seo An knows that Ji-hoon had always been like this since college. That Soonbae of his grew up thinking everything in the world belonged to him. So, in short, spoiled. He had long stopped caring about how others perceived him. All he craved was recognition from his family, especially his father. So he mostly ignored Ji-hoon's attempts to try and piss him off. As Seo An's team prepared for their proposal presentation, a lady in a green jacket suggested taking a drink break. Soo-chan wanted to join them, but one of his Soonbae nims stopped him. Instead, he was assigned to distribute copies of the proposal material to every seat. Once the others had left, Soo-chan was left on his own. Ji-hoon came by, offered to assist Soo-chan, and suggested he head to the cafe downstairs. The offer was quite tempting, so Soo-chan agreed and accepted his help. "I don't like that smile on his face." Seo An and his colleagues returned to the conference room. The lady in a green jacket instructs everyone that they'll do rehearsals before the executives arrive. She asks Soo-chan if he had already laid out the reports. Soo-chan replied that Ji-hoon, someone with a higher position than him, offered to do the work for him. I don't like the look on their faces when Soo-chan mentioned his name. With the meeting, he informs everyone that the handouts will be distributed once they're ready, and urges them to focus on the presentation. One of the people in the meeting was Seo An's father. He always looked pissed. Is this his resting poker face? "Seo An, don't let him under your skin this time, please." After the meeting, Seo An's father still had the same look he had when the meeting just started. Their eyes met, and his father could only sigh at his performance. He walked away without exchanging a word with his son. Huh, what were you expecting Seo An to do? Do a sing and dance number on stage? Seo An was understandably disappointed at the outcome. The weight of his father's unspoken disapproval settled upon him, casting a shadow over his spirit. Seo An pulls aside one of his co-workers at a corner. The area seemed desolate, meaning no one else would be hearing their conversations. The other person didn't sound happy with this and asked why he's here. I don't like you already. You look like a chihuahua next to Seo An. Seo An sternly tells him that he's aware that the other man doesn't like him. He issued a warning, cautioning him against jeopardizing the collective efforts of the team due to his petty sentiments. Ji-hoon pretends to not know what Seo An was talking about. Seo An was understandably pissed off and told Ji-hoon that he has to realize that no matter how many stunts he pulls, he's only boasting about how inferior he is. Attempting to provoke Seo An, Ji-hoon slyly mentioned the disappointment Seo An's father expressed over his performance. Despite the jab, Seo An maintained a composed demeanor, even allowing a slight smirk to surface. Seo An couldn't resist retaliating, spewing how Ji-hoon is still unaware of his own place. Seo An calls the other by his full name. Ji-hoon takes a step back and flinches the moment Seo An said his name. His composure crumbled in the face of Seo An's presence. Seo An confronted Ji-hoon with a pointed remark, suggesting that he's experienced dealing with immature and unprofessional individuals like him who try to provoke him. Seo An also assumed that Ji-hoon seeks attention due to inadequate affection at home. He leaned forward, emphasizing Ji-hoon's short stature compared to himself. We love short kings, but you're not part of the party, Ji-hoon. But oh my god, look at how hot Seo An looks here. Hehe. Seo An questioned whether Ji-hoon truly believed he could emerge victorious after his attempts to undermine him. Curious about Ji-hoon's motivations, Seo An wondered if Ji-hoon believed these actions would somehow boost his ego. Ji-hoon's embarrassment became evident as his face flushed with a reddish hue. Seo An is really good at making people go red. This man has talent. Seo An intended to delve further into Ji-hoon's personality, but their interaction was abruptly interrupted when another individual inquired if someone was there. Seo An instructed Ji-hoon to cease these manipulative games and walked away. Engaging with the newcomer, Seo An involved in a pleasant conversation, causing a noticeable shift in his demeanor from stern to lighthearted and somewhat cheerful. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon clenched his fists tightly and stared blankly into space. Within his mind, he concocted a plan for revenge against Seo An. The plan involved publishing an article discussing Seo An's alleged involvement in substance abuse, and he posted it. Ji-hoon, you better sleep with one eye open. The article had a minimal engagement, with only 7 comments and a single like. It appeared to have limited reach, but it undoubtedly reached Seo An's father. The printed article was prominently displayed, serving as a tangible barrier between Seo An and his father. Seo An stood tall, his posture rigid, displaying no trace of emotion. Meanwhile, his father seethed with anger, demanding to know why Seo An was rebelling after all the sacrifices he had made for him. Seo An's father expressed his disappointment, asserting that Seo An brought shame upon the family. You really don't know your son at all, and just believe what other people say about Seo An. This is no way to treat someone who looks up to you. Seo An's father emphasized that all he desired from his son was a good reputation. He reminded Seo An to be more responsible, reminding him that one day he would be tasked with leading the company. At least he doesn't shut out Seo An completely from his plans. Immediately, his father reached for the telephone on his desk, making urgent calls to get the identity of the article's author. I know you're also doing this to save your own face, but go. Be a dad. Get that writer. On the same day, a gathering formed in the office pantry. People huddled together, engrossed in discussions about the recently posted article. Although the company and the individual suspected of substance abuse were not explicitly named in the article, everyone in the pantry made a conclusion. The belief that Seo An was involved in substance abuse spread rapidly. An individual entered the pantry, questioning the topic of conversation among the gossiping group. Ji-hoon played dumb, pretending not to know what they were discussing. When asked about his connection to Seo An, Ji-hoon admitted they had been university classmates. Ji-hoon didn't waste any time and immediately told everyone how bad Seo An had been before. He explained in detail how Seo An always had an attitude problem and always lashed out. Seo An even raised his fist once. Ji-hoon said he doesn't doubt that Seo An does substance abuse. Wait until the chairman gets you. Sleep with one eye open tonight. As Seo An entered rooms filled with co-workers, he couldn't help but notice the piercing stares directed his way. The word had already spread, and he found himself accustomed to the scrutiny and rumors that served as entertainment for others. Seo An recognized that he had been subjected to such treatment even in childhood. Yuhan did mention that, in an attempt to shield himself from prying eyes and the relentless gossip, Seo An sought comfort within the confines of his cubicle. He wore headphones to drown out the outside world. He had long stopped caring about how others perceived him. All he craved was recognition from his family, especially his father. Yet, such validation proved hard to get, a taxing quest he continually embarked on. Someone save him from all the trash people around him. Things have already been rough for Seo An. It was another ordinary day at work, and Seo An dutifully distributed papers to his colleagues, going about his tasks. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon stood around, sipping his coffee and observing his surroundings. He was interrupted by a woman with dark reddish hair who inquired about his availability. In her office, she delivered the news that Ji-hoon was to be reassigned, a decision handed down by the higher-ups. Ji-hoon had no say in the matter, nor was he given any details about which department he would be transferred to. With no explanation further provided, Ji-hoon immediately laid the blame on Seo An. Ji-hoon's father received a strong reprimand from Seo An's father. When Ji-hoon returned home, his father scolded him and revealed that he had met with the chairman, Seo An's father. The moment Ji-hoon heard that, he flinched in fear. His father was very stern and angry as he demanded Ji-hoon to apologize to Seo An for what he had done. Unless he sought forgiveness, he would no longer be considered his father's son. Dude, I get his father's sentiment. If only he focused on his work instead of sabotaging others to get on top. Fueled by more fury and resentment, Ji-hoon felt an overwhelming surge of emotions building within him. In a desolate parking lot, the air was heavy with tension and a sense of impending confrontation. As Seo An prepared to enter his car, Ji-hoon called out. This captured Seo An's attention. The two of them stood there, surrounded by unease and awkwardness. Can we get resolution now? Seo An was well aware of the reason behind Ji-hoon's presence. His expression remained stoic as he inquired if Ji-hoon's father was already aware of the situation. This remark elicited a furious blush from Ji-hoon, his anger palpable. Seo An pressed on, questioning whether Ji-hoon intended to seek forgiveness. In response, Ji-hoon implored Seo An for a favor. Ji-hoon asked Seo An to speak to his father, the chairman, and inform him that Ji-hoon had already apologized. Though embarrassed, Ji-hoon bowed and requested forgiveness from Seo An. However, Seo An asserted that he had no involvement in the matter. Ji-hoon, desperate to make amends, seized Seo An's arm, pleading for forgiveness. Seo An swiftly swatted Ji-hoon's hand away, surprising him with his stern demeanor. Know your place, Ji-hoon. Seo An made it clear that Ji-hoon had caused the mess and should be responsible for cleaning it up himself. With those words, Seo An turned his back on Ji-hoon, showing indifference. Let's go, Seo An. Stand your ground. Just as Seo An was about to enter his car, Ji-hoon unleashed a torrent of frustration, shouting his grievances at Seo An. Overwhelmed, Ji-hoon asked Seo An if he understood the pain of being ridiculed and belittled. Oh, Seo An knows this too well, sadly. Without waiting for a response, Ji-hoon grabbed a bat from nearby and swung it fiercely behind Seo An, his actions fueled by his pent-up emotions. No. The chairman's secretary visited him at the hospital, expressing relief that Seo An had promptly informed them about the altercation with Ji-hoon. Secretary Kim assured Seo An that the matter would be handled discreetly and privately. Oh God, it was that bad. Please, someone, give him a hug. The secretary mentioned that Ji-hoon's family had lost respect for him, implying that Ji-hoon must have been deeply provoked to act against Seo An. In addition, Secretary Kim shared the news that Seo An's mother had visited him in his room. However, she had to leave quickly as she had work to attend to at the hospital. It's good to know his mom is somehow present in his life. The secretary also revealed that Seo An's father had shown concern, which sparked a sudden change in Seo An's usually indifferent expression. He found it necessary to confirm whether his father's concern was genuine. Recollections of a past incident flooded Seo An's mind, and his father had shown neither understanding nor sympathy. Seo An vividly remembered his father's enraged face, leaving him with a burning question every time he looked at him. He wanted to know what he was supposed to do in situations like that. Of course, if anyone could predict the future, we would try to avoid a lot of bad events, right? Sadly, in this world, superpowers don't exist. Seo An has done everything to make his dad proud of him. Throughout his entire life, Seo An yearned for one thing above all else. It was recognition. He longed for acknowledgement from his family, particularly his own father. This past experience changed Seo An's life. When he finally gave up on seeking his father's approval, something shifted within him. He started feeling trapped in his own thoughts, leading to inner turmoil. During his work, Woowon found a moment to take a break. He parked his scooter to the side and sat down, his eyes fixed on his phone. He plans to tell Seo An his intention to move out, but he couldn't summon the courage to say it face to face. Please don't leave. While he was dazed in his thoughts, a single raindrop fell on his phone screen. Rain. A sudden memory flashed through Woowon's mind. He recalled a time when he had sheltered Seo An from the rain, holding an umbrella above their heads during one of their night walks. The image lingered, bittersweet. Letting out a heavy sigh, Woowon decided to call Seo An. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity, and he couldn't help but wonder if Seo An was still asleep. Finally, Woowon received a response. Seo An mustered a greeting, but Woowon could detect a noticeable difference in his voice. Woowon wondered if he was okay, always attentive to detail. Woowon, especially when it comes to Seo An. Concerned, Woowon inquired if something had happened. Seo An lied and said that nothing was wrong. Woowon, however, stood firm. He knew deep down that something was wrong. He pressed further, asking Seo An where he was and if he was outside right now. It took a while for Seo An to respond to that, but he asked Woowon if he would come to where he was. That hurt my heart. Why do you have to say it like that? If Woowon was good at making people pissed, Seo An is too good at making people cry. Woowon was taken aback by Seo An's words, a pang of sadness piercing his heart. Despite what they're going through, Woowon still wants to take care of him. Woowon asked one more time for Seo An's location. They can finally talk. No angst please. Arriving at a parking lot, Woowon surveyed the surroundings. Among the many parked cars, one stood out. It was a familiar vehicle that caught his eye. Slowly, he approached the driver's side. Peering through the window, Woowon could discern a figure inside. It was Seo An. Seo An appeared dazed, his complexion even paler than usual. Woowon gently knocked on the window to gain his attention. He was getting even more worried now. Seo An turned his head slowly, his eyes meeting Woowon's. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as if he hadn't expected Woowon to actually come. Yes, he did come for you, Seo An. The car door swung open, and Woowon sprang into action without hesitation. Concern was all over his face as he inquired about Seo An's well-being. Woowon asked if he felt any better and if he had taken his medicine. Seo An simply nodded in response to each query. Woowon asked Seo An if he was going home and offered to drive Seo An back home. Seo An remained silent, his complexion appearing even more pale than before. He consciously avoided Woowon's gaze. Woowon pressed further, asking Seo An if he genuinely felt fine. Placing his hand gently against Seo An's face and neck, he sought to gauge if a fever was present. Seo An looks him right in the eye and, in response, leans his head into the comforting touch. Seo An closed his eyes and gripped Woowon's arm as he continued to lean in for more comfort in the connection. Pause. Let me live in this moment a bit more. With closed eyes, Seo An found the courage to confess his feelings to Woowon once again. Woowon still blushes whenever Seo An says this. Seo An avoided his eyes again when he made a plea. He doesn't want Woowon to move out. He tells Woowon to stay with him. The air was thick with unspoken emotions. Both Seo An and Woowon experienced a mix of hope and uncertainty, their hearts entangled in a delicate dance. What's your verdict, Do Woowon? Woowon gently withdrew his arm. Kneeling on the ground, there was a look of apology on Woowon's face, signaling his rejection of Seo An once again. No, we were so close. The atmosphere shifted, and Seo An could sense the weight of disappointment and frustration weighing heavily on Woowon, far more than it burdened Seo An himself. Seo An told Woowon that he was physically hurt by someone. Their relationship had soured to such an extent that Seo An found himself on the receiving end of a violent blow from a bat. Woowon struggled to believe what he heard, his disbelief etched upon his face. Seo An knows he's wealthy and has many more opportunities than a lot of people. However, it doesn't take away the fact that a lot of people end up hating him because he stands out. Standing out in the crowd came at a high price, and Seo An didn't find it worth the price. This elevated status had brought him down in ways he never anticipated. When he was a kid, Seo An believed that in order to have something good, you had to give up something in return. He had money but was starved of emotional support from his own family. Growing up, he felt suffocated by the knowledge that his own weakness lay in the very people who were supposed to provide strength. On the day he was struck by the bat, Seo An wasn't surprised by the absence of his family's support. They arranged for his hospitalization and treatment, yet he still felt an obvious sense of isolation. He knew that they had more important things to tend to than Seo An's own safety. If only Woowon was there, if only we were there. Woowon, unaware of these painful truths, gazed at Seo An with deep empathy, his heart aching for him. Meanwhile, Seo An had grown accustomed to these circumstances. He focused more on Woowon, who was drenched. Seo An tenderly wiped away raindrops and beads of sweat from Woowon's face, eventually cradling his hand beneath Woowon's chin. Let me pause right there. I love this and everything about this. Seo An on top. Maybe. I love it. Seo An asked Woowon if he knew the feeling of wanting something, but you can't have it. Not having it makes it more valuable. Seo An withdrew his hand from Woowon, his voice heavy. He confessed that he kept wanting but could never possess what he truly desired. The cycle of longing and disappointment seemed unending. Either one changed for each other. Woowon, you should be greedy for once. Don't let go. Seo An, continue to want and have Woowon. I'm sobbing. Seo An rose from his seat, expressing to Woowon that he would only be a burden today. He asked for Woowon to take him home. As Seo An slowly moved away, heading towards the back of the car, Woowon noticed a significant detail. His gaze fell upon Seo An's tightly clenched hand, which held a blue bracelet. It was the bracelet that Woowon had given to him. I'm screaming. Good eye, Woowon. Reacting swiftly, Woowon reached out and grasped Seo An's hand, the same hand that held the precious bracelet. They held hands. I'm squealing, seeking an explanation. Woowon inquired about the bracelet, unsure of what else to say. With a sad glimmer in his eyes, Seo An pleaded with Woowon to pretend he hadn't seen it, desperate to keep his attachment to the bracelet a secret. Seo An confessed that he found comfort in such small things, finding more dependence on them than on basic necessities. Woowon knelt before the seat where Seo An had been, lost in his thoughts. Memories of swimming flooded his mind, reminding him of the exhilaration he had experienced. Ever since swimming, he never made an effort to do anything else but his job. Lately, it's been very exhausting for him. He's been thinking about the times when he'll ever feel that alive again and when he'll have the opportunity to give it his all again. He missed the feeling of just committing to something. It has to be perfect timing if he wants to fully commit to something. Where are you going, Woowon? Woowon approached the back of the car where Seo An was, his heart racing and his cheeks flushed. Seo An was surprised that Woowon was there instead of driving home. What's going on? Leaning closer to Seo An, Woowon became immersed in their own world, his gentle touch guiding Seo An's face upward, leading to a tender kiss. Seo An was taken aback by the suddenness of it all, unable to believe this was happening. Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique, completely not ever been done before. Without breaking away, Woowon embraced the kiss, deepening the connection between them. Seo An's initial shock transformed into pure happiness, his grip tightening on Woowon's arm, lovingly caressing his face. Seo An closed his eyes, fully surrendering to the blissful moment. However, amidst their own bubble, Seo An suddenly became aware of the possibility of others being present in the parking lot. Taking a brief pause, Seo An pulled Woowon inside the car, closing the door behind them. In that instant, a surge of heat coursed through their bodies as they found themselves in a new position. They both became aware of the intensity of their situation. It feels like I'm disturbing something here. Doubts lingering in Seo An's mind. He questioned whether Woowon had kissed him out of pity. Woowon, no longer willing to reject Seo An and determined to acknowledge his true feelings, mustered the courage to confess his affection for Seo An. We did it. We have made it. I'm so proud of Woowon. After 7 chapters, we finally made it. Seo An found himself enveloped in a series of delightful surprises. The confession was unexpected, yet it filled him with a profound sense of joy. Apologizing for his previous hesitations and lack of bravery, Woowon confessed once again that he genuinely liked Seo An. Seizing Woowon by the collar, Seo An initiated another passionate kiss, their emotions intertwining in blissful harmony. At that moment, both of them embraced the sheer pleasure of being together. Woowon made a silent promise to himself, vowing to overcome his inhibitions and fully immerse himself in the experience of loving and being loved, continuing to express his affection. Woowon confessed his feelings for Seo An. Seo An teased him about not confessing sooner. Woowon really wants to gradually come out of his shell so that he doesn't hold back his feelings anymore. I am so happy for these two. I really love their relationship. I love their communication. I love their character development. Are they finally going to date? Like officially? What will they do when they get home, I wonder?